You want to know what is happening more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat it from crazy like my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you want? Yes, what you want?
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan Tunnel with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South man. Charges on the beat. On the phone to get your information. On the phone to be my spoon television.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat it from crazy like my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you want? Yes, what you want? Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Yes, sir.
7 minutes past 8 p.m. here in Liberia. Today is the 30th day of December 2025. Last but one day in this year 2025. And we're definitely grateful to be alive today and well also. Welcome to Liberia's premier talk show. This is the Spoon Talk. We're live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, Voice of Liberia 104.1 FM, and a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia. Tonight is a special edition of 101 with the CEO, and tonight's guest is none other than Samuel D. Twere Jr., Honorable former Finance Minister, Republic of Liberia. Yeah, you heard me. Samuel Twere, Liberia's former Finance Minister, is our guest tonight on the program. My name is Diamond Slanger. Wherever it is you listening to us across Liberia, I'd love to say a pleasant welcome to you. And those of you watching us all around the world, irrespective of whichever part of the world you are watching us from, we're live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, and on YouTube. Our handle is Spoon Talk. We've been informed that Samuel D. Twere is coming to fire. Yeah, that's what we've been told. He's already in the Spoon headquarters compound. He's already here. And he has said he's come to fire. We see a lot of analysis on Facebook, claims and counterclaims. There are those who say Samuel Twere is the best finance minister in the history of the Republic of Liberia. There are those who do not agree. Others have said Samuel Twere is going to bring a graph tonight and be teaching. But it promises to be an interesting conversation as always here on the program. So all you need to do is to kindly share the show with your family, friends, loved ones in as many chat rooms as you can. And let's listen in, let's listen to what the former finance minister has got to tell us tonight on the program. I do see my very own boss, the man just let us say this is a serious interview. But the way the man dressed up for the interview is rare occurrences. That a man would dress like this.
No, there's nothing wrong with this, too, right?
I thought it's a Sunday and he's on his way to church.
Nah, it's just.
Tapa.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Very elegant, I must admit. Yeah. The interview touched your heart, eh?
It's something about this interview, but I'm losing my voice. It's something about this interview. I spoke to some Unity Party people, and
they bang your voice.
Yeah, they call it my voice.
Amen.
Yeah.
Sorry, you drinking ginger,
But man, that thing don't work, man. They don't work.
Ginger don't work.
You gotta give it a couple of days. It's gonna work itself out. Yeah, I get wild hot tea,
I'm talking ginger, real African ginger mixed with peppermint and some lime and tina and honey in the mix it or in the bottle. You shake it, you be drinking. You talking about wow coffee?
No, but I mix it with the honey and ginger you're talking about, but it's not working. Yeah, But we're gonna try. I got Winfred Russell and Emmanuel George. They're gonna help with the interview. The rest of the guys going to come after. We're going to be having a great time today, Damo. Yeah. I heard that special escort is bringing Samuel Twere. Wow, that's what I heard. I don't know. Escort from where? Gregory Kuma?
Now, he's here. He's got he's been here for over 20 minutes now.
Okay.
He's got some guys, obviously. They will follow once they hear that the former finance minister, who's got his own traction within the CDC, will be around to see their own paper. But he's here and he's looking forward to being on the show. I know you guys had some conversations prior to his coming on, but others are shocked he's coming on the show. After all, he's coming on Spoon Talk. Mr. Russell, how are you, sir?
I am doing well, Diamond. Thanks. It's a wonderful day. It's glorious day. It's about 30 degrees. We had some light snow today, but it's beautiful outside, and I'm doing great.
Nice.
Yeah. I want to welcome all of you. Again, it's going to be a wonderful show. The
Yeah.
good, the bad, the ugly. Are you hearing me?
We're struggling to hear you, but we manage. Yeah.
Should I use the Bluetooth? It will be better.
Try and answer here.
All right. I mean, I'm trying. I mean, I can't help it. So you guys go ahead. Say that?
We're managing. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're hearing me, right? You are hearing me.
Yeah. You're doing your best. We're hearing you.
I mean, I don't discourage me, man. You're about to do.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. You're audible.
Yeah, we getting that. But it's going to be a great show, though. It's going to be a wonderful show today. Please share the show. Dama, you opening the phone line? The rest of the guys going to come up with do pre-analysis. In the next 15 minutes, Tito are going to be in the studio, and we'll get into the conversation. So,
yeah, we can go to the phone lines. He's a big guest. What do Liberians anticipate hearing from the former finance minister, as well as what's on their minds? We can definitely go to the phone lines just for at least 10 minutes, so that we can usher in our guests as well. 077771075, 05551101075. Those are the numbers to call. Just a minute allotted to each caller, so that we can take as many calls as possible. Hello.
Compliment of the city to Spoon FM Stanley, and compliment of the city to Material Liberians on Radio Land this great Tuesday evening. A special compliment to you, Jeff Damon Slanka, and the entire Spoon family, home and abroad, especially CEO. I'm sorry for the brilliant interview today. He is host. We will get all
please go to the point quickly now, so we can take all the callers.
So this is Alfonso A.S. Kamal. What actually on my mind as a training issue is the speaker, Written after we are resumed administrative works of our country.
All right, Alfonso, we have to leave you there and take another caller. You took all of your time doing your self-introduction. Hello?
Yeah, so good evening, brother, and to the listening public. My name is Sherry, and the comment is
Yeah, please go ahead. Be fast, brother. Thank you.
So, what I'm mind is, I want to call the president. You know, it is unfortunate that we will have to put Samuel Twa now in studio and talking about, you know, everything that has to do with this nation. Samuel Twa should be behind bar.
Okay, thank you. Your point is well taken. Let's take the next person here. Hello? Hello, you live on the line. Please go ahead.
Hello?
You live. Please go ahead.
Yeah, what is on my mind? I want a bag of rice from Spoon, and I'm not being able to get it.
You want bag of rice on which show?
Yeah, on Lorena Honorary show.
All right, brother. Just contact Radio Game, yeah, and Lorena Honorary. That's a different thing. That's Radio Game. They will handle that particular thing. Let's take this next person here. Hello. Hello. All right, finally, go ahead. Please go ahead. I beg you, brother, please be audible for us.
Yeah, I'm talking maybe like now. So I want to say this. I think the main council election trauma. He said it's not possible important to become possible. So Semboga has beaten him now. He president so we need that agency to check on the former president. That agency I beg you.
All right, thank you, sir.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Good evening,
Yes, sir. You live. Kindly go ahead.
My name is Walter. I call you from Monrovia.
Go
That
ahead.
was my opinion before finishing the school. As Mr. Detour will be providing some education for the Liberian people. I believe Minister Tua will hammer the nail today between the CDC, 6 years, and the Unity and the Field Unity Party 2 years. Minister Tua, I am seated with my pen and paper, ready to take notes that I would carry on for the next 6 years to defeat the Unity
Thank
Party
you.
argument.
Thank you very much. Let's take this next person. Quickly. Hello. No, you can hear it. You hear it. Let's go ahead, please. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, you live. Go ahead.
I'm Dan. I'm coming from the Oro.
Yeah, please go ahead.
It's you side for me, If you're too clear, thanks, sorry.
All right. In hearing you. Is it normal? Yeah.
Yeah, let me bring your Uncle Pete. Uncle Pete, go ahead. You live.
Yeah, this is Uncle Pete, the man from all the counties. And this is Spoon Live, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is Uncle Pete, the man for all the counties. Listen, online, people being advertising today. I just made a video just about like 30 minutes ago. I got almost 2,000 viewers now. They said you all bring Samuel Tua on today to talk about the economy in the country, that he's the best, one of the topics is he's the best finance minister ever in Liberia. I said, there's what Samuel Tua got to say to the Liberian people that they're advertising that people must come on Spoon today to listen to him. It is his right to come on Spoon. But what I mean is Samuel Tua is not the person with the type of character he exhibited while working at the Ministry of Finance to come on Facebook for Liberians to be urged to come and listen to him today. Yes, we come on Spoon for entertainment because I have respect for the staff. I have the greatest respect for the staff, but not to listen to Samuel Tua. Samuel Tua got nothing good to say to the Liberian people.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Uncle Pete. Thanks for calling.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Oh, Diamond, I see that Samuel Tua is in studio, the former finance minister. We also have 12212 Winfred Russell. Am I better, Diamond? Is it better?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just do your best. Don't overscreen your throat before it gets worse.
Yeah. Thank you. So yes, indeed, guys, continue to share the show right now. We want to say to you, in the next few minutes, we'll be bringing in the former finance minister, Samuel Detour Jr. But what is at stake here? What is Samuel Tua coming on? Right now, it's like 8:20 in Liberia. Russell, why is Samuel Tua coming? I mean, a lot of people say, yeah, he should come. Some say he shouldn't. But he said for 6 years, Russell, there's a message I believe he's bringing forth. I mean, what are your pre-analysis thoughts to this interview today?
Thank you, Stanton. And thanks to all of those who are joining us here this evening. So please, once again, share the show. We appreciate you doing that, and we appreciate you coming on to listen to this wonderful program that is going to be taking place today. Now, so I think what is good for Minister Tua, former Minister Tua, to come on, whether you like him or you loathe him, he was the former, finance minister of our country. He has a lot to say. He has a lot to offer, and people would like to hear from him. And he, I think, he feels that he has a lot of correction to make. He believes that there are a lot of things that people don't understand about him and his role, and so he feels it necessary to come on to clarify some of those things. So it's great for our democracy. It's great for our audience because people would like to engage the former minister and hear what he has to say and asking some questions. And we are here to not only listen to him, but to ask him some of the questions folks have shared with us and folks would like us to ask him and hear what he has to say. So I'm just looking forward to the interview and to this conversation. I know the former Minister Tua, not personally, but He knows me. I know him. He passed through Minnesota at one time. He was at the University of Minnesota when I was at the University of Minnesota. So, but it'd be good to interact with him and hear what he has to say, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much. Wanto, thank you for joining. Let's hear you, and then we will go straight to Mr. Samuel Toy in the next few minutes.
See you. It's a very fascinating show. I think we spoke about this show some days ago when we were on. It looks like the most exciting show at the end of the year. And I think Minister Toy created that space also by also communicating different areas that he intends to speak at today. My anticipation today is that Minister Toy will not hold back. He will provide very critical conversation, and I'm also very confident in your ability to ask the tough questions needed. And I'm also very much confident in the post-panel analysis to be able to speak directly to the issues that have been laid out. What I think this represents for us is the hallmark of democracy. And like I always say, Spoon represents a very critical platform towards 2029 that has a tremendous place to change and influence perspective. You know, Spoon also is the hallmark of democratic conversation. This conversation is an age-old conversation that redefines what we look forward to in 2026. That is to have a discourse about issues that we care about, whether in the economy, whether in healthcare, whether in past and present government failure. And I'm very excited about it. As a partisan, I appreciate this milestone that Minister Toy is coming up to speak and defend the legacy of the CDC. While we think that the CDC may not be the best possible in all dimensions, we think the legacy of the CDC is sufficient enough to demonstrate where we intend to be in 2029. And today, this is a milestone for us. And I'm very excited to see what former Minister of Finance will be able to deliver. That's my anticipation tonight.
Thank you very much, Gibson. Thank you for joining. Let's hear you. Senator will be on in a few. What's your take? What's your own expectation?
Okay, thank you very much, guys. I had to Wanto, the most educated Nima man, Wilfred, my man who attacked me the other day, but that's okay. Diamond, thank you very much. Look, listen, Samuel Toy is coming with a two-edged sword. One side of the edged sword is going to be affecting the ruling party. But one part of the edge sword, we don't know how sharp it is, whether it's going to affect him or it's not going to affect him. So I'm glad that he is coming out to speak his mind. But we have to watch closely. Is he going to hurt himself today, or is he going to help himself today? Is he going to help the WEA administration for the last 6 years, or is he going to hurt the WEA administration? With information that will be coming out, is it going to solidify the political messages against the ruling party and the administration, or is it going to help them? This is where Samuel Toy is coming today, because he's coming amidst a lot of allegations, not only from the $500,000 lawsuit, but it's also emanating from the $16 billion Liberian dollars. It's coming from the $25 million US dollar. It's coming from his stewardship at the Ministry of Finance. And it's coming from different quarters of the campaign. Did he help the WEA campaign during the campaign time? Was the WEA campaign, did he disburse $2-3 million for the campaign? Is it true? Is it not true? The the financial policy that he put in place at the Ministry of Finance, what was his role in the MCC? Did he help the system? Did he hurt the system? How did it get to where they were? And how the Unity Party government proceeded either better or wrongfully? So there are a lot of questions that Stanton is going to be asking today. Some of them are going to be really, really tough for him to answer. Some of them, because today, it's not about being able to speak better English, Stanton. It's not about being able to weave around the issues with rhetoric, because there'll be direct questions. What role did you play in the campaign? Is it true that the Ministry of Finance disbursed $500,000, $2 million, $5 million for George Weah to run his campaign? So all of these things are going to be asked. You talk about the immunization policy that you brought, that you put in place, your government put in place. Is it helping today? How about the payment of salary? At some point in time, you didn't pay salary. At some point in time, you were able to regularize salary. What mechanism, what magic wand did you use?
Thank you. That's a lot. We want to give others the chance because we got only 2 minutes left. Thank you, Gibson. Let me bring in Kanyo. Kanyo, thank you for joining the pre-analysis. What's popping? What's popping from your end?
Well, thank you, CEO. Thank you, Stanton, and a pleasant good evening to other panelists. As usual, you are climaxing the year on a high note. To the matter at hand, no one can argue, like Big Brother Gibson said, that Ditwe is a lyricist. He speaks very well. He's very articulate. He knows his subject matter. He's going to deal with the stats and all of that. So it's going to be a better English conversation for the most part coming from Ditwe. But I would just like to implore you, CEO, to ask Ditwe 3 questions on my behalf, and that would be the extent of my comments. The first question I would like you to ask the senior comrade Ditwe is that, given all that he did, and of course he's going to make a strong argument for the positives, why does he think, or why does he believe he was eventually sanctioned? I think it's a point for reflection. It's something that I think you should ask him, be bold enough to say, look, you did a lot of good work, you achieved a lot of outcomes. Why were you sanctioned? I think you should ask him that question. Let's hear from him why he believes that happened. The second question I would like you to ask Ditwe is, I come from within the CDC, and I know that not many CDCians really loved or liked Ditwe. He's a very smart guy with logic, but I'm quite aware that within the surroundings of the president, he's not very well liked. So I would like to ask him, with all that he brought to the table, and I respect Ditwe a lot because he's an intellectual, he's a very smart guy. Why is it that people around the president just didn't like him? Particularly people raise issues around, harmonization, campaign financing that was not available. Why is it that he's, for lack of a better word, hated around, former President Weah? And the last question I would like you to ask Ditwe on my behalf before I take my leave is that, does he still believe that President Weah is the appropriate person to lead the CDC at this point in time? And the reason I'm asking this question, because at some point in time, there was a conversation post-election that he was a part of that seemed to question President Weah's readiness to continue to lead the CDC in the opposition. And I know he was a part of that conversation. So I'd like you to just ask him those 3 questions. But I trust that he's a man up to the task. It's going to be an interesting conversation, and we hope to follow it. Thank you very much, CEO. Let me take my leave and sit back to eat my popcorn and watch.
So, yes, while you watch the show, we will have space for the panelists to pop in and ask the question and get out. Once that vacuum is available, you will come. If not, text me your question. We will ask your question. But thank you very much for being part of the pre-analysis. Let me bring in my brother, Carlos Gray. You're welcome, Honorable Gray.
Thank you very much, and good evening to all. Ditwe presence today, like as rightfully said yesterday, let me repeat, is going to hold the Unity Party into serious intellectual hostage. Very clear about that. He will explain the unnarrated stories. It's good that he will be on today. Ditwe took this country in any democratic setting from the state of economic depression. He inherited a country where President Sirleaf And the then Finance Minister, Boyman Kamara, said the next government will have serious economic challenges as a result of the Ebola. They are on public interview on FOMPRE Africa. D12 inherited that. He inherited a country wherein there was a drawdown of almost 15,000 strong troops in Liberia. There was economic challenges. Then he went into the COVID. Then he also went into the Ukrainian crisis. How did he manage that? How did D12 manage that? That appointed official salaries or benefits were being merged to have a single salary. How did he manage to cut it down from the early time? How did he cut those the salary down? How did he direct it into meaningful development of feeder roads being paved throughout Monserrato County? Well, street lights across the country, because the ministry is the Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Development. That's the name of the ministry. So tonight, I can assure you, after 12 leave this platform, the United Party government will explain tire until 2029. This is the beginning of the true revolution for 2029. And 12 is the most proper person to begin this fight for 2029 in 2026. So I salute D12 tonight. We'll be cheering him. We believe in his tenacity, his ability is no question economically. Nobody in the Unity Party, in my conclusion, will show this open challenge on the issue of the economy of the country to come and sit on any platform with D12 will be ready, including the finance minister. Bring the past to the finance minister, put them one side against D12, it will be buried.
Again, we want to say thank you very much, Greg. I'm sorry, guys, we cannot get to you too, but come back for post analysis. We will have to bring in Samuel D12. Kev Hassan, thank you. Jefferson Chelsea, thank you. Akaris Musa Gray, and my brother Gibson Jerry. Then we'll come back. We're going to be bringing in D12, and we're going to be making the case. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Spoon One-on-One with the CEO. But because of my voice, I will be doing the show with Winfred Russell and Dr. Emmanuel George, who is coming on. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we do not want to waste your time. We'd like to welcome Samuel D12 Jr., former finance minister, Republic of Liberia, to the One-on-One today. Share the show on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram, on Voice of Liberia, all of its relays, Spoon FM, Super FM, Fabric FM, all on social media. Let's have a great conversation. Welcome to the show, Samuel D12 Jr., and it's good to have you, former Liberia Finance Minister. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Stanley. Thank you for having me. I don't know how many times I've been here, probably 4 or 5. I'm quite familiar with this environment. I'm happy to be here to engage with the wonderful people of this country. People are asking, why is this necessary? I mean, all my life, this is the only thing that I've done. So it's very surprising for somebody to ask, why would Samuel D12 be talking to the Liberian people from the University of Liberia? The only thing I've done is to talk about politics and the conditions in the country, whether as a student, as a national leader. So this is what I know how to do, to fight for a cause. And, so I look forward to, last night I was actually motivated by your callers last night, because after the show, you took time to have people call in, and some of the people were saying, we really want Mr. D12 to explain that many things that we are confused about. Some of them, he says they are lies, to clarify something. So there are several buckets tonight. One big bucket is about, debunking lies, propaganda that had some impact on the CDC election and that characterized or mischaracterized the kind of governance that we had. And we have an opportunity to go back over that. It's a wonderful thing to be able to clarify. I would say one thing: nothing I say here tonight will be the first time I'm saying it. I think it will be the 50th time I'm saying everything I say here tonight will be either the 25th or the 50th time repetitively. So then that means it's being said. But then why is it, even though I've said it before and many people in our government said it, why is it that people didn't hear it? Because there was too much noise, there was misinformation, there was vociferous animosity. When the government came to power, 3 months, people were angry that they had lost power, and they wanted badly to get George Weah out of power. So in 3 months, we faced vociferous opposition. I'm an honest guy. George Weah is a fair and honest human being. I've always believed that a ruling party should be given 2 years. No party should ever be subjected to opposition in 6 months or 1 year. Because in 2 years, as an economy, you generate data points. It's a time series. 1 year is not a time series, it's a point. But you have 1 point in 1 year, you have another point 2 years. The opposition community, the country can judge that party. They can draw a line from point A to point B. But if you only have point B, you can't go to point A. So I believe the Unity Party deserved 2 years before it's subjected to criticism. Unfortunately, the CDC did not have 3 months. And we started hearing about 25 million. Sometimes I hope we have an opportunity to show to the audience things that I've sent you. You know, things about mop-up that happened on the Unity Party, things about donor money. I sent you a letter from the African Development Bank that shows Minister Boima Kamara authorizing the withdrawal of $2.2 million from the SAPEC account. And when I became minister in January, maybe February or so, the World Bank and the African Development Bank wrote me that, listen, Mr. Minister, we know this is not happening only you, but your predecessors took money from donors' account. If you don't put the money back, we will not give Liberia any more money. And I negotiated with them, and I was able to pay those monies. And then when it came time where we faced the same crunch that the UP government faced in 2017, at the time all the donors were in the country, and they did not issue any statement against President or Vice President Bouaka. When we thought it was normal practice, it was actually normal practice. Monies are fungible. You know, when you're money manager, you can move money here and there. We did the same thing, and then we saw the donors issue a press. And that, you know, the person who says that all the time on your show is Fubi. Every day he said there was corruption. Fubi, I can tell you today, and I tell the Liberian people, there was zero corruption. There is no. So that's the first.
Let's get into the conversation.
Yeah. I'm trying to get. So in other words, those are the. I'm already trying to make my first clarification. Zero corruption involved in that thing.
We will.
And other things. But I don't want the show. Hold on, sir. Just 1 more minute. I don't want the show to be about just clarification. We'll find the time to correct all of that over time in the conversation. The conversation has to pivot to where is Liberia going under the Unity Party.
We have a structure, Minister Twed. We have a system. We will ask you the question. You came into the studio to speak to the nation, home and abroad. We appreciate you. The last time you appeared in our studio, I'm going to put it up. It was 2020, December 31st, almost the same time. You always find yourself to appear at the end of the year, something like that, right? And yeah. Look, right there. It's the same time. So we always track, go back in history, right? But welcome you to the show. Allow us to guide the conversation for the sake of our audience.
Thank you.
I'd like to say to you, we'll be joined by Dr. Emmanuel George. We have Winfred Russell here, and we'll conduct the show to the best of our ability. So help us, oh God.
Sure.
Feel comfortable, relax. You are speaking not to us, but to the Liberians, folks home and abroad.
What happened to your voice? The show is starting, your voice gone?
Yes, but we're managing. The people can hear us. But off the back, let's just take some of the issue off. And we'll come to the bread and butter. We'll come to the harmonization. We'll come to surplus. We're going to come to LDC. We'll come to the everything, that we got scheduled today. But one thing we have not heard from you, and it is so important. The United States government, U.S. Department of State, designates 3 Liberian officials for their involvement in significant corruption. 3, you, at the time, Minister Samuel Twed, the name was mentioned in this destination. Samuel Twed, Liberia Minister of Finance and Development Planning, and the Liberia Senator Albert Chair, Emmanuel Nukwe. Let's focus on you. It says in this destination, as per the section 7031C, the United States is publicly designating Twed and his entire family for what? Involvement in significant corruption by abusing the public position through soliciting, accepting, and offering bribes to manipulate legislative processes and public funding. Now, talk to us. We have not heard. With this sanction hanging over you, your family, the government at the time was leaving office. Why do you think the Americans sanctioned you, destinated you?
Well, so, you know, Stanton and colleagues, we are coming from a very toxic political environment in the last 6 years. There was a lot of misinformation. There were lots of people who were even trying to get me on Magnitsky sanctions designation. There were a lot. I heard a lot of things. The question is, most of those things were actually lies. And tonight, we will have the opportunity to talk about many of the scandals, quote unquote, many of the things that paraded the country, the corridors of power for the last 6 years. And some of those things, you know, sanctions is a political weapon. The Americans will tell you that. You know, do they have the evidence? They will not submit the evidence to the government. You know, I made a statement on why I believe our sanction. I would not want to go into that statement again. I would just say, I believe I will work out the possibility to get off the travel restrictions. Actually, not a Magnitsky, it's a travel ban. I think I will get out. I don't think I should have been there. I understand the context. I was in a very difficult role, but I would say that it's not really got to do with corruption, because really I was not involved with corruption. There is no evidence. We have opportunity to talk about why I tell you there is no evidence against me on corruption, because I'm the Minister of Finance. I mean, I'm not a spending minister, okay? And, you know, people just put things on me. Most of the things I will tell the Liberian people today, and one of the things I want to ask that question, most of the things said about me are things that I have not done. So tonight I want to ask, why is it people can say, if I move this water bottle, why they can say somebody move this water bottle, but if I did something else, they'll say.
Are you saying the American just, you know, wrongly?
Look, sanction is a political tool. We have to understand.
But why do you think you were placed on this destination?
It's a political thing, and I was in a very contentious political role. And so you have to see it at that. If it is resolved, you also have to see it in that political context. That's as far as I would go. But I would say over time, I think the public would generally understand. And tonight, when we have the conversation about 16 billion, 25 million, donor, all these are things that were part of. I went to the U.S. Congress. I went to Congressman, and they showed me information about the things that were said. Congressman Tim McGovern, okay, actually I met him. They showed me, after I explained to him, you know, he told me, he said, you ought to be coming to Washington every week, because what we hear here about your government, in fact, we were told that your president, Weah, is trying to run for the third term in the country. And that's what I have on my file. So he manipulated so that he could run the first, then he will have another 12 years. So he probably will go 18 or 17 years in the country. That's what I'm told.
Let's get back to the sanction.
So it's all that kind of thing that will lead to.
We have enough time. We have enough time. Let's get back to the sanction. Mm-hmm. Tell the Liberian people tonight. You say it was all lies. Did the American lie on you? Were you falsely accused? Do you have a lawyer? Is there anybody now fighting on your behalf?
My approach on my designation is currently, I want to deal with the current situation I have in Liberia. I don't believe I'm going to deal with this legally. It's not my approach. I said this is a political situation, and I believe I will navigate out of this political situation because it is political. So I understand that. So at the appropriate time, I will engage with the Americans. But I think I want to clear myself from this government that is pursuing me for no reason because of, you know, the position I found myself in. You know, Kanyo said one thing, why people coming after you? Of course, people don't hate me. People fear me. People dread me because Samuel Twe.
I mean, the U.S. was so direct. They said, Mr. Twe, for their involvement in significant corruption by abusing the public position. I mean, can you satisfy?
I mean, when you read that thing, it's not. I mean, I'm the Minister of Finance. The National Legislature is the National Legislature. They approve the budget. They have control over. They have control over the budget. I don't. If the National Legislature does not want a Minister of Finance to serve, that minister will not serve. They have extraordinary spending powers. They can do anything to a finance minister. So a finance minister does not need to do any. So they approve the budget. They can put into the budget what they want to spend, and they will ask me for it. And if it is on the line, legitimate, I'll give it to them. So I have no minister. What I'm saying is that there's no way no Minister of Finance can bribe the legislature to do something. Legislature will appropriate money for them and they will ask for it. So as I'm saying, all of that is a political stuff. I understand it to be political. I will deal with that politically at the appropriate time.
Some of the reason, and before I bring my brother Russell in, let me squeeze this in line with the destination. I want to put this up. You wrote a check to FIA or FIU, according to Mr. Carwell, on September 18, 2023. His office received instruction from you, the minister, to make several transfers in this category as listed in the table. Look at the categories. Do you think these are some of the reasons you were placed on sanction? And also, these reasons now got you in court at the Temple of Justice.
No, none of those reasons have anything to do with my designation on travel restriction by the State Department. Absolutely not. Those are national security purposes. No, none of them. It has nothing to do with. I'm saying my designation is a political thing. Do
you know why you were designated then? Do you know why you was designated?
I would not want to, I've spoken. I would not want to comment. I would say I will deal with the situation at the appropriate time.
No, you don't want to comment, but I'm asking you, do you know why you were designated?
Let me say that I'm dealing with the national situation. When I'm done with the national situation, I will deal appropriately with my designation on travel restriction to the United States.
Mr. Russell, we are on the sanction, and then we can take it to the next topic.
Thank you, and thank you, former Minister Twelve, for coming here to chat with us and talk to the Liberian people. Just have a few questions. So, Stanton, do you want us to stay on the sanction, or
if you have a question on the sanction, yeah, I'm going to send you the lineup, and then we can take it in that order. But do you have a question on the sanction?
Okay. Yes. So, my other question on the sanction. Former minister, I heard what you had to say. People heard what you had to say. The U.S. government, as Stanton pointed out, the U.S. government stated that you were put on sanctions primarily based on corruption-related conduct. So, do you categorically deny those allegations? Yes or no?
I've said I've never engaged in the acts that I'm accused of, but I say I understand the contextual nature of political sanctions, in particular designation in certain contexts, and I will leave it at that and pursue the matter.
Okay, but have you received sort of a formal explanation or?
No, they will provide no evidence to government. They will not provide any evidence. They will leave the country to deal with that situation. I mean, the United States sanctioned somebody in Syria, and the United States is dealing with that individual today. So it's discretionary. It's a global power. I and my family are choosing to work in the confines of that context. Yeah, in that context. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Minister,
so
go ahead, Stanton.
Thank you, Russell. And Minister, you want to close up on the sanction issue? Sure. Then we move on. You can close on it. We go to the next conversation.
No, I think that those will be my comments. I want to focus more on, dealing with my national situation. I have a situation where a government is coming after me, case is in court. I won't say much about it. The Supreme Court has ruled. I think what I will say to the public is that the Supreme Court has ruled that, they believe that people who are entitled to, on the National Security Council, are entitled to protection, because that's the first question that the chief judge, the justices raised. Are the petitioners members of the National Security Council to enjoy its protection? As it turned out, I'm a member of the National Security Council, so we're filing for a re-argument to see where that goes. I want to concentrate on that national situation, get it over with, then I will deal with the State Department designation after that.
Correct, but let's go there. You say it was politically motivated by who? Which political party? Who went after you?
Let me stay with the fact that it's a political situation. I would deal with it appropriately at the appropriate time.
But Tito, we can't do this to the show tonight. You came, you say you want to say it. Let's speak to the issue.
Yeah.
Your assertion. You say your assertion are politically motivated. Let's talk about you. Which one of the political party, the individual, the leaders went after you? Who went after you? What do you think your destination is politically motivated?
It's a CDC. It's a struggle against the CDC. It's the fight to decapitate the CDC. It's all part of, frameworks to cripple the CDC. It's the whole thing. Over time, things will clear up, and I think this situation will be properly situated. Yeah, I would say. Have
you spoken with anyone from the State Department, from the U.S. State Department on the sanction?
I wouldn't know. I'd say I'm not focused on that right now. I will, if I'm having conversation with people, I wouldn't say that. So
Are you saying that United Party put you on sanction? ANC put you on sanction? Who put you on sanction?
I will not be direct, but I say it's a political situation. It's kind of related to something like that. It's involved with it. It has to do with something about politics, and but it's not about whether I took money from the governor of Liberia or stuff like that. No, I gave legislators money. No, legislators have their money. If they ask for it, ministers of finance will give it to them. If the money.
What was your conversation with President Weah at the time? Because your sanction came in after the election.
What my conversation with President Weah?
Yeah, when it was announced that you were placed on sanction.
I mean, President Weah, I've seen that many of his officials were placed on sanction, and it's he's not happy about that. He's never been happy about that. He thinks there's something going on. As I said, when we go back to the donor thing, donors filed a complaint publicly that they didn't file under the Unity Party. Donors sanctioned CDC officials. So CDC was in a very difficult position, and there was a lot of conspiracy against the party. And it seems like they lost of the election by losing the election, as I wrote on Facebook the other day, gave the CDC an opportunity to actually win, because in stepping aside, you put the Unity Party back into power, and then the country can then see, wow, looking back. So all these things we did to these CDC people, it seems like we wrongly did it to them. It seems like the country will start reflecting in that, and the CDC will grow in standing, and some of the things that are happening to it when it was in power will go away. And that's why I'm saying we bide our time. The president is biding his time. He will engage constructively. He is engaging constructively on these matters. Over time, we'll see the light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah.
Lastly, why do you think you were placed on sanction after the election instead of prior to the election?
That's what I'm saying, because I believe if we had won the election, I don't believe I would have been designated. That's what I can put my neck on the chopping board. If we had won the election, I would not have been designated. That we lost the election, somebody just said, look, okay, we're going to do this. Let's finally just do it now because he's not there. I know that.
Where's it?
Yeah. So looking back, Mr. Toye, can you think of any action or decision that you may have taken under your leadership, under your stewardship of the finance ministry that may have triggered this sanction?
No, I don't. Listen, let me tell you. The United States government, through the Millennium Challenge Corporation, has awarded Liberia a compact for the second time. No country gets a compact that has a bad governance. Zero. If your governance is bad, you don't get it because you're not passing eligibility. So there is no way the American president would like your country and he will call MCC and say, listen, give those people contact, because you will have to pass eligibility. And to pass eligibility, it cannot be influenced. You are ranked with a group of countries whose behavior can determine your score. So if, for example, if Liberia is with 5 countries, Ghana, if all those 5 countries rise all the way above Liberia and Liberia stay on a score, Liberia will fail. So you are as good as your comparators, okay? So that process can be influenced. 2 years ago, we worked, that Spoon is part of that story, the Amuto Ken story. I was here, we worked and worked and worked, and we got those passes, and the MCC board was satisfied that Liberia was on a trajectory winning full. So the point is, and this is the point, when I used to go to Treasury, I say, listen, Treasury, State Department is putting some information about our government. We're working with the IMF. IMF is praising our government. You, Treasury, are praising our government. Eric Meyer. State Department is now saying MCC is working with. So you see the mixed messages there. So I'm saying there's nothing that we could have done to say I could have done to say I deserve the sanction, because we worked hard on the governance front. I can tell you from the beginning, 2 years, we talked about that governance was challenging. When I went to Washington, D.C. to talk to Eric Meyer, there was the worst spring meeting I ever had. It was a dark day for me. Year 1 of meeting Eric Meyer. We talked governance, he beat me up. But I went back to him, he ran away from governance. He didn't want to talk about governance because he felt we were doing better. He wanted to talk about other thing. I said, no, we'll come back to macroeconomic stabilization because we've turned it around. So we did turn the corner. MCC recognized that. Parts of the American government recognized that. That's why today Liberia has a compact. So if anybody say we broke this country down, I would point to MCC as the reason why we didn't break it down, because the foundation for MCC is the foundation of our governance, and that's why we have it. So
that's why we will move on from sanction. Russell, you got something last to add?
Well, yeah, I'm just going to lastly say, keep pressing this, because the U.S. would not just come, willy-nilly and just put sanctions on folks, I'm not saying that that the U.S. is infallible. I'm not saying that. Mm-hmm. But when they come forth with these kinds of destination, it is serious, and they do the due diligence. So you previously suggested that the narratives around corruption or they're exaggerated, or why you were placed on sanction is politicized. But sanctions of this nature require interagency review. Okay.
No.
Are you saying that the U.S. government got this wrong?
No. Let's correct that now. This is Spoon Network. Let's correct. The State Department designation does not require interagency. This is not Magnitsky. What you're talking about is Magnitsky. State Department is just the authority of the Secretary of State. There's no interagency involved.
Okay, so even if you dispute these sanctions, would you then accept the responsibility for what happened at the Ministry of Finance while you were in charge that may have triggered this? I'm going to write a book about what I did in the country. The responsibility that I have as minister, I would never run away from that. My record is there. My record is public, and we'll talk about some of that today. I'm proud of my record, my public record as Minister of Finance. There was a lot of controversy, but I'm saying part of this conversation tonight is to show that those conversations were motivated by political purposes, and we'll find that tonight that they had no basis at all. Hopefully, we can get to some of that. So I'm proud of my record. I don't believe I was.
What do you think? Well, what do you think President Bouakai should do? Because it's been maybe 3 years now. We up for maybe the 4th year. Do you think the president should open an investigation here to clear you guys, investigate the destination from the U.S. State Department on Abache, Emmanuel Nukwe, Samuel Twe, and the rest of you guys? Because this is about massive corruption.
I understand. I stand to be corrected. I believe there may have been attempts. I think people may have brushed this with the Americans. I believe either the LACC, to the best of my recollection, may have written to say, do you have anything, on Minister of Justice to say, do you have anything? Can we? I don't know whether that went further, than was expected, but I mean, yeah, but there have been conversations in that direction. If the president, I think that because there have been conversations, I think the president is surprised that maybe they've advised him that maybe the Americans will not do this or they will not give information. So I don't know what we do. So yeah, that's where it is. I don't think the Americans will not divulge information. They will not come to Liberia and say, here is this, to say, he will leave it with you to do what you want to do. I think that's the sense I gather from what has happened. But there have been some movements in that direction.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We got to move on. We got a lot to cover. Again, we're going to welcome Emmanuel G.K. George. Dr. George, welcome to the show. Summit 12, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Continue to share the show. We have the former finance minister, Samuel D. Jr. here in studio. Let's move on. Let's talk about the country. Let's come back home, Samuel D. Let's talk about the reason why you've been writing a lot, and I want us to get to it. Bread and butter issue. We've been following your posts on social media. Bread and butter issue comprises of so many issues in our country. You give us your talking point. You are saying, and I want to give you the chance to explain. This government, 2 years, are they doing better on the bread and butter issue than 2 years into your government under George Manneh, we are the former president?
Even the United Party people will tell you they are not doing better than the CDC. To themselves, they know that. The 2 years that have lapsed have been wasted years. I mean, CDC now, if CDC had the 2 years that United Party had, I don't believe we would have lost the election. When the president was sworn into office, 3 months our opposition started. And our opposition started because United Party folks were angry. They had campaigned that President Weah is not quote unquote competent, qualified to be president. He didn't go to Harvard. He doesn't speak a certain way. He's not a typical politician, so he should not run the country. That's the campaign they ran. And when he won them, bypassing the intelligentsia, the middle class that normally would be against him, he won them in spite of and despite this group. They were angry, and so they came out for us, and that's what happened. So they threw everything out to destabilize the CDC administration. Listen, we started with macroeconomic instability. In 3 months, the exchange rate started going up. And why did the exchange rate go up? Because in 2017, the United Party government was faced cash crisis, and they went to the central bank and they took the Liberian dollar that was there and they started using the Liberian dollar in that year. This is the same year where Minister Boyman Kamara took the SAPEC money, the letter I gave you, and I hope you can show it. I want you to show that letter to the Liberian people. So let the Liberian people see that there's the letter. Let them see that this is the central bank telling the African Development Bank that the finance minister, Boyman Kamara, authorized 2.4, I don't know, 2.2, is that 2.2 or 2.4 million from our account? So you all go to the new minister of finance, Samuel Twere. If he tell us, he can pay that money. We got a government continuity. No development partner wrote a press release condemning United Party for this action. The president instructed me, I briefed him. He said, D2, these are our partners. If they're complaining, pay them. So we found money. We were struggling with LEC inheritance that we have on the compact arrangement. We had to pay LEC 9 million. We were struggling and we put this money back, and the World Bank came with everybody was coming with a letter to me, and I wanted to build a relationship with these partners. So I paid all that money back. But in paying money back, remember now, this was not money that was budgeted. That whole I was digging for myself. So I had to be paying government worker and taking government worker money and paying it for United Party money that came from the previous year. We solved that problem. When we got into crisis and we did the same thing, the partners went together and issued a press release. So I'm saying to you, this was the tension that we had as a government. There was difficulty. We did map-up exercise. This is not, map-up is done by the central bank. Let me be clear. I sent you another information to put up. If you ask me one mistake you made? So maybe you ask that question. If you had to do something over, what would that be? And I will be honest with the Liberian people, and we have that debate. Whether that was a mistake.
No, hold on. Let me fair with the conversation, Minister. We'll come to it. Let me put this back up. You saying that Brahma Kumar, the former finance minister. Let's talk about this letter, because now
you read the last
is something.
We are pleased to inform you that the amount mentioned above was debited based on the letter of authorization approved by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Development Planning dated March 13, 2017. March 13, 2017, the party called CDC was not running Liberia. So tell Fubi.
No, listen. So let me ask the question. What was this money for? While Unity Party 2017, the last year moving into the election, requested this amount. You had any clue?
Because I believe it was salary. When the Minister of Finance authorizing money from a donor account, that's salary pressure. That year was tough. It was an election year. That's how the Liberian dollar went out of hand, because the government took there was 6 billion, I believe, Liberian dollars sitting at the central bank for years under Madam Seri that was not used under Mail Jones. All of a sudden, that money became gold. They moved all that money out. That's how the exchange rate started to move up in February, when President Weah took over. So the foundation of our macroeconomic crisis is anchored in 2017 under the Unity Party. But the people who caused the problem for the new president, George Weah, then got angry that George Weah is making the exchange rate to go up, and then started pushing all kinds of phony things about all kinds of lies against his government. Then they went to 16 billion, all of that. But that money is that money was giving, and that's not the only amount. I will get the other letters for you. That's all. The World Bank pressed me very hard. And let me be honest, I didn't just sit down and pay that money. It was not there. It took months. They wrote me reminder letters, Mr. Minister, you say you pay the money. I mean, I was hounded. World Bank and AFDB. I came from AFDB, so the AFDB people are very close to me. They were always with me. They're calling me. We finally paid that money, but we strained to pay it.
When did you pay? 1 year. When did you pay the money back?
2018. I paid the World Bank and the African Development Bank in 2018, but we dug our own hole. Let me be honest. I'm being honest with the discussion. We paid, but we took also, because it was a practice established by the Unity Party. We didn't believe there was anything wrong. It's like a money manager. You're investing, you investment manager controlling monies all over. You can move money from the part and put it in this part. You move it from here. So they say, because the government revenue is constant, it will come. So the controller can see all these money, and he can collect them, pay, and then put them back. So let's be clear to Liberian people: there is no corruption in this thing. But the partners wrote, and it made it look like we were stealing donor money. That's how it made it look. The saddest thing about this for me, my disappointment, is that Minister Brahma Kamara and people in the Unity Party who knew this did not stand up and say, no, this is unfair to President Weah, because we too did this. And this is the unfairness of the country. But Brahma stood up to say, listen, I wrote a letter to these people. I don't think it's fair for Samuel Twelve to be going through this. I would have honored him today, but he didn't. He remained quiet.
But what you did, you didn't provide this letter at the time.
I provided. No. Listen. I said at the beginning of the show, everything I'm saying here today, I've said it 100 times. There are clips you will find me explaining this thing. In fact, I explained something called dig hole, cover hole. I went to the Senate. I explained that the former government dug hole for me. I explained to Senator Vanny Sherman. He said, "Yo, man, I understand what you're saying."
What this budget? Did you include this in the 2018 budget?
No, it was not there. I mean, I didn't know. This thing happened in 2017. I come to power in the budget. We had this 2017, 2018 budget. So technically, the budget was already in motion. It was not in the budget. So there was no money to pay these people. We had to take the money. We had to use salary money to pay. When you're talking about the salary crisis that were under us, those are all the problems, because you got to take money to pay.
So $2 million was a salary problem for you.
More than $2 million. World Bank was another $2 million. World Bank was
and at the end of the day, you went back to the same people and you collected money under the CDC government within the same format, correct?
That's correct, because we didn't see there was anything wrong with that. The only issue was with the Bremen situation is that it took long to pay back. This thing is a fungible thing. When you take it,
when did you take your own CDC money out? When?
I think sometime later on in the year, some September, October, the controller, our salary situation, you map up this money.
What year?
2018.
So 2018, you pay Bremer Camara money.
Yes.
2.1 million. And you went back the same 2018 and you collected it. How much did you collect?
Well, I think it's the different amount, 500,000. They're different parts. They're not big amounts, small amounts to keep the thing running. Because revenues coming in.
No. Let's slow down. T12. 2017, you paid Bremer debt.
That's correct.
But then you are saying September, you went back there and you ate your own. How much did you eat total?
I will not be able to tell you offhand now. I'm just telling you, the practice was not frowned on in the Ministry of Finance. It was accepted financial practice.
But you sent me Bremer Camara letter that they were
because the partners have now, you don't understand the thing now. The reason I sent you the letter is because the development partners came up and spoke against our government and made people like Fubi believe that we were stealing money. Now that you've seen Bremer letter, Fubi will now understand, this thing is not about stealing money. It was the government operation. That's why I
understand. I understand, but the people got to understand us better, T12.
Yeah.
You went back in the cookies jar, you ate your own. And you wrote a letter requesting, T12, wait now.
Understand that? It's not eating. It's a practice. It's not eating.
I'm just saying eating, T12.
When you say eating, there are brain people outside there here eating to be something like stealing.
But you said Bremer Camara ate their own 2017.
No. Listen, let's be honest with you. In 2017, and before the partners wrote this letter, nobody in the Ministry of Finance believed this was wrong. It was practice. It was common money, was fungible. It was a financial practice ingrained in the culture of the Ministry of Finance for years, not just 2017. This is 2016. This is 2014. It's been going on. But remember, the partners and the government, the president was a darling of the partners. So remember that context. President Shelley was a darling. They're never going to write her a letter in the public like that. So it's a different story. So let's get that context. It's the context I want to bring people to understand. And when the government changed,
we understand.
Now,
you got to tell the Liberian people how much did you receive from this same bucket?
I mean, I don't have all that detail, but I believe we took different amounts to pay salary. It could run to 1.5 million. It could be 2 million. It could be 3 million, something like that.
How many times did you receive money?
It's not something that you do, you receive. You just do it, you swap it to pay salary, and the money you put it back. So some of the money we receive, we put it back. We always put it back. We were faster than Bremer because this is 2017, and 1 year later the money is not being paid. So when Janga Koro takes the money, he puts it back. But it does happen that when the partners noticed the idea that we've been taking it, people saw the opportunity to say, we could turn anything into a crisis against this government. That's how that whole signature thing came in.
Russell, we are on this letter 2017. Bremer took money. They wrote a letter 2017 to Samuel Tua to pay back. He paid back, but he can't tell us how much he received under the CDC government. Let's see your question.
Put it at 2-3 million. I mean, I will not be exact, but 2-3 million. Let's say it that way, nobody taking 10 million from these parts. Nobody. This is a small amount to just move government when the revenue comes, because we can't take 10 million of our revenue. No, revenue coming every day, 1,500,000. So you can go take 5 million. You take 1, 2. When 500,000, you put it back. You wait for the next one. That's how the controller and the people who are doing these things are not Minister of Finance. I mean, basically, sometimes it's the controller and all of that.
But you know what happened? But you know what happened in Detroit before Russell coming? Yes. You can give the network document on Bremer Camara, but you can't remember on the CDC how much you collected, how much you requested.
Because the reason why that's not important here You're not understanding the thing again. The reason why the public already know that Samuel Twe took donor money. So they don't want to see a letter. What they want to see is whether Boimon Kamara or Amara Kone or Gafwan took money too. That's all the public want.
No. The public want to see the letter of how much you collected from the same donors. To be fair.
I can tell the public here now that our money will have been 3 million, 2.5 million. That's important because they already know we took money. What they don't know, the news to them tonight, the breaking news, is that they're going to bear tonight. So also the thing here started on Manaseli. Then that one of the clarifications that's happening tonight. Oh, so they donor money here and not just Samuel Twe. I'm glad to know we check.
But we want to see the letter.
You see the letter written to me. You see the amount we took. Not news for the public. The public already know I took money. So I will show you a letter for you. My focus was not on me because the public already know. If the public wants to see a letter, I will get a public letter. Maybe I will check what I want to show and show it to you. Send a complaint against Samuel Twe. Maybe that 500,000. You'll see my own letter.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we'll be looking to.
I'm looking for the breaking news. That one not breaking news.
Okay, Mr. Twe. So during your tenure, Liberia faced inflation. There was currency depreciation and fiscal pressure. What do you consider your most effective economic intervention and why? Because critics are saying that the ordinary Liberians did not really feel the benefits of the macroeconomic reforms that you're talking about.
What? Look, CDC and macroeconomics, that 5 and 6, that bread and butter, forget it. Nobody. You go in the IMF today, the IMF will differ with me on things. They'll tell you, say, CDC macroeconomics was macroeconomics. You go to the IMF, they'll tell you, say, yeah, the program at the end of the day, there was some slippages, but these people ran macro. Yes, they ran macro. We brought inflation down from 30% to 7%. Before macro, President, here's one of the things that I believe we were not too successful in conveying, even though the Liberian people were getting the impact. President Weah called all the rice importers in his yard early in 2018. I recently posted bread and butter issue price. Price of rice was $16. President Weah came and called these people and brought it to $13. And I would say my hat's off to the rice importers of this country under President Weah at that time, because you know what? We did not subsidize. I saw some people responding to me saying that we subsidized that 2018. There was no, I beg your Minister of Finance people, when you're writing, you're right honestly for the Liberian people. When President Weah did the subsidy in 2018, there was, the price control, there was no subsidy. So that was like a miracle for me. The man was holding the water coming out of the dam and he had it for 3 years. And I don't know how the importers managed under him, but I would say kudos to him. We got to give him a award for that. He had that price steady for 3. COVID-19 didn't change that price. The only thing that threatened that price was the Ukraine war, because the freight went up. So the importer said, no way now. The dam has burst, the water can, the president, a good way can, and the president was still insisting he didn't want to break it. We had to form committee, extraordinary committee. That's how we brought the subsidy. That subsidy was in around 2022, I believe, between 2021 and 2022. So all your critics out there, there was no subsidy from 2018, no subsidy 2019, no subsidy 2020. I beg you, y'all tell the Liberian people the God fair truth, honest truth. Y'all talk that one to them. So that's how President Weah. So that's macroeconomic impact. When the price of rice stay at $13 below, and when the president able to hold that, Liberians benefited from that. I think we didn't communicate that electorally. I don't think, but again, how will you communicate that when people talking about 16 billion, when people lying about that I'm Minister of Finance, I'm dividing 25 million. Let me be clear here. No Minister of Finance goes in the street. There are people to this day who believe that I was in the street dividing money. Let me tell you, only central bank people do monetary operation. Honor Boimon Kamara, honor President Salif. And I wanted to say one thing earlier. And I wanted to say maybe it was a mistake or it's not a mistake, but it's a debate that I will throw the Liberian people. You know the reason why MOBA became an issue? If you play President Weah back I would debate hard whether we'll do that same thing, but I would still say we'll do it because I'm a transparent man. It's because President Wiapo in his speech that we'll take 25 million and use it to stabilize. There is no speech in President Sirleaf, nowhere President Sirleaf ever stood up to say she would take 25 million from the central bank, even though the central bank was drawing down reserve regularly to mop up. But because our president was trying to make the president a transparent, honest president, so this is where honesty backfired. Now, to the Liberian people, should the president have been honest to say 25 million, which will bring visibility, then politicians will go look and see what the central bank doing, and they will lie on it? Or had the president not made that statement, the country would not have known that a mop-up operation was going on.
So you are.
Was that, no, I'm asking the country, I'm asking the public, was that a mistake for the president to have been honest and fair to the Liberian people, or should he have hidden it such that there will be no mop-up noise today? If I come back, I would say the president should speak it because we are honest and fair in CDC. We don't mind the politics. We can lose elections for it, but we are clean with the Liberian people. I think George will always want to be clean. Yeah.
But there a mop-up exercise.
There has always been a mop-up by central bank staffers. I just showed you the letter. Can you put that one up also in 2014 so you can see the mop-up that the CBL does? It's a regular CBL operation. They do what they do. The whole exercise there. No, that one. No, that one that the money the government debited.
All right. So I will find that letter, but I'm asking you. So you did a mop-up exercise on the CDC?
So the mop-up exercise was done by the Central Bank of Liberia, not by the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance and is the chair of the economic management team. We're only going to the central bank for them to brief us on all the monetary operation they're doing. Then we think it through. They go in the field and go do the operation. They advised that minister, as chair, if you want impact, Monia Siaple, who was, I think, the chief economist at the CBL, if you want impact to bring the exchange rate down, and there was impact, you have to physically go out in a short-term basis and bring this money there. And this is what we do.
How much?
I believe it was $2 billion Liberian dollars. I think the operation was
in the total of US, how much?
The mop-up involved 17 million. So the president authorized 25 in his speech, but actually the central bank used 17 million. That's another correction.
Okay. So let's get it straight, D12. Yeah. Let's take our time, let the people understand. 1725, you guys carry out a mop-up exercise, correct?
Central bank. Yes, central bank.
But you were involved as the Minister of Finance.
I was not involved. That's the thing. So let's correct that on the show. I'm the chair of the economic management team that is meeting at the central bank, and central bank staffers who do financial operations go and do it and bring the information to the Ministry of Finance, the LRA boss, the National Investment, who are meeting in the EMT Council to see what they are doing. That's not us running that operation.
But the economic management team that you were chair of, you had a role into the process. Am I correct?
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying the economic management team was based at CBL, and the CBL staffers were doing their monetary operations and reporting to the team. Just as LRA.
But you said you were the chair. You were chair on that team as a finance minister. You said
the finance minister is the chair of the economic management team.
So as a chair on the team, you had direct involvement with the operation.
No, the Minister of Finance cannot do monetary operations. He's a fiscal minister.
George, maybe maybe I'm confused.
Okay, that's part of the confusion the country in.
But
because nobody wants to hear this thing.
Minister, you are chair on the team that supervises the operation.
No, you're not getting that. That team is not supervising the operation. That team is over gasoline. That team is over country rice. That team is over fuel oil. That team is over chicken. Anything that got to do with the economy in the country, that team is headed by the president, and the technical arm of that team is headed by the finance minister. So the thing that the president told Jeremiah Kun, Vice President Jeremiah Kun, to go stabilize the price, that the work of that team is to stabilize anything happening in the country. Now they will go to Commerce Ministry when it got to do with price. They will go to Central Bank when it got to do with monetary policy. They will come to Ministry of Finance when it got to do with payroll. Anything that is troubling, the team has a focus nationally.
So as a finance minister,
yes,
you carry out a mop-up exercise around 17 or 25 million.
The CBL carry out a mop-up
wait,
exercise.
yeah. Wait now, wait.
No,
The CBL, but wait. I'm coming there.
Yeah.
So the CBL is carrying out the exercise. You as the finance minister, you say you had no involvement. Am I correct?
That is no. I'm giving you the involvement as chair of the economic management team. I'm sitting with the investment commission, the deputy minister of state, the minister of agriculture, all the economic management people, and the central bank staffers come to tell us the result of their monetary operation. So they come to us and say, we want to do it mop up. This is what we know how to do. We will go to do it, and we believe when we do it, we'll report back, but we'll see the results. How is that possible? That means
but then why are you shifting? Because you are shifting. Emmanuel, let me bring you in. Right? So Dito, I beg you, hold on 1 minute. The Liberian people listen to you. You either in or you out. You either in or you not. You cannot say you were sitting and the people reporting to you guys. Emmanuel, I'm confused. What is Samuel Twe saying? Was he involved or he's not directly or indirectly? Emmanuel, just come in, man. Come in, Dr. George. This is not clear.
How is that clear? Do you believe that I went and took money to Newtown?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you,
it's important for you to say something. I didn't take money.
No. Samuel Twe,
yes.
Samuel Twe, Minister Twe, right?
Yeah.
You were finance minister.
That's correct.
The mop-up exercise, you can tell the Liberian people you knew about the operation. If you wasn't involved, if you wasn't involved directly in the operation, but they reported to you because you just said, you are not too clear.
No, Stanton, the Liberian people believe through partly your network and other places that Samuel Twe was in the street with the central bank staff going from business to business to collect money. Now, you got to help tell and say, no, that lie. You're lie on Samuel Twe on that one. Samuel Twe was sitting down in a room when the people who go in the street to do their monetary operation, I don't know who are they, but they don't come into the meeting that the central bank governor and the economists who probably not go in the street coming and reporting the result to us. And we get the result. We know how much money came back to the bank. We don't see it. We go into the monetary operation. They say, okay, they took 500,000 today. Okay, then we monitor the exchange rate, and the exchange rate did drop. People turn that over and say, I was in a taxi. I went to Newtown and they saw me. Somebody called from Nima County and asked me that question. I went, EBC.
All right. Emmanuel, let's bring Emmanuel in. Dr. George.
So let me be clear. I don't want Warren was sitting there in the room with the central bank. What I want to clarify is that Samuel Dito Jr. is Minister of Finance. You got to respect the office, even you don't respect the man. The Minister of Finance can't even go outside to pay government worker. He can't go in the street to pay worker. He will not go join.
We will not have the we got to get to the bottom because you are yet to start it all. Emmanuel, what are you understanding from the minister? Go ahead, Emmanuel.
Good evening, Honorable Minister. I hope you are doing great this evening. Good to see you.
More than great, man. More than great. It's great
Good.
to talk to you.
On May 19, 2019, in his address to the nation, you are the chairman of the technical economy management team, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
And you are reclusing yourself. You said this was a full central bank business that you were not involved in the $25 million mop-up exercise. But on May 29, 2019, when former President Weah addressed the nation, he accused the team of two things in that address on page 5 of the address. He says that businesses that you all listed for the mop-up exercise revealed that they did not participate in the exercise. And 2, some of those businesses could not be found anywhere in Liberia.
So who did they then? Who did they?
So as the chairman of the technical economic management team,
yes,
when businesses were being listed to participate in the mop-up exercise, were you not aware?
We don't do central bank operation. This is what I'm trying to understand here. Listen, the central committee goes to, if we're dealing with price, we go to the Ministry of Commerce. We say, Ministry of Commerce, we understand there is a substandard lab in Nukutan somewhere killing Liberia with bad drugs. Ministry of Commerce, y'all go find out. The Ministry of Commerce will take their technical team and go in the street, go solve that problem and come back. Are you telling me that because I say the Minister of Commerce will go inspect, that I went to the team to inspect? That I'm trying to tell you, I'm aware of the Minister of Commerce going to inspect. I'm aware of the CBL doing their work, but I do not do their work. I don't go. Nobody from the Ministry of Finance goes with the CBL. It's Richard Walker, it's Foncia Donso, it's the people who work at the central bank under the governor. They go to their place and they go do their operation. If they don't know how to do it, Samuel Twe will not take the responsibility as the fiscal minister because the central bank made a mistake.
Honorable Minister,
yeah,
you were injecting $25 billion into the economy. I'm not saying that you go into the street to do the work. I'm saying that businesses were shortlisted. Businesses were targeted.
Yeah.
And those businesses are reporting back to Mr. President that they did not participate in this exercise. Those businesses are also reporting back to Mr. President that they were not involved in this exercise.
Because
and
Mr.
those
President,
businesses and other businesses and other reports are reporting that some of those businesses were never found. Now, you as the chairman of that technical management team, who is responsible now for working with your team to disperse $25 million of our taxpayer money, are you telling me that you did not have any strategy in place to tackle these businesses that did not participate or were not found?
That responsibility is not on the technical management team, it's on the central bank. That's the core business of the central bank. The technical management team cannot tell the central bank how to do monetary policy.
So are you saying, Mr. Minister, I understand you. Are you saying that once you put this in place, you are not receiving report throughout the process from the central bank as the chair of that team?
We're not auditing the central bank to see it's not an audit to the central bank to see how. The fundamental question here, this crisis, is that the central bank does not have the competence to do mop-up. So the committee must show the central bank supervisory oversight on how to do it. That is what I resist. I resent that characterization because the central bank has been doing this operation since the last 15 years the war ended. I sent Stanton the mop-up done in 2014. It will be helpful if you can put it up, Stanton, so people see in 2014, mop-up was done. These people have years of experience. When the economics management team hearing from them, we are not questioning their competence. We're not going to ask them, say, you don't know how to work to do. We don't ask them what business you do. They're supposed to know what to do. That's their core monetary function.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah,
Minister.
hold on, Emmanuel, let's stick with this. We still got a lot of time. It's good to have Minister Twe in studio to address this. Minister Twe.
Yeah.
You didn't get in the pickup. You didn't get in the taxi to go around to distribute money. That is clear.
No. Say that again, please. Say that.
No. I'm saying, as you said, that is clear. You say you didn't do it. Listen.
Hallelujah.
Wait.
Let's say that again. My man, I think you said don't say again.
But wait, no. D12.
Yeah.
I'm coming to something here.
Okay.
But you know what is so discouraging here? You chairing that committee. Let me ask you, did the process work? Now you know that the people saying you listed fake company, not you, but those that went out there. The operation was a failure. Well, what was your advice to the president thereafter? Did you guys deceive the Liberian people, the central bank, the government as a whole? Did you guys deceive the Liberian people in this operation of the 25 million mop-up exercise?
My knowledge after that is that whatever the central bank has been doing under Madam Salif up to President Weah, now I know they did not know what they were doing. But I will not Samuel Twe responsibility there. I will not economic management team responsibility.
No. You just said, and thank God these guys are here. They didn't know what they were doing. But what was your advice?
No. So that's what that means now. That means the mop up that you now talk about in 2014, the one that the document I gave you, that direct mop up document I gave you. The reason you're not talking about it now is because President Salif at that time did not announce it to the world that we're taking withdrawal. The reason we're talking about it one is because President Weah say, Central Bank, you take money from the reserve. Central Bank take money from the reserve regularly to do monetary operation. President don't have to go say it. We made President Weah to say it. That's how it became a political football. So the wrong here is not that. The issue here is that the Central Bank has always...
But I care less about Madam Salif now. You had that information. You didn't go after Madam Salif and her folks. I'm going after you and CDC. I care less about that information. Let's talk about your involvement here and the CDC. So hold on 1 minute. You admitted on the show that Central Bank, since Madam Salif time to call CDC, they didn't know what they were doing. You just said that.
No.
What was your advice?
Based on the result that we got, that people are going to people, it means to me that anytime the Central Bank did mop up in the past under their monetary operation, there were issues. But the reason those issues were not coming to the pool because the public did not know about their monetary operations.
So again, what did you tell Mr. President?
I have no role to play in central bank operations. The president can fire the governor of the central bank, but the minister of finance.
No, Tito, hold on.
Yeah,
you as a chair on that committee, what was your report to Mr. President on the exercise?
Oh, the report. When the central bank files the report, we tape it and send it to the president about money collected, the impact on the exchange rate, all that one. When the auditors go, at that time, the audit was not done. This was investigated. The reason the investigation happened is because of the politics. You're still missing the reason why me and you.
I don't know. I'm not missing it. I will not go there. I want to get it. The reason why Minister Twe, you admitted that same Madam Salif to the current CDC, the whole process was messed up.
No, I didn't admit that. It's because of the results that became exposed because an audit. So in other words, if the GSE goes to audit 2014 operation, my supposition is that the result we saw in 2017, we will see it in 2014. That is my thinking because the same people did it.
But on a George Manawea, it wasn't a successful process. And because of that, we are beating on you and the CDC government today. Right, Russell? Because we said what 25 million, you said it was 17 million, whatever the amount was. The result, it wasn't successful. Can you admit that the George Manawea government, after everything was said and done, you had a failed process when you're talking about mop-up exercise?
I would disagree with that conclusion because it was politicized. The mop-up was successful in the form of the exchange rate stabilizing. It's very clear the results were there. The exchange rate were on the path to 187. It came down to 154 and it stayed that way. So the mop-up monetary operation was successful. The central bank in the operationalizing that monetary operation, in carrying out the function, wherever their expertise, that's their domain, that's their forte. If they committed errors, that's on the central bank. That's not on the economic management team. So it's very clear. Economic management team.
Russell, President George Manawea put the finance minister as chair on the economic management team, right? The EMT. And the chairman on the EMT saying, well, blame the central bank, don't blame me, because it was their operation. How do you think they're going to settle in with the Liberian people? The finance minister chair on the EMT.
Oh, the Liberian people. Listen, that one fundamental question Liberian people got to ask. Mr. Twe, when you go to the EMT meeting, that you can be running the central bank, the EMT meeting, as chair of the EMT, you can take over the central bank when you go there, where all the staff can be reporting to you, or the central bank governor can go meet his staff, then again the people, then he can't bring it to you like a cabinet meeting. That is how the central bank, that's how the EMT runs.
Who was the governor at the time?
Not Petrie.
Not Petrie was the governor at the time. Russell, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Toy. So, okay, so everything for you, you trying to obfuscate and claim that it was politicized. But so, in hindsight, though, is there anything that you would have done differently regarding, say, for example, the mop-up exercise, the currency management, or the coordination with the central bank?
In hindsight, the only thing, and I said it earlier, I don't think I will stay and do it. In hindsight, is to say the president, we have not made any speech about reserve. That's the only problem here. If President Weah had not spoken, there would have been no, Darius Dillon was not going to go on the radio and say Samuel Toy was carrying money in Douala. Simple. You're not going to go on the radio because he would not have known. Central bank operation is monetary operation. Right now, you don't know. You know what the central bank doing? You don't know. Whether they're printing money, they're not printing money, you don't know. So we're just sitting. So that's how
So you think by President we are publicly stating that or saying, making those remarks, that sort of like
that put the political football in the hand of an opposition that were already looking for something to damage a government in 3 months that they believe that should not have been leading the country. So they went out fishing and said, "Oh my man, they 25 million thing there, we can make it a political thing. We turn it inside." We just politicize it, and they were successful in that. That's the only lesson I see there. But the central bank has done mop-up operations for more than a decade. They have the experience. I, as Minister of Finance, I don't know how to do it. I don't know their methodology. I don't investigate their method. I don't go to the central bank and say, I don't trust your capabilities in doing monetary operations, so I want to review your files. That would be too arrogant of me. I don't go and say, Walker, you're a banker, you don't know how to do your stuff. No, I don't do that. I leave them, they advise. The only thing we say is that they advise us, say, Minister, if you want the macroeconomic impact on the exchange rate, this is the way we will have to do it. Since they are the ones who are doing it, I don't know how to do it. I can't advise and say, no, don't do it because that's their job. The man who has the expertise, the doctor tell you, say, if you want to live, I will have to operate the left side and penetrate. You say no, then you say you will die. You say yes, he go operate, you die. Then you say who you blame. You have to trust him. He has the expertise. That's it.
Okay. So one let me ask you this. So one recurring concern was during your leadership was public trust in fiscal governance. What structural challenges you believe made transparency difficult, and where do you, as Minister of Finance and Development Planning, where do you accept responsibility?
You got to understand the challenge that CDC faced. The issue of public trust was an issue of the politicization of what we were doing in the country. So the country was already toxic. Donors coming together and saying we were taking their money, which Fubi repeats every day on the show that we were corrupt because we took donor money and I was sanctioned because of that. The Senator of Monserrado County, Darius Dillon, and all the political establishment in the Unity Party making mockery of mop-up, all kinds of things in the mop-up situation. So these are political situations. I'm just telling you the politics of the thing. It has nothing to do with Minister of Finance, Samuel Toy, nothing. Yeah. If you wanna deal with me, say people take salary, but deal with me with Minister of Finance issues. Okay. The harmonization, that mean there. That's my area. I will not run away from it. That's my area.
Yeah, but Samuel, Minister Toy, it's not about you alone. It's about the government that you serve under, the president that you serve under. So we are saying to you, Minister Toy, there was an issue. There was a lot of issue. The donors themselves wrote a letter complaining that you guys using and misusing the funds that were directed for other purposes.
You raising that point?
You raising that point? Wait, D12. You are saying don't put it on Samuel Toy, but holistically, your government was at fault. And when we're talking about the 25 million or 17 million mop-up exercise, your government as a whole, including the central bank, I mean, the Liberian people blame you guys for it, and you're admitting that they didn't do it correctly. You are admitting.
Central bank is not in politics. The mistake we made, that's what I'm saying. And reason why we moved it, after that, what we did? The president moved the central bank from the economic management team. I don't know whether this government has put it back because central bank is independent. When central bank go print money, the public didn't know they didn't know how much they printed. All I want, that's it. They should not be in politics. This whole thing put them into politics, and that's the mistake we made. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So we had to move the central bank from monetary. Central bank is not part of the economic management team, which is sad, but they control a large side of the economy. They don't go because of politics, because people politicize their monetary operation and say that EMT doing their work. So we move it.
Yeah, but Dito, we got to move on. This story is not adding up. I think the president at the time, George Manowi, I trusted your ability, your skill to help through that process. But now you are separating yourself. You are saying that on Summer 12, you go to the central bank governor, right, George? And everything that was done that wasn't done correctly, you're blaming central bank. You don't blame finance minister.
That is it, because that is what happened. The problem I have is that you want me to say what happened did not happen. What happened was that the economic management team was sitting at central bank. Let me ask you something. Suppose we were sitting at Ministry of Finance. Let's put it in another context. Suppose we were not going to the Ministry of Finance, central bank. Suppose our meetings were held at the Ministry of Finance. Let the public think about that. The central bank governor comes to the Ministry of Finance. He makes a report from there to go away. What would be the outcome? You will say what? You will say Samuel Tuah running the central bank?
Regardless where you guys find yourself. You are finance minister. We are talking about 25 million of the Liberian people money. And the report coming out, you guys mean the entire government, CDC, didn't spend the money wisely, irregularities. But you are saying, don't blame central bank, don't blame finance ministry, blame central bank, because it was their operation. I think it's disappointing.
Oh, that's it. When you go to the investigation,
Chairman, yes, the list. Everybody got to see, right? Yes, the list. Samuel D. co-chair, Nathaniel Petty. You guys work hand in hand, Samuel Tuah.
Listen to me. It's not for monetary operations. It's for the whole country. It's for
let me finish. Samuel Tuah, let me finish. I beg you, D. Tuah. And the Liberian people need to hear this. Emmanuel Russell. There will be no way Samuel Tuah want us to buy into he didn't know.
No, I'm not saying I know.
The Liberian people want to know what was the problem here. That when the report came out, most of the small businesses, they lied. They didn't give us anything. They put ghost company on the list. Look at the name. Wilson Tapper, Minister of Commerce. Look at the name. Honorable Thomas Dona, may so rest in peace, LRA. Honorable Gray, Chairman, National Investment Commission. Honorable Charles Bright, Advisor, Economic Affairs. Shokon Kui. Look at Nathaniel Petty again. Look at all these names. Well,
EMT, technical EMT. They're not monitoring operation there.
Yeah, but technical EMT, you are directly working with the bank governor. You know you were part of the operation. You saw the documents.
No, the governor of the central bank is in a position, what they call, he's not there because of monetary operation. The position establishing as the co-chair. Not for monetary business, for gas, for rice shortage, for agricultural shortage. I just want you to understand what the TMT is. The TMT did not go to do monetary operation at the central bank. The reason you and you having this agreement is that you think this committee went and took over the function of the central bank and did monetary operation. I am telling you,
no, that's not what I think.
What the politicians wanted the public to believe.
That's not what I think. This is what I think.
Okay, what do you think?
Thank God we having a sit down conversation.
It's a clarifying conversation. Very good for people.
I think we didn't. I think in this process and on this topic, you are not being sincere. You are cherry picking what you know and what you didn't know. You are cherry picking because you cannot tell us that not Perry, the central bank governor at the time, received the mop-up SSI money, ran with the operation, and the operation wasn't successful. People complained in part, but you say Samuel Twe didn't know because it wasn't my business.
I don't understand what you don't understand how people complain. The people did the monetary operation. They brought their money into the central bank. They reported that the money, minister, the money as chairman, the members, we have sterilized $2 billion Liberian dollars. Is already in the vault. We brought it in. Our job is not to go audit them to say let's be honest. The TMT is a cabinet level team. It's not going to investigate one.
Let's listen to the complaint. Emmanuel, can you read the complaint after about those companies that complain?
Well, how the complaint came about first? Oh, let's understand how the complaint came about. Because of the politics, and so then you go to investigate. If because of the politicization.
So let's listen to the complaint. Emmanuel, can you put it up, please? Let's listen to the complaint. And then we'll move on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the former finance minister, Samuel Ditwe, in studio. We're glad to have him on this mop-up exercise. Let's try to rest this whole thing. Samuel Ditwe said that I hear that is central bank. Okay? So everything now going to the central bank. And we'll try to get the central bank governor at the time to explain. Because something didn't go all right. Somebody ended up messing up the 25
the central bank says nothing about monetary operation. He did nothing about the MAPA. He was just a chair EMT were reporting to him. That is what the central bank.
Emmanuel, let's get a complaint from you, please, sir.
No, I have the president's speech when he says that, okay, at the completion of the MOPA exercise, criticism and allegation were made that the process has not been done in a proper and professional manner. And that
hold on right there. So, Senator, you heard that President Barker speech, that President George Barker speech.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? So hold on, Ditwe. So you can admit, even George Manuel said we had a problem with the issue. So let's allow Emmanuel to continue. Emmanuel, go ahead.
And that there have been irregularities and issues of mismanagement. These issues were referred to me by the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Liberia for further investigation. He thereupon referred the matter to the General Auditing Commission. Upon completion of its investigation, the GSC has reported its finding to the Minister of Justice, who has recently announced this finding to the general public.
Hold on right there, Senator. What become of the investigation? What become of the investigation?
If people investigated everybody over there, the reason that you can do nothing about this is that's why I'm telling you, the committee over there was a cabinet meeting and sitting in the central bank, people who doing their work reporting to or were never supervised.
What become of the investigation on the CDC government? What become of this investigation?
No. The CBL people were suspended. Actions were taken against CBL people.
That's what I want you to say. That's what I want you to say.
Some people, listen. The reason why this thing is in what they call, and you can hear on your shows on post say why you're not investigating Samuel Twe from
at the end of the day,
the reason the interest here is that Samuel Twe. You go investigate Samuel Twe. When you go investigate Samuel Twe, they say, but when we investigate Samuel Twe,
we gotta move on. We gotta move on Samuel Twe. And at the end of the day, those guys walk free.
No. The central bank people were reprimanded. There were actions taken based on the recommendation of the committee of the central bank people.
What was the action? What was the action?
The politicians wanted TMP people.
Wait, Samuel Twe. What was the action taken?
The people were dismissed. Some people were pursued in court. Yeah.
And then what? What become of it?
You got to ask the justice people.
I'm asking you. Samuel Twe, let me say this. Because the Liberian people need to know the truth. There was nothing done. Everything was fly. And CDC government let these people walk free. So who ate the Liberian people 25 million? It may not be Samuel Twe. No, listen now. It may not be Samuel Twe because you defended yourself, but somebody ate it. And the president and the justice ministry allowed them to walk free. Am I correct?
First, the audit was done. The audit did not say any money got missing. So that the other correction that we need to make. Nothing in our audit said the people did not bring the money into the bank. The people brought the money into the bank. So what the issue there? The people brought the money. Stanton Watterson, go to JD supermarket and bring me 10 oranges. Stanton brought the 10 oranges. Oh no, Stanton didn't go to JD supermarket. Stanton went to Fubi supermarket. Okay, that's the issue. The 10 oranges came into the place.
That's
so
not an issue.
No, the issue is that there's no money missing.
Even George Manawer, even the former president acknowledged.
Have you read the audit report? Stanton? Read the audit report from the GSC. It is there. No money is missing. No money is missing from the central bank.
Why the president said people should be
because the procedure, because people went and said, people went and said, some people said, he reached there, who are we to say the politician didn't go in the field?
All right, guys, let's move on. All right, let's move on.
Who are we not to say that? When do you think that politicians can go and manipulate the process and people go and say, oh, they want, but no money missing you. But still people say, I see the other person, I see her. So
ladies and gentlemen, we want to say again, continue to share the show. Continue to share the show. We have some detour here, and we're going to move on other issue. Am I correct, guys? Winfred Russell, we spend a lot of time on sanction, on the mop-up exercise. Let's make progress.
But the good thing about the people here is that the people interested in investigating, you get nothing to do with it, so that what the investigation can go on. Because when you go investigate, they say, but some of them get nothing to do with it, so my man lead that team, man. It will not involve that thing, what we're going behind it for. So it die, that fly. So that one.
Let me ask you. Let's shift gear here. Let's come to harmonization. Mm-hmm. Why is it this government cannot do away with one of your signature, George Manawer signature policy, harmonization?
And one of your callers last night asked that question. That's what I remember. I said I'm inspired by your callers last night. They said, I want Mr. Tuer to explain why, because that guy probably voted believing the harmonization would have been shredded as soon as President Boubacar got into office. It's 2 years. And I'm telling that guy tonight, in the next 50 years, forget about President Boubacar. President Weah comes back. Another president comes back. They can do nothing about harmonization because it was a good policy. You know, the party will never come to the public and say, to be honest with y'all, harmonization was a very brilliant policy, but if we say so, then CDC will score political point over us. So that there's honesty guiding the whole process right now. Here's why harmonization was a good policy. Harmonization, first of all, made sure that there is only one payroll as opposed to 2 payrolls. The country had 2 payrolls, general allowance, basic salary. And the way we were doing that, we're not taxing down Social Security from 108. We're taking Social Security. In response to your show last night, I sent it to you. Somebody from the public service said, tell Stanton the reason why harmonization was good. I sent it to you. He said, because harmonization put money in the pocket of Liberians because under the old system, the Social Security Corporation were not taking money from these Liberians. So when they retire, they will get small money. Right now, harmonization made sure that they are taking the maximum amount under the law, I think 4%. So when they get old, they will get plenty of money. Now, some nurses, some people say because they are now deducting 4%, they accuse harmonization of taxing them. That was part of the politics of harmonization. There was no taxing there. We didn't affect no health worker. Harmonization brought 2 salaries together and tax it. That's what we did. Harmonization made the judiciary pay taxes. To cancel harmonization, you have to tell the judiciary, do not pay taxes. The judiciary in this country was not paying taxes. The Chief Justice and the judges and the justices must argue the way I understood them. They say, look, our profession is unique. We don't do business when we're on the bench. We don't get involved in politics. So we are limited. This is the reason why we got to protect. I said, look, but even in America, I tell you, honor, in America, with all respect, the justices, they're paying taxes. Justices, the judges all over the world will have to pay their taxes. So what we can do, you can say we can do the formula in such a way that it will be netting out, but you still have to be shown that you pay. That's what we did. When President Boubacar wants to change that, he got to tell the judiciary, you don't pay taxes. When he want to change that, he got to say, let's go back to the 2 systems, general allowance and basic salary. Those 2 are not possible. So there is no way anybody can change harmonization. So those of you who are expecting, let me tell you, the reason why you say they must change harmonization is because harmonization is not about salary cut. Harmonization is about making sure that one driver does not make 200 in one ministry, then another driver is making 1,000. It's not fair. Harmonization makes sure all drivers who are 10-year experience supposed to make the same salary. Under the old system, one secretary in one office was making 200, another secretary close to the minister was making 2,000. Our waste of the Liberian people money and our inequity. Harmonization ended that. It put everybody on a pay scale. Now, it did not carry everybody up because we don't have that amount of money to carry everybody up. It also did not bring everybody down the way we think. Some people who are making 3,000, we brought them down to like 1,005, like that. Some people who are making 200, we carry them up to 500, but we can't carry you up to 2,000 because we don't have the money. This government right now with 1.2 billion, something, got the opportunity then now to see how you graduate progressively to carry the salary of the Liberian people up, because that's what harmonization plan. So when we stabilize the salary, the people who are way down, the nurses then, in fact, we put, I think 5 or 10 million in the budget. I think it's 5 million before President Weah left office. He signed something with the nurses and say, I will give you a certain class and I will put this money. The government took it from there. This government took that money away from the nurses.
Okay, but so let's get into the question. We are on harmonization. Russell, Emmanuel, let's get into this thing because it's very important. I'm asking you directly. You work with the IMF, you work with other partners. Do you think this government would do away with harmonization? They got 4 years to go.
If the government do away with harmonization, there will be no IMF program. It's not possible. No,
so the government will keep it.
Harmonization is the law. I'm just saying I said 50 years, I said 4 years. There is no government that can do away with harmonization because of what I've just explained. It's the fundamental policy that happened under President Weah. It was misinterpreted, it was, bamboozled, but it was beneficial to because let me tell you, without harmonization, President Weah government was going to collapse. Then we could not reach 2023. We were never going to reach 2023. We would have finished in 2020.
Russell, harmonization.
Now, thank you. How would you describe your working relationship with these multilateral financial institutions like the World Bank, IMF, and other donor partners? How would you describe them?
Today, I published the domestic debt and international debt. When you look at that, one of the reasons you see CDC standing at 78 million, and Unity Party has run the country for 12 years, sitting at 774. So on international debt, we actually beat the Unity Party. There is 6 year, beat 12 year on international debt. To tell you, the trust and confidence from the IMF and the World Bank and the MCC was strong when it comes to macroeconomic governance. To the extent I would tell you that there was small conflict between even the IMF and the World Bank. The IMF believed that we're getting too much money from the bank and we needed to scale back. I was fighting with them, especially when it came to the Southeast Road. We had to fight. I fought with the World Bank. I said, the fund can do this. I said, the countries need this money. They say, but you got too much disbursement. You signed too many things, money too gushing into Liberia right now. We need to slow down. So to answer your question, I'm giving you the evidence. They say, show me the evidence. You will see it in the 778. In fact, when I wrote that thing, I made a rule. 1 year transition, meaning all the debt that coming after we leave power is supposed to be for us. I think that rule should not be 1 year, it's supposed to be 2 years. But the way I do it, if I do it 2 years, the public will say I'm cheating because I will give myself all the loan because all the money that coming, in fact, some of the money that's still coming now, I put it into the pipeline. So I should claim it. But I give it to Unity Party. Yeah, because there was a gush. I think about 350 million supposed to come under CDC. I just cut it in half. I gave half to Unity Party. So that's to tell you the trust and confidence the international community had. So the international community is mixed. IMF, World Bank, MCC, trust. Treasury, get some State Department, makes Treasury. So that my complaint when I go to Treasury, I say, why is it that State Department is giving us different view? And when we come, you working with the IMF more, you see different view. You say you got to go to Treasury, you got to sort it out. So there were mixed messages in some part. World Bank, IMF, clear with the government. I want you can go all the tips, you will see that. So there was no doubt issue with the international community. Yeah.
Now let's get what you said quickly, because you were very fast in that. Go back to the international debt on where you left it compared to where you sit today.
Yeah, so international debt, we left it at 612 million. We met it at 612. So then the next year, so money. So I'm saying that next year, money that came in 2018, it goes to United Party because that was money that they already approved. So I think we got it now at international debt. We got it at 778, and UP is 774. So the total international debt is about 1.55 change billion. Yeah. But we got a lot of, so in 6 years, I mean, we front loaded a lot, which is why we say everything that the United Party coming do right now, that already CDC finish mapping, all that flow that you see coming. When I say with 10-year financing with electricity, when I say the Southeastern Road Corridor, when I say IRAS project, 46 schools, 25 schools built in districts where there have never been any school at all. The Minister of Education, Ansu Soni, made sure that those schools were located in places where no schools that ever been sent to the country were founded in 1847. They were independent in 1847. Nothing. We built 25 schools there. We built 3 model schools in Ganta, Kakata. Then he got 18 schools, early childhood education schools under the Global Partnership for Education funding. Then he got 60 million. President Weah got 60 million World Bank credit that the government, European government, trying to claim 60 million credit and 28 million grants from the GPE to look at quality issue. The 3 questions we got to solve in education here, we got to address access. President Weah addressed access through some of these projects. He addressed access through free tuition and all that stuff. Through WAS. Then he addressed quality through the Excel project under the World Bank and the GPE 28 billion. So that Excel project funded by the GPE and the World Bank will loan, GPE will credit, is going to solve a lot of issues in primary, secondary school quality. The quality issue for which the MCC scorecard is focusing on, girls' education, girls' retention. That is what that project is going to address. So we have answered the question. So this government basically is walking into CDC template. They can't do anything. They got to, the next 2 years, we got to see anything there. Nothing there.
But Mr. Toy, you know, as they common saying now, it's almost become a cliche now, that government is continuity. So you know what Ellen did, you did, you continue from where she left off, and Boyka continue from where you left off. So I mean, so that's a normal process in
government is a
governance process, right? But let's just stick to this international the whole map up exercise and the harmonization. I'm sorry, the whole harmonization piece and all of that. Now, so the international conditionalities, did they ever conflict with what you believe was best for Liberia domestically? Because if you look at this harmonization policy that you guys pushed through, it is, you know, a lot of people are not happy. I mean, a lot of people say, you know, especially folks who are running many of these entities, they see bloated budgets, bloated payrolls. They were looking at, you know, folks where being paid not based on their competence, but because they were just put there. So, you know, did any of these issues that was brought on maybe imposed on us from this international
agency? What are you characterizing, Russell? Are you trying to describe harmonization? Because you're not doing that. Harmonization fixed what you just said. Harmonization fixed what you
But
just said.
it's not a popular policy.
Listen, it's the politicization. I keep telling you, the central word in the CDC 6-year administration is intense politicization that happened around core development issues. Harmonization was one of them. Harmonization took 15,000 people into higher salary and brought 7,000 people into lower salary. If I ask you on an exam, on a typical exam, is that mathematical exercise favorable? If 15,000 people get a higher salary and 7,000 people come down, of course, to the 7,000 people who were very high, and you know why they were high? Because the government has started a reform, and when they noticed that the money was not going to be sufficient, they stopped that reform. That's how people's salary got stuck up. When we came in, you have one ministry, like Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, CSA, I think Ministry of Gender. Their salaries were very elevated. So a secretary in this ministry is making 1,500, a secretary of Ministry of Agriculture making 200. You think that's fair to the Liberian people? Harmonization said no. Harmonization brought the 1,500 guy to 750, but could not bring the 200 guy to 750. It could bring the 200 guy maybe to 300 or 350 because we don't have the money. But in principle, the goal of equity, meaning everybody equal pay for equal work, was achieved in harmonization. Not 100%, but that was the goal. That's why you can't reverse it. To reverse it, you are saying you must carry that guy back who was to 1,005, and you probably must bring the other guy back down, or maybe you won't bring it, but just carry all the people up. They will not do
all
that.
Right, so D12, let me bring in Dr. George. Dr. George, let's hear you on this harmonization question, sir.
Yeah. Again, Minister, it's just great having this conversation with you. But I want to clarify now. I come to harmonization and where your critics are having problem. You talk a lot about you reducing debt, but every document I see, it seems that there was a huge increase in the national debt under your administration. When you came in 2018, the national debt was 1.2 billion. By the time you left in 2023, it was up to 2.3 billion, meaning that you added at least $1.1 billion to the national debt between 2018 to 2023.
So that's a good question to clarify a lot of misunderstanding out there. And I think we must take time to read the table I put together, spend some time on it, follow the CDC line, follow the UP line.
Yeah, I try to follow that line, but most of it, this is not it. Most of it has to do with Standard is the other one. It shows 2020, 2018, and 20 and
yeah, it's 2017 to 2025.
Yeah, I mean, if just do a simple Google the national debt when you left, when you took over.
Listen now, listen, I broke the thing down for you. Listen, I've solved the problem. You can go look for a solution. You say 2017, CDC left, UP left 618. The next year.
No, I didn't say 618. I said the national debt of the Republic of Nigeria.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you it's wrong for you to say
1.2 billion. No, you have been emphasizing. I think that's what the challenge is. You have been emphasizing on international debt and not looking at that national debt includes the international and domestic debt.
I've never said that we're reducing the national debt here on the show. I would never say that. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought I heard you saying that the national debt.
No. What I did is to attribute who is responsible for what in the international and in the domestic. I've solved that problem for the public.
So you met 1.2 billion and you left with 2.3 billion.
No, I met 808.
Oh, you met 808 national debt in 2018.
808 million. And I did not add the rest. So that's the confusion you need to stop. I did not add the rest. So I said.
So where did the 2.3 billion? How come our national debt?
I'm responsible for 778 million international debt. Unity Party is responsible for 774.
I'm talking about the national debt. Are you adding the domestic debt to that? To what you're saying? Because you keep
Yeah. I split also the domestic debt. The table splits domestic and international.
Yeah, so when you add all together, by the time you left in 2022 or
it's
2023, but let's come to the harmonization, Honorable
No.
Minister.
Don't leave it like that, because you know, be clear that I agree. Mr. Twe, the President Weah is not responsible for adding 1.8 million to the debt. So that where the logic was going, we meet 800, then we add everything else. No, everybody got their share. So find out how much United Party responsible for, how much what it costs. So with of the 2.6 billion, United Party responsible for 545 plus 774. Now how much there? At 9-1. Like about 1.3 billion United Party responsible for.
Yeah,
I'm responsible for the rest.
Yeah, so it's 2.3 now. So when you manage, we are saying the same thing. It's just that you go back.
No, the way you said it, you're looking like you're putting the party on us. Now the way you're saying it, I just want you to say, it look like it's split even. Then okay, then you all right.
Okay. What happened is that for 12 years,
clarifying conversation.
Okay, Minister, yeah, we split it. You in 6 years' time, you took half of it. So you bet 1.2, and then in 6 years' time you took it up to 2.3. I agree with that point that you split it, but you can agree with me that half of what we have now came from your administration in 6 years. And the other half came from the Unity Party administration.
Because we front loaded the development. That's the benefit. The benefit is a lot of the work that is happening under the rescue government now was front loaded.
Unfortunately, you keep going to that end, and that way I'm coming to go next. Unfortunately, the statistic is not in your favor, because if you front loaded it, what we're saying that it should have been reducing poverty, right? In 2018, poverty was 44%, 2019, 47%, 2020, 51%. 2021, 50%. 2022, you came down to 49%, and you left it in 2023 to 47%. So the conversation of this leading to a reduction, which was actually a question I would have asked you, the stats does not flow with what you are saying. That actually you did not fully reduce poverty, because you made it at 44% and you left it at 47%. And in between there, you have a big jump in 2020 and a big jump in 2021. The same thing with the depreciation.
On economists, you can't be talking.
Yeah, I want you to take everything together for stand-up coming and stuff. The same thing with
No. Don't rush, Emmanuel, because let give. We are coming on the poverty issue. So
the poverty thing I wrote on it.
I
wrote on the same thing you're talking. No, it can't be the same thing, because I know the numbers there. So let's understand what happened first. I brought on it. You see, one of the things I did, I brought on the thing already, so everybody can look at it and ask a question, because I'm honest. I'm a fair human being. I'm an economist. Everybody around the world reading that thing. So I will not read something that everybody will go say the man playing politics. No. So I take the World Bank graph, I broke it down and get everybody. So the rates are there. What happened in that graph is that poverty was increasing between the poverty decreased between 16 and 17. So about 37,000 people came out under the United Party, under President Salif. That was a good news there. Then it started going up, because that scene had that whole story tells a story about the difficulties of the CDC administration. So 2018, the macro instability, 2019, all that stuff took on average more than 300,000 people into poverty. No question. COVID added that. Then what started happening? We started seeing a massive jump away. So instead of 174, the next year, 47 persons were added into the poverty part. So that's a positive thing, meaning instead of 150 people adding, if you add 50 people, then it means you're going down. You stay increasing, but you're increasing at a decreasing rate. So in other words, more and more people are not going to be added like before. So what CDC did for the UP is to give UP a positive poverty profile in the form that less and less people are being added to the pool, such that in 2022, I believe 1,900 people. If we look at our these are all projections now. The real numbers will come up from the World Bank later on, but we can play with projection, as I said in the post. 2022, 1,900 people came out of poverty. Then 39,000 were added. 9,000 were added under the UP, 6,000. So what it seems now, UP and CDC are good at stopping large numbers of Liberians from going into poverty. So that goal, I can say the two parties, I will give them credit. We check that one. So we're not seeing big number of people entering the party. So we inherited 2.4 million people in poverty because population is growing. Population is growing, so it's a challenge when population is growing and the rate of poverty is not keeping up. You will see the numbers still going up. The big challenge for this government now, especially with the 1.2 billion budget, is we got to find a way to make sure that we actually start bringing people out of poverty. And that's the next step of the conversation. I don't know if we can have it today, but that's the next step of the conversation.
Real quick, folks are asking, where did you leave the poverty level? CDC, 2023.
Yeah,
what was the poverty level?
I think we left it at 0.5.
So you're not too sure.
No, so 0.5. I plotted it 0.59. 0.59. Yeah.
Are you sure? Because what you are saying is not. It's not.
I've grabbed the thing. I'm not looking at it now. When I start looking at it, people say, "Oh, the man looking for graph." So let's leave.
But you knew that this question was going to come up.
I just posted a thing. I posted a thing already on Facebook. I will not be saying
and your poverty level on the CDC. You were talking about 2023, right?
The thing right here on
are you talking about 2023? Dito, are you on?
You see the post? Oh, the man going to graph now. That was Russell looking for. Or the man looking at graph now. You see, because some people see you show up graphic. So you try to care.
Yeah, but I mean,
the number is there. The number is there. So
actually, yeah, I'm looking at a percentage point, right?
It's just about 5.8, about 5.59.
So that is around 47 percentage point. Is that right, Mr. Minister?
No, not 47. No, not 40. You got to look at the left line. No, it's 5.9. Not 47. But I put it in the table, man. I put it in the table.
So my question, we will get there though. Where is it today, 2025? Where is the poverty level?
Yeah, it's all of it. All of that above 57%. Of course, the number is high. Most people are in poverty. But let me understand one thing. More than 3 million people are in poverty in Liberia. Let's be honest now. Don't say.
So I want to give you the chance to address this.
3 million people, about 3.something million people are in poverty in Liberia, meaning they are living below the poverty line on the United Party. That's correct.
So when you met poverty, right? When you met poverty, right? You took it a little bit higher. Am I correct? The CDC government. You didn't reduce it though. You took it a little bit higher. Am I correct?
No, COVID-19 and the macroeconomic.
Don't give me reason. I just want to go to the numbers. No. Don't give me reason. Let's get to the numbers.
There is a serious echo in the background. Somebody needs to mute. It's disturbing the program.
Okay, I had to take my earpiece off. Are we good? Are we good, Dama? Is it still happening?
And if the feedback is terrible, I'll let you know.
All right, Dito, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We are on poverty level.
CEO, when the guest speaks, we get a terrible echo coming from your end or so. So if you
I will mute myself when I ask my question.
Okay.
All right. So Dito, let me ask you the question, and then I'll mute myself. Where did you meet the Mr. Poverty? 2018. And where did you leave it?
2018.
2023.
2018 to 2016, 2.6 million Liberians are in poverty. 2016. Okay. In 2017, 2,600,000, according to the World Bank's projection. Again, let's stay with projection. There has been no poverty study since 2016. That's how I wrote. No poverty study. So everything we're doing here is projection, but it's good to project and build on it. There are 2,600,000 people in poverty by the time the CDC takes office. 2,600,000 people in poverty. The next year, 2018, going to 2018, about 164,000 people enter the poverty pool. As I said, macroeconomic difficulties lead to more poor situation. So those were part of the challenges. So yes, it is true, under the CDC, the poverty number went up. But let's remember now, under the Unity Party, you already had 2.6 million people who were poor. Somebody made an analysis, say, we met poverty at 2.6 million, we kept it at we left it at 2.7. So according to them, we added 300,000 people to poverty. So if we added 300,000 people and Unity Party add 2.6 million people, then who will win? So let's not think like that.
All right. So Detroit, you will still answer my question.
Unity Party get 2.6 million poverty. CDC add 300,000 there. The people will take the one who get only 300,000 or the one who get 2.6 million. So that's not a debate.
Minister Stuart, 2.6, you met there.
That's
when
correct.
you left office, what was the poverty level?
The poverty level in 2023, the number of people who are poor are 3.2 million.
So that you're telling us you added around 600,000.
That's what I'm telling you. That
Okay.
COVID and all that stuff. Yeah. The population growth. Listen now, the population is growing. So when the population is growing and there's macroeconomic difficulty and COVID, the whole world, about 1.3% of the people went into poverty after COVID. In Liberia, only 0.3% went into poverty. So Liberia beat the whole world. Liberia beat the world in terms of.
So you were talking about the whole world. Let's talk about Liberia.
But you got to compare. No, you can't.
No. Hold on, Chief. The issue is, according to your PAPD, you want to take people out of poverty, create jobs, and all the yama yama. The people believe you. They believe you, and they elected you. 2018, you came to power. When you met poverty, you didn't reduce it. You left office with 6.something million, thousand in poverty. So the argument here is Russell. I'm going to hold the minister that you didn't achieve your poverty goal.
But we never said we achieve it. I will nowhere in CDC we have ever said we achieve our poverty goal. CDC would never have achieved that.
But then you cannot say because you didn't achieve it, but you did better. The Unity Party. Unity Party 6 years is not over yet. Russell, am I correct? The argument now is flawed because you had 6 years, right? You padded on the poverty. You added to the poverty level. You left.
The COVID-19, listen, the COVID-19 and the macroeconomic situation.
We are losing the Minister Dama.
Hold on, we do have an issue with the network. We're trying to sort that out immediately to bring the minister back on. Sorry for that.
You can just, he's back on it.
He's back now, so we can continue.
Okay. So, Anton, part of the CDC story is that macroeconomic difficulties, COVID-19, will put people more into poverty. Nobody will tell you, I'm telling you, in all countries in the world, poverty went up in the same period. In Liberia, poverty went up less. So that's a success story there. Not too much successful as you want to put it, but it's better off than in many other countries around the world. So our poverty rate after COVID was 0.3%. In the whole world, it was 1.3%. So that was a good thing. I can tell you that more people were not added to the poverty pile. I told you it's wrong to see it like that. The way you're seeing it, when CDC left office, 600,000 people poor. When Unity Party, Party over, 2.6 million people poorer. So somebody will say, CDC 600,000, Unity Party 2.6 million. Then I prefer CDC because Unity Party get 2.6 million poor. That's not how you see it.
But Minister,
why is the poverty level now? Can you tell us?
It's 3 million. It's 3.2 million. 3.2 million.
In 2 years.
We haven't been able to move people. What CDC and UP have done is to stop people from. So that's the reason why you see the thing is that 3.2, 3.2, because more people are not adding now. People are just staying where they are.
No. I want to understand. Listen, let me be fair, Russell. I want to come to you. CDC added 6 million. It took us to 3 point something. Right now,
3.2.
3.2. So the argument is that in Unity Party first 2 years, under Jose Imabwaga, we even reached 100,000 yet in poverty. And the minister just admitted that yes, indeed, under this new Unity Party government under Jose Imabwaga, the poverty level is low within the first 2 years. Am I correct, Russ?
It's been low from CDC. It's been low from CDC. I'm saying CDC handed that foundation. Now the success there now.
So they're still riding on CDC success. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Listen, economic growth in 2017 was 2.5. I just posted that today. Economic growth in 2023 was 4.7. And growth has some kind of direct link with the poverty number, because the more, even though when I move people on the poverty, but the higher the growth start happening, you can stabilize better. So that's what we're seeing with the Unity Party. We inherited 2.5, and we inherited a declining thing. The next year even went down. These guys, in fact, from 2, they carry it to 4. They're declining. But in other words, the foundation.
That government can argue with you, Honorable Minister, that the same argument you put on the table, right? You go into COVID, they had Ebola, so the elections were just within that. So the same argument you put on the table seems to suffice here. If we are,
listen. You will never hear me arguing, say, Unity Party responsible for poverty, CDC successful in poverty. Nowhere else will you hear me making that argument. You read anything, I'm an economist. I don't politicize the poverty situation because I know the complex nature of it. If the people who politicize in it don't understand it, I wrote on it already. I said, you do not politicize, because I will never say, Unity Party handed me 2 million people, I only handed 600,000 people, so I win. No, that's not how you do it. We all need to fight now to bring substantial number of people out of poverty. That's what we have to do.
Okay, the argument here is that because we got to move on, we got maybe 27 minutes to go.
We have stabilized poverty. The two parties have stabilized poverty.
Okay, so you throw in the word flag.
No, on poverty,
you throw in the towel.
Listen, anything that CDC UP debate on poverty, CDC and UP have stabilized such that people are not entering large number. The question that the two of them got to solve, or the UP now got to solve. Okay, it's not good enough for you to say people now going into the room. The goal is for people to leave the room. So you got a room with 100 people. If people go inside a problem, the place getting over jammed. Your goal is for people to leave the room so the room can be free.
But that's our argument, Titwe. Under the CDC government, people didn't leave the room.
Because of the macro, they're giving you the context, population growth with COVID-19. We macro the problem for poverty. You can get
the Liberian people will believe that CDC added on the poverty rate in our country.
No, I'm explaining to the Liberian people. No, Santa, as a specialist, I'm telling the Liberian people, you can't see poverty that way. If you're making that argument, then I will tell Liberian people, you will say CDC gave us 600,000 poor, UP gave us 2.6 million poor. So then CDC will win that debate. There's no winner in that way like that. We can think like that in poverty economics.
But we got to go. I disagree with you, but we got to go.
Let me just ask the minister a quick question, Stanton. Minister, how many jobs were created doing this
job conversation? That part of the situation. We get our job story clear. Our Minister of Finance, I raised that with the World Bank. I've answered that one question, I think 4 times every time I've come to Spoon here. I'm saying part of the fix in the country has to be the job fix, the poverty fix, going forward.
So do you have any numbers?
The measurement, not even there. The first thing for us to do is to be able to measure it. We have not been able to. And I don't know why we don't want to measure it, because we don't want to hold ourselves. So Spoon Network, Front Page Africa, everybody got to put politicians on pressure to get a standard measure where everybody will say, in 1 month time, we can measure how many jobs you have created, because we know the measurement. Politicians will adapt that. That's part of the work we have to do in the country.
So as finance minister, how much political pressure did you face when you were making, say, tough fiscal decision? Were there moments when where politics interfere with your sound economic policy?
The Minister of Finance is always under pressure. The goal of the typical African politician is not to order and and that part of the political economy is stuffing Africa. That's the reason why people condemn the IMF, because the IMF is too rigid. The IMF don't want you to spend all your money, want you to conserve for the future. The politician doesn't want to live within that norm. So there's a tension. So the Minister of Finance is always under tension in any country.
How did you handle that? How did you handle the pressure?
Another one. Harmonization tells you the tension I face. People were calling for my head. President should fire me. I'm looking at the picture that if one do harmonization, not only that I will be out of job, the president may be in trouble. He may not reach election because nobody's going to bring money to the country. The people are looking at.
Let's push Wilfred's question further. Is that even in harmonization, most of your critics believe that almost all your fiscal policy decisions were based on political stability instead of long-term economic sustainability. Let's take for example Sierra Leone.
Have you read the IMF report?
When Sierra Leone did the harmonization, they did a harmonization not stopping at certain level. In your harmonization, at a level, political appointees seems to have been exempted from it.
No, stop that, man.
I'm asking you
Remember, you're on school, man. You're going to do basic research. We cut salary from 7,000 to 5,000. What are you talking about?
I can do the basic research and email.
Who cut legislative pay?
I can send you the basic research by email.
Emmanuel, thank you very much.
The show goes to a high level. Okay, we're talking about. Let me tell you the wage bill. I raised issue on the wage bill. You're not asking me the wage bill.
We are coming there, Minister.
I'm not joking.
We'll come there, but we got to brush this thing out very fast, guys. Sorry again to all of you.
Harmonization is the policy of the land. It will never be reversed by the Unity Party administration. Free tuition will never be reversed by the Unity Party administration. These are standard land bank policies. I'm waiting for the Unity Party to give me the equivalent of their free tuition. Are we going to free healthcare? What about the Unity Party done in 2 years? In 2 years, with COVID-19, with macro instability, CDC deliver so many projects. This government has done zero. Besides trying to
we'll give you the chance. We'll give you a few minutes for you to put out the main talking point. Let's talk about the rest issue, that $11 million rest subsidies that was sent to Mawani Deeks and the Ministry of Commerce. Explain to the nation. You sign on the check. You were authorized by the president to send $11 million for rest issue. Importers still today, they are complaining that they didn't receive some of that money.
The rice issue, I began with that. We had to resort to subsidy, and the country can't afford subsidy. This government, that government. But it was a stopgap because of the temporary tension to bring in rice, but it's not sustainable. So the agreement was with the fund and everybody that listen, we got to find some money for importers. The cost is too high. So we're putting up that money, and then the requisite number of importers, that money it was transferred to the Ministry of the space of the whole import and Ministry of Commerce. So the government sent the money to the Ministry of Commerce. Ministry of Commerce will lead the negotiation in, ferreting out who. It comes back to the same conversation we're having. So I believe importers receive the money. If you are claiming that importers say they're not receiving money, I mean, I don't know who ain't got. That's not my area there, but I believe that the money went and went to importers. So who got it? Who got it?
So you're confirming that 11 million was sent to Mawani Deeks. Am I correct?
Yeah, the Ministry of Commerce. Yeah.
Did you follow up with all the no's on the market that they didn't receive the money? What was your position? Did you talk to the president, or you just dashed the money and turn your back?
There's a problem. There's a problem there in the way the public, the notion that the Minister of Finance, it must be all encompassing. I must go to the Ministry of Health and sit down with her and say, the money I'm giving you, I'll be sitting down with you. The public financial management law makes it clear under the law. Entities that receive money from the Ministry of Finance will account for the money. The legislators wrote that in the law. So the job of the minister is to make sure he certified the fiduciary boxes why money should be given to entities. When money is given, it is outside the Minister of Finance preserve to account for it. The audit will be done on the receiving entity. That's why I'm saying the other day, ministers of finance are not spending minister. Everybody wants Minister of Finance next. But when you go, the Minister of Finance approve the money and give it to a spending entity that is responsible and accountable under the law. I don't spend money. No Minister of Finance can spend money. We just divide the rights. Their mind, we stand we used to stand while my brother was dividing. We put more right here, put more soup here. We are the divider. When somebody get a boat of rice to carry it, how they eat it with a whistle, they will account for that on the audit process. So GSC goes in and audit the money you receive. So that audit is not on the Ministry of Finance, it's on the account entity. So my job as minister is to, on difficult circumstances, find money to pay to people. When the minister gave that money, the people who receive that money will account for the money. How the money is distributed, how it's used is a different process under our law. I believe the subsidy went to importers. I'm hearing from you, you are claiming importers did not, they say they didn't receive it. That's something that we gotta look into, but I don't know.
I'm giving you the chance to explain. And that's the reason why we're bringing this question up. 7D12, let's talk about the FIA or FIU. Reason why you are in court today. Say what you like to say about it. If you choose not to speak, I respect that. Hold on, D12. These are some of the communication, the interview that was done at LDCC on March 24, 2024. Madam Yamade Pearson submitted a typewritten statement to LDCC investigation in response to the inquiries made by the LDCC to provide explanation. And according to her and her role, according to Madam Pearson, the CBL hold the government of Liberia accounts and conduct banking operation. The different amount of money, yeah, 712, you sign on and you approve that the money should be sent to FIA. You are in court today. Why did you authorize Janga Cole and that of Samara Wodokodi that this money should be sent to FIA?
And you want me to tell you national security operation on the public radio? The reason I'm in court and
I have to ask you.
One of your callers last night said, I want you to tell Minister Tue he can't talk on the call because he's in court. So the question you're asking, I don't know how you're asking, but he's not supposed to talk. That lawyer,
no, but why did you say, so the reason why we ask you, you choose to answer or not, that's fine. Let's listen to what Mr. Janga Cole said. He informed the investigation further that the Liberian dollar transfer was done on September 19, 2023, while the USD transfer was made on September 21st, 2023, and that the transfer letter accompanying these transactions to CBL was signed by the Controller General, co-signed by Deputy Minister for Fiscal Affairs, the Minister of Finance. According to court, as per the directive he received from you, Minister Tue, the transfer was said to be from various national security purposes. My question, and again, you can answer or you choose not to answer. You move money.
The job of the Minister of Finance. The job of the Minister of Finance is to approve public monies under different circumstances under the law to make them available to spending entities. There's no crime there. The minister's job, I just asked me about subsidization money. I signed that one and they give it to her. So you ask me, you want to ask me, I say, listen, my job is to approve resources to go to spending entity. If I approve money to go to national security spending entity, how am I going to be prosecuted? How should I be prosecuted for that? This government right now has approved several millions of dollars to national security entities. Are they going to be investigated when a new government comes to power? We don't want the Supreme Court to say we can investigate national security and we can bring people to trial. I mean, you know, so the case is in court. The court has ruled.
So you are saying that you were authorized by the president to move the money.
National security is under the president. It's very clear.
Were you authorized by the president?
The Minister of Finance works. The Minister of Finance is a member of the National Security Council. This thing was approved by the president, of course.
Were you authorized by the president?
Yes.
How were you authorized? Did you receive a written documentation
Listen,
letter?
the National Security Council approving process, I'm not going to discuss that with you here. The President of the Republic is the Commander-in-Chief and the Chief Executive of the Republic of Liberia.
No, that's what we are asking. You don't have to go there. My question remains.
Complex national security operations. These details will never be discussed in court. That's why we say the trial cannot go in court. It cannot be held on public radio.
So we don't know whether the president sent you a written communication, whether he authorized you verbally.
We will never get security information. As Minister of Finance, President no read letter to me, President no read letter to me, all that stuff. No, it doesn't. No, the government doesn't work that way. But you say President read letter.
I mean, this is a question we just got to get clear because
no, it's very clear. The National Security Council doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
So you were authorized by President Weah. That's the final question. To move the money.
I just answered the question. Yes.
Verbally or in
Listen,
writing?
National security operations and national security operations.
Okay. Russell, you want to add to this? I'm not going to push the minister because we have limited time, but it was good that we brought it up. You are in court to respect your legal standing, not to, get you in any further trouble. But Russell, you want to speak to this? And Emmanuel Dama, you guys want to add to this national security issue? We're moving on to the next.
Okay. I don't want. I mean, you asked all the question, like you said, is in court. But I just want to go back a little, push back, and ask a question about jobs. The minister keeps claiming, and he wrote on Facebook, social media, to be the reduced poverty. So he talked here about reducing poverty. So but we still don't know the number of jobs were created. So what I need to know from the minister, what mechanism did you use to move thousands of people out of poverty?
Well, who said we moved thousands of people out of poverty? Who said that here on the show?
I mean, the other 600,000, he said move thousands of people again.
No, I mean, because he said that, you said that you address poverty, though, right?
No, I just said the two parties. I used the example. You are shaking your head. You understood it. We have people are not going into the poverty room as we wanted. Okay, so 100 people go into the poverty room, a problem. If 200 person come there, no space, and more problem. Right now, what's happening? 5,000 person entering the room, 2,000 person entering the room. So that where we got the country now. What we're saying, we want 50 people to leave the room. We want people to start leaving the room. And that is the last time people left the room was in 2016. I mean, the first time. The last time they left the room and looked on the projection was in 2022. Maybe in next year, under the Unity Party, we'll see 203,000 people leaving. My point is that when that happens, we should continue to see people leave.
So how do they leave the room without jobs? That's
okay,
that's the question now. We get to here on your bucket about jobs, private sector, which we have to hold the government feet to the fire because of what they were elected for. The government was not elected for Let me be honest. The government was not elected for continuing electricity project that CDC started, continuing road that CDC started, continuing education that CDC started. I mean, that's not what the government was elected for. The government was not elected to play in the same cycle that CDC already play in. The wage bill issues, the payroll issue, we stabilize it. The government has now worsened and carry payroll to $354 million, whereas CDC's left it around $310 million. The government are $43 million there. Next year, they will add another $20 million.
Former minister, you clearly not answering the question, so that's fine. We move. What is the single biggest lesson you took away from serving as Minister of Finance?
No. Listen, we are answering the job question. I tell you.
You're not answering it.
No, because listen, there is no. I told you already. The situation of job and poverty is challenging the country. I'm expecting this government to put a framework in place to get jobs going here. I don't see this government on the path yet. Have we gone to a second term? We would have been on the path. We called a judicial conference under former Chief Justice Yo to begin addressing the central question about job. We're going to call another judicial conference, but I see this government playing into a small game that they're not carrying the country anywhere. They're just doing the politics. They're not carrying the country anywhere. So it's going to be clear they will not be able to solve the job problem unless, and I'm saying it's not roads, because we have done most of the roads. So you just finish the next segment. That's not it. You have to solve agriculture. You have to solve private sector credit. Why money is not going to the private sector? You have to, when you start solving those, you will get at your question, Russell. You'll get at your job question. It seems that the government is moving away from the agriculture question. It's like it looks difficult for it. I said it's waiting for yellow machine. I can tell you, I can predict here. The solution for agriculture is not yellow machines. It's a complex problem. I don't see the government dipping down on the credit problem. One last statement I will make here. This country has done well on infrastructure. I will give the country a green card on infrastructure. The political will to fix road and bridges and electricity is going well. So we have institutionalized infrastructure financing and development. And that's something that the government got to go reinvent. The thing that needs to do is to say what has not been institutionalized, which is the expansion of private sector credit, that the area they're running away from. And that the area I'm saying, had we been elected, we're going to be focusing on now. Now on payroll, now on putting street let on, a CDC pull on. So you walk in CDC shadow, the people, you're not going to get anywhere.
So Senator Tway, we got to move on. Thank you, Minister Tway. You, by your PAPD, you promised to create jobs and getting out of government. 2023, you didn't. You left a lot of people in poverty, over 600,000. You cannot show us any record of job creation. Was that a failure on your part, right?
Jobs were created under CDC. The investment climate was positive under CDC. Jobs were created. I'm saying the number of jobs to get people out of poverty were not created, but you can't say we didn't create jobs. No.
Yeah, but what's the stat? You don't have no stat.
No, I just told you we have not been able to. But it's not Samuel 12 going to listen. The stat is an institutional framework. Samuel 12 as an economy can read one star and go ready and bring it to and say, yeah, the job. All of us agree on it.
It's not on Samuel 12, it's about CDC government.
Yeah,
don't take this personal.
The government as a whole, the country, including this government, the first government, the other government, have not moved to the point yet of institutionalizing the measurement of jobs. It's a conversation I started with the World Bank. It says an interesting thing that we got to do more talk on it to see how we standardize it. I'm encouraging the current finance minister to pick it up. So you have to measure.
Let me move and give you a chance to address this issue. Then we'll bring Emmanuel in. We got about 6 more minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to bring the guys in to do post analysis, and we got to take your question too. We may not have the time to ask all of the question. Maybe you can help Samuel Tway by giving him your question when we open the line. Minister Tway, man, it's so good to bring you on today. And thank you very much that you came back on Your Spoon Network. Yes, indeed, we appreciate you. Minister Tway, let me clear the air. These are people that you knew. And a lot was said concerning Gifty Lama, Abba Peter, Bati Yenswa, and George. I mean, let's talk about Bati Yenswa. The allegations that you and your brother were present, took him to the hospital, and he died, along with then the Minister of Health. What's the main story? Why these allegations hang over you and your brother Norris Tway?
Because the people are evil in Liberia. That's just the people are evil in the country. My brother Norris Tway was at his house sleeping, and I was sleeping with him. The night Bati died, fell. They called Bati. They called Norris. So it's interesting that The people who called my brother to go on the scene from his house, woke him up from bed. They call him. He goes there. How can they accuse him? Ticon, Ray was sitting with Batty when he was bleeding. My brother got on the scene and said, "But that man is bleeding. Why y'all calling me? Why you ain't carrying him to the hospital? Why you calling me for? Don't you know that the man bleeding?" So, before he pushed them and for them to carry the man to the hospital, and then they turn around for political things, asylum, and all kinds of evil things. And then they say that my brother won't keep batting. I don't know who won't keep batting now, my brother or that me. I don't know, because my brother called me and I called Dada Jara. He called me. He said, "Tito, you got to get up. Something happened to batting." Called Dada Jara. I went to the house. I called Dada Jara. I called Dada Brown. I said, "You go to JFK." He says, "They said batting, something happened. You rush there." How we handle that situation? Dada Jara go there and somebody say, "Dada Jara K, Dada Jara K." The country is evil. So they call, imagine they call the Ministry of Health, the police station. They're calling. I mean, what an evil country is that? What you want to batting? And my brother, Batting and myself, Batting wife and myself were in campus. Rebecca down. Batting is my friend. 9 days before he died, I took Batting to the president. I said, "Mr. President, this is the man who's cleaning the payroll. I'm giving all the support." They're calling these people auditors. Yeah, I mean, the auditors of the country are with the GSC, Gifty Lama, all these people are just, I mean, I don't understand. It comes back to the same pattern. One get dropped in Pinsville, everybody want to put it on the government. The other person, it's all this pattern in death, in mop up, in 16 billion. Let's create things that make the government look like they are responsible to just get them out of power. So today now you having a song that when somebody died of Boulevard Pilot, you two jump the government kill the people. You can't continue this kind of business. I regret passing. I regret the politicization. But why would my brother ever be connected? Look at that sequence of story. People who call him are the ones now accusing him. The people who called him. And what my brother want to do with Batin? Are you kidding me? Why you want to kill Batin? But he asking how you carry to the hospital, who will put you? So it's just unfortunate. Somebody died on motorbike on SKD Boulevard. I think Costa won radio and said people chased the man. We call it. The people went for the body to Minister of Justice. Minister of Justice said, Mr. Dean said, "I don't give you the body." He said, "Well, I'm not into no politics. That man died accident." He said, "No, but you gotta go make statement. I don't give you the body." You're sitting at the pool making statements, say somebody killed the man. How the country looking now? All these situations, what interest the government have to do? An auditor.
Are you under investigation?
Oh, investigation for what? I've gone to the police station to give statement. I've given statement. The people, I don't know why they won't come out with a report or what. It seems somebody accused me of killing my chief of staff in the other day. All this stupid stuff. So I don't expect a human being. Well, to do what?
Let's that's what I'm giving.
It's just something to say is the politics in the country like out of the way. I hope we don't carry the country back to that level. Where
let's leave, and thank you very much for even making a mention of Cletus. Again, we pray for he and his family and all those mysterious deaths. We want to wish the family well. It's good that you're addressing it now. 2023 compact, the MCC. Who should take the credit?
Well, I posted on that. I said the credit goes to President Weah and President Berta.
Okay.
I said President Weah first because he laid the foundation on governance. So it's clear. But I also said that because you pass the eligibility scorecard, it's no guarantee for compact. Let's be honest. You can pass the scorecard and the people can step on you because of political reasons. The Americans can refuse to give it to you. Something can happen. Ghana and America got into a problem with the compact. Ghana compact got canceled. There was a lot of problem thing. So it's no guarantee that, when you pass eligibility, why it is true to enter the room, you must pass eligibility. Yeah. But when you pass in me, you will enter. Something else can happen and they say you pass, but be outside here facing the light. The room stayed dirty.
Do you think Liberia will get the compact money?
Oh, President Bouaka, whatever he did, he can get some credit on, his diplomatic skill. So it's a win for the country. When that compact finally,
are you giving credit to Gaffwan?
Oh, I mean, the Minister of Finance and the President, when they get credit, that credit will be shared. When I say President Bouaka, Gaffwan will take some of the credit. He's working directly on the president. But he will go to President Bouaka and say, I need to make the call to the person, and he will call. And when the president calls and say, okay, let me come, we'll talk about it. So he gets the credit. I mean, just like I work on the president, we have to push the governance part. President we gets the credit. He will rub some.
Do you think is President Weah coming back?
President Weah is coming back. Why? President Weah lost the election, but we should not make losing election look like a crime in Liberia. Elections are lost all over. But look at this election that was lost with 17,000 people. That election looked like somebody who not supposed to come back.
Why do you think President Weah lost the election? Why?
I will explain some of that here. Massive propaganda, the voters got confused. The reason why the margin got closed in the noise of the margin, the reason why you're just talking about marginal difference is because the country was so split and so confused. Some of the people who could have
do you blame yourself? Because we have refused to reshuffle, remove you. People blame you, and he kept you. And are you at fault?
I will not brag on myself, but the people who are talking, I didn't know what they were talking. The policies they were playing. That the same people who are not in, government, and the same people still fighting me. The same people, there's something they're scared of for we right now. Even I coming on the show here, other than the fighting, the people who fighting me.
What do you think? Okay, so what would be the message, that comeback message from President Weah today?
The comeback message to Liberian people is that the country was on a path of progress and the election derailed it. When the country is in a momentum for transformation, you don't move it from that path. Yeah, you don't move it from that path. So what we're seeing now is a lot of rule of aggression, a lot of tension in the country. It looks like many Liberians are now believing that maybe they made a mistake moving President Weah. Now they are learning all this propaganda thing. People are learning the death that we're talking about here. We just accused the man falsely. We just did this one year. Some people say the man paid for the 8 building. The man paid, I know that 17, you know, reach 17. So all that room, all that stuff may have played on people's mind in one way. They are now able to assess that. Since the margin was so close, I can easily see how by next year the government funding, the government got a $1.2 billion budget. You're not certain how you'll even get a $1.2 billion. The 200 stay in question yet. Question mark, you break out one later on, we'll talk about it. I don't know. So there's going to be a lot of problems. The country is going to be in trouble. You know.
Are you coming back with George Manawiya to be the next finance minister again?
I'm not. No, that's not the issue. The issue is, as a member of the CDC, as a founding ideologue, as a competent, pragmatic development expert, consummate political tactician, I have the panache, the competence, and the everything to work with the president and the Liberian people to bring him back to power. We want our messaging that a lot of propaganda derail. Part of my thing here is to begin that process. Over the next 3 years, we intensify that progress. We write, we explain to the Liberian people, and they will understand that the lies they held, they got to let it go. 16 billion were never missing. MAPA was a political thing. Deaths were all propaganda stuff people did to get asylum. All that stuff, none of those things happened. Then they were assessing, look, Senator, the country should be voting on jobs, on poverty, not on one fan get dropping and the country thinking that government killed. That's not what people should be electing people on. So maybe the Unity Party benefited on some of that, but then it shows in 2 years they can live up to that. That's why they're under the pressure. And we're going to mount the pressure. If people think that they're going to use the prosecutorial power of the government to threaten opposition people, hey, we are here. We are prepared. We are prepared for that.
We're gonna take 10 minutes and we wrap this up in the 10 minutes.
Oh, we haven't talked about the wage bill. We talked about the wage bill.
We're gonna give you a chance. Let me bring in Russell. One question, Emmanuel. Allow us in the closing segment of the 10 minutes. We'll give you a chance for you to flow freely. But in the interim, we're going to bring our rest of the team on to listen to you. They are not asking you a question. They just want to say hi to you. And again,
Well, I will come back on the show for the whole thing. Fubi, I want to engage Fubi, especially.
I know you want to.
I want Fubi to say, Ditwe, if Wama wrote that letter, then Ditwe, I'm saying to you here that I'm sorry that I thought it was a crime, but I think so I want Fubi to make that statement. So I'm highly interested in Fubi. Show him Wama letter.
I hope we were able. Fubi is coming. I hope you were able to answer most of our question and the consent. But I want to say to you, Russell, your one last question, Emmanuel, your one last question, and then we're going to hear from the Liberian people. Russell, Wami, your question.
Yes, former minister, thanks a lot. Thanks for the time. Just a quick question, and I hope you'll be as succinct as possible, so Njimama out there or Mamusu out there can sort of understand you.
Yeah, I've been very simple here. I'm speaking blended English. So you know that one.
Okay. Yes, and I hope you continue that to the end. So how do you, former minister, how do you assess Liberia's current economic direction under this new administration, and what immediate economic priorities should Liberia focus on in the next 3 to 5 years?
My short answer to that, this government should not continue what the country has continued in the last 20 years since the end of the war. If we were going to be in the government now, we're not going to be running like the way we ran 6 years. It looks like this government is trying to stay within the model that the country has had for 6 years. The country needs to leave that model. I don't think the government is prepared to leave that model. I think we continue electricity project here. Listen, 49,000 people were connected in household when President Weah took office. 49,000 electricity. You know how many people were left? President Weah left 280,000 people connected. From 49 to 280,000. Nothing you can do in electricity you can't BS the BSR in electricity. You can't bullshit or no. Lack of a better term, just a joke. You can't bluff us in electricity. We've been there, done that. You can't bluff our in rules. So I'm saying,
let me play the video while you talk about electricity, and then maybe it will help us understand.
Oh, this government, our government, secure all financing of all road networks in the country, major road network. I signed on the President Weah a 10-year electricity financing, 10 years for the World Bank. So that means, forget about President Bwaka. The financing for the president who will be elected 2029, I signed it. It's a 10-year financing. I signed the administration on the President Weah. So that guaranteed 10 years of financing. So 6 years, 10 minus 6 are how many years? So the next president will enjoy 4 years. So don't worry about this rescue. The next president will take President Weah. President Weah will
talk to us. You go ahead, Titwe.
The point there, to be honest with you, we should not make politics out of CLSG, electricity, road to Southeast, because the work has been done. This government, and I think Mame has been making that argument. If the government going to continue to be putting lead on and think that what? No, there was a girl who posted on the Ibrahim Yam post I read. I took the idea from. That lady, I don't know who she was. I tried to contact her, I can't get her. She said, you think the things you're boasting about, we didn't see Joshua doing it? We didn't see Joshua building road. We didn't see Joshua. You know how many things Joshua doing in the country here? It seems like if you want to impress me, you got to address the job question, the poverty question that we've been talking about. And I'm saying here that I don't see the government building the capacity and the institution to carry the country to that place. The government trying to put street light on. RIA, we did it. Minister Pia said they're waiting for the RIA.
RIA is not done, though, Minister.
Well, I'm saying it's not just that jigging around. We carry 4 lane there. We're doing it. That's what I mean. We're doing it there. So you put lead on it, you got to give all the credit because Pia said we are the road reaching somewhere, he can put a leg there. That's what he explained here, something. So it means road is consequential to land. Who started the road? President Weah. So that whole panoply, that field, that perimeter, that CDC establishment, you can bluff all inside. The place you can bluff me, credit to the private sector, the jobs, the investments, that the place you can bluff me. When businesses start getting loans to create jobs, when we start domesticating productivity in the private, when we go to agriculture, you can bluff us there. I'm saying I don't see the government on that part. In fact, you ready to say it. So the thing that coming here will still be playing in the Madam Salif model. She handed to CDC, even the concession model. We're not ready to take a big step on rethinking our concession model yet under this government. We're still playing. So, but they'll do the people thing too. And then we have got the election. We present CDC come back. You ask that schedule. CDC is coming back on a radical plan on education transformation, on job creation, on private sector deepening on poverty. We're not going to be focusing on wage harmonization, all that thing. And we solved that problem already. That train has left the station. It can run. It can cruise by itself. Where any pilot is going. The road is going. Electricity is going. Let the government leave it. Those things are cruising. The thing that are not cruising, and I'm making that point. The country has the political will to do road. The country has not generated the political will to find credit for the private sector. This government and any serious government should give the political institutionalism to the provision of capital. That means I start going to be in the book. The government must make sure that how people get money to open businesses must be free. Must just run like that. The government is not yet on that path. They're far from it. By the time they come to it, I can tell you, the election will be around and the result will be clear.
So real quick, guys, because the minister got to go, I'm going to do one question. Please just make it short, under 30 seconds. Then we'll excuse the minister. We'll do our post analysis. Mami, let's squeeze you in real quick.
I mean, the minister spoke about coming back to push truth and to dispel lies, but he started with lies and misinformation. I think that's why it's scaring for his new agenda. Just in the video you played, he emphasized that it's secure funding for all major roads, all major highways. Weren't you here the few days when the government signed the agreement for the Pika 4 road from Broadview to Bowatersa? Is that not part of our major highways and major corridors? So you come to speak, you come to dispel, according to you, lies, but you come with lies and misinformation. It will not help you to it. You did not secure
all. I said major, man.
Stand up, play, but from Morovia or from Broadview.
No, major. Let's stand up, play. Stand up, play.
Yes. From
stand up, play.
I'm coming now.
No, let's stand up, play in now.
I'm coming. Yes, stand up, play, please.
Hey,
Broadview.
You understand the agenda. Let's just laugh for our discussion.
Yeah. So from Broadview to Bowatersa is not a major highway.
I don't tell you, say we sound. Listen, we do coastal highway.
Okay, stand up, play the video. Stand up, play the video.
Mami, wait. I just want to squeeze everybody in the back.
Let play the video. Stand up, please.
Yeah. Okay.
We sound all road contract. I said major southeastern corridor.
No, stand up, please play the video.
Mami, wait now. Wait,
RIA. Those are major corridors. Our government secure all financing of all road networks in the country, major road network. So you missed that part.
Which
say sorry now.
Which part I missed?
We are partners in the truth business.
No, which part I missed? I'm saying
the major road part, the major part. No.
D2.
Say sorry now. Say I didn't get the major part.
D2.
Agree honestly?
D2.
It's okay. If you say major,
D2.
Yeah.
You misinformed the country that you secure funding for all major highways. And I said from Morovia to Bowatersa is a major highway, and we just signed an agreement for that major highway. And there are several other major highways that
most of the major highways.
Next question. You said all.
Okay, thank you, Mami.
Misinformation.
Mami, thank you.
Yeah,
and that's why you come here with one
I'm on a truth campaign, Mami. You know that. I'm on a truth telling campaign. Stay with me.
I'm going to bring you.
You know the party? keep speaking truth to power there. In the CDC, I'll keep doing the same thing. Let's move our politics towards truth. Don't be an adversary to me, because we carry the debate to a
But
level.
you started with misinformation on
Yeah,
So let's move on. So let's move on. The minister got to go home. The minister got to go home. Kev, let me squeeze you in real quick. You got 30 seconds that the Bopla will come in, and then we will do our post analysis. Kev.
Minister, you did extremely well. And I will say this, I believe the LMP might be on your doorstep tomorrow because you did extremely well. But you talk about the $25 million mop-up exercise. And you try to explain to the Liberian people that the Minister of Finance is not part of it, not spending. Nobody saw you down water side. The Cross report back your statement. The Cross report talk about CBL. Matter of fact, in the Cross report, they talk about there's no liquid cash. You don't spend no money. They talk about it. It's in the Cross report. I just want you to emphasize again a little bit on it, because I will urge people to go to the Cross report and read it, especially, Dr. George, Russell, and them, to read the Cross report so they can actually see what the report said about the CBL.
That's correct.
Emphasize on that Cross report.
No, and let me tell you, what I want the public to take away, the public can be vulnerable, and so people can manipulate the public because the public is not into many details. And the politician will hide the detail from the public and make somebody look bad, and the public will go without notion. The Central Bank of Liberia is an independent monetary institution like the Federal Reserve of the United States. The Treasury Department of the United States can't tell the Federal Reserve how to do monetary operation, the issuance of bonds, the other one, the fiscal, the whole monetary window manipulation that the Central Bank, that the Federal Reserve work there. Federal Reserve can interfere. Minister of Finance can interfere. There was this notion, and I saw it coming in the questioning, that at some point, the technical team looked like it was set up to go to the central bank, and all of them will be in the room. They will be bringing the money back. We all will be counting it. No. What I want the public to understand is that that technical team that the country has, if for rice problem, if for gas problem, if for agricultural difficulty, when any major thing happen in the country, they will meet to see how to stop it, how to solve it. But they will not go and take over the work of the police director. They will not go tell the police director how to go arrest somebody. Or they will not go to the transport man to tell him, say, how you must go be parking cars. No, transport man, you can say, I will park 10 cars, I will arrest them. How you go park the car and you go shoot somebody? They can't go put him in workshop to go show how to do his work. So let the public understand what the technical thing is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Thank you.
Minister of Finance got nothing to do with the central bank operation. I have something to do with the reports that were coming for the stabilization. I hope the public knows that I'm not into no money. I'm not in no tax. I'm going to Nikutan.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much. We give the last question to Dr. Bopla. Dr. Bopla, if you have any, please make it quick. We have come to the end of this interaction with Minister Samuel Detour Jr. Dr. Bopla.
Thank you, CEO. Mr. Minister, thank you for being on tonight. You said toward the end of your remarks, you said that the CDC will come back with a radical agenda. The CDC has been considered as a grassroots movement. You were the head of the economic management team, a critical position in a country that poor. But tonight, as I listened to you from beginning to end, you didn't take responsibility for anything. Do you think that the CDC missed an opportunity because the pro-poor agenda looked very good on paper? Do you think they missed an opportunity? And what would you do differently to radically affect the lives of Mayanowe and Mapu? We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Chief.
I said when the government loses power, whether the president, the minister of finance, they take responsibility. I will never tell you. I will now own up to my share of responsibility in why we lost the election. I got blame inside. I'm a senior policy advisor, the most consequential on economic management, as you say. I would never tell you. But I will tell you, largely, we're operating in a very difficult context from the beginning, as I explained to Liberian people. And the good thing with me, Liberian people begin to understand that difficult context and it's playing out. They didn't see that difficulty in the last 2 years under this administration, yet they didn't see the result that we had amid our difficulty. So that's where the divergence is happening. The great divergence will happen where the public sees that the people who are under pressure look like they did better than the people who are not under pressure. So did we make a mistake? That's what's happening. Let's see how the next year will look. When we come back, I mean, what will we do differently? There are many things we do differently, you know. I mean, we will communicate better to Liberian people. I believe the next election propaganda will be less influential. So I believe that propaganda will be less influential in the next election. It will not be about somebody dying or something. People will be looking for something solid. And part of my job is to push the country to say, what you going to look for? Don't go look for somebody finishing a mile or road. Because when we got road now you put monkey in the chair. You put monkey. They play road and now road will go there. I can tell you that now. Power, you put monkey, they play power, air power will continue going. Those two problems look like they are institutionally solved. Let us get to that institutional solution in the big issues that we ain't able to solve yet. Even some of the bread and butter issue, like why prices continue to remain high, why somebody goes to China to buy something $2 and they can't sell it here for $18 and nobody doing anything about it. You know, the party have to have
so Sametua, and again, give and take, they are institutionally solved, and on Unity Party government is flowing through, and you gave credit to Unity Party government as well. Last question on the book before you leave, and then you can do your closing. Everybody was looking for you. An indictment was out for your arrest. You came into the country. We received information that Interpol was looking for you. But then, how did you slip into the country? Explain your situation at the port. And because you wasn't placed in handcuff, like we heard, the immigration boss, Steve Zago, got suspended and finally dismissed. Talk to us about your situation at the airport.
It's all part of the vision. All that is all part of the propaganda. All that Interpol thing are lie, the propaganda again. We gotta stop that. Look, the way Interpol, you talk to the Interpol right there, you say, you think Interpol is a small process? Interpol is like a whole institution that the months, a year to get something through Interpol, like a parliament. Not something you go take telephone and call and say Interpol. So Interpol process, Interpol don't go into the people politics and go after them. No, Interpol dealing with major issues. So that whole Interpol thing means that information propaganda. The thing about it is that I'm coming to the country. Listen, I'm Samuel D12 Jr. I will never leave my country because government won't prosecute me. No. Then I end myself. I will not exist. Why would I flee? I'm not a fugitive. But they wanted to put a fugitive tag on me even though I was already out. Well, that's all the unfairness. Say, okay, but the man was not here, so he didn't flee. So wait for him to come. Then I came. If I'm coming to the country, new exits say you must not leave. But I'm coming. Why you want to arrest me for that? You arrest me. Why you want to arrest me? So it's all part of the thing to say, oh, we finally got someone in the handcuff. To me, tomorrow, we have to go to the police station and just put handcuff and take a picture and give it to you and put it on Facebook if that will make them happy. Because, you know, I'm telling you, that's what it's about. I don't care what you do. You put me in handcuff, you indict me. Because you have political power, you can do that. But political power is, no institution has a monopoly on political power. Political power lapses, the time for it lapses. It can go from you. This is what in power yesterday. UP were in power, the law said CDC king. CDC law said UP can lose tomorrow. So just know that you will lose the political power. And so you may lose it. And don't think that because you have power, you will intimidate political opponents. We will never counter.
Are you safe in Liberia? Is Liberia safe under this government?
Let me tell you something. They want I can play politics too much with it because I'm a fair Liberian. You know why I came back to Liberia, and I would not have come back under other circumstances. like if we were in the 80s or if we were in the 90s, and I would not have come back. I came back to this country because we have a democracy, and the credit doesn't go to President Weah, it doesn't go to President Salif, it doesn't go to President Bouaka, it doesn't go to President Taylor. The credit for that democracy we enjoy goes to the 5.8 million Liberian people, including the ones that died. When I say democracy, I mean voting business. I mean, no Liberian today is afraid to stand up to a president and to criticize a president because we have the rule of law. That's why people criticize President Weah and cause a power, or we can see they go to sleep sound of a kid in camp. Cause President Bouaka, the people who cause him can go to sleep sound because they take for granted what so many countries don't take for granted, don't do. Even countries in our neighborhood. Yeah, it's like the air we breathe, that ability to say anything to politicians and don't look over your shoulder. We have achieved that. So I will always be proud of my country for that. And I will not give it to any political party because we, the Nigerian people, our grandma, or our grandpa, we fought for that. So this is why I'm in my country. I am not here because I'm afraid of nothing. The rule of law, the judge. You know what happened? You know what happened in front of the court? The people wanted to arrest me in front of the court to put me on handcuff to take picture. I was already in front of the court. So that the power there in another country, the police would have snatched me from in front of that court, run away with me, go somewhere and drag me and beat me. In Liberia, I saw the police scared as they going, they scared of drawing back. That force that was making the police to push back as I entered in the court is the force that the Liberian people die for, and I'm so proud of it as a Liberian.
Again, coming from you, I want to say thank you very much for accepting the invite to come and spoon. We do appreciate you.
My closing there?
No, I will give you a chance to do your closing, sir. I'm saying to you, we have come to the end of asking you question. Now it's all yours now to do your closing, and then you can depart in peace.
No, look, let me be honest. There's no need for us to be afraid of political opponents in this country. I'm so surprised that the Unity Party is intimidated about criticism. I have many friends in the Unity Party. I went to school with several of them. I mean, we did philosophy, we did accounting, we did economics together. I'm so ashamed that they will run the country and think that they will want to silence everybody. President, we are running this country here. You can criticize everybody, you care. I'm ashamed that they want to stifle debate, that they will be calling you to say, don't bring the man on. There should be, I want responses to my criticism. I have provided a lot of ideas out there. Mommy there, one or two errors you're making, I corrected him, but I value his input. You go and take it, you challenge your government. Let's move our country up. You're in power now. Don't be chasing people. Don't be witch hunting. Don't be doing manipulation or no, we're not in the 80s again, people. We are in a democracy that Liberians fought for. Unity Party, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf won the Nobel Peace Prize. She handed the party to President Bouaka. Let's change that. Let's tell Liberian people the rule of law can work here. Let's not illegally move a speaker. Let's not illegally pass a budget and violate the constitution of the country because we want to preserve power. It's happening in my country now. I want to be proud of my country, but I'm a little ashamed that it happened, but we can correct it. So you got me in court, I will face the judges, I will go back for my retrial to the Supreme Court. I believe the Supreme Court should dismiss this because the evidence is strong. I'm a member of the National Security Council. The Financial Intelligence Unit is National Security Council. They're doing financial intelligence. They're doing money laundering. You can't say they're not protected. You'll be crippling the whole money laundering business, all that one. Let's work together to solve our problem. This government is worsening the wage bill. I posted the other day, wage has gone to 354 million. We left it at 310. That's a problem. Why are you carrying it 43? More besides, why are you hiding any other compensation? Let the legislature say, banish the whole other compensation. Let's put every compensation in the 2-1 code, in the compensation code. So no more. In the midterm review, you spoon, ask the Minister of Finance, ask the Budget Minister, ask everybody, why have we, in fact, ask the legislator, call the people to close that line called other compensation. All compensation should go into move everything from other compensation and carry into a compensation line. So the public can see the wage bill. It's 329, but it's actually 354. So I've already said that. Political parties, we expect a response from the government, from the minister. Why is the wage going up and salary is not going up? So are we hiring more people and we're hiding them from the public? That's not transparency. I've noticed today the debt to the central bank is up by $64 million. This government beating on us, say we do salary to pay. And I'm surprised he asked that question. The salary. Listen, the Liberian people, money was used on the Liberian people. Time to he take money to go pay horse. The Liberian people will use the money on. It was used on Liberian people. I think we know that one. The $64 million, we need clarity from the government why the money moved from 2023 to 2024. There's $64 million gap on the CBL portion. We won't understand whether some of the money, like the money from FRB, I can see $8 million inside. You know, I don't know. Yeah, but you move FRB $8 million from there. Now FRB call it SIB, right? And the SIB. You move SIB from there. So let the minister explain what that thing. What the borrowing for? What the borrowing for? President, we are pronounced a no borrowing policy. He kept it for a successful year. He was praised by the IMF. Under difficult circumstances, we deviated from it. Is a one-up. I showed today monies that the Unity Party have taken from the central bank. Some is still lying there to be audited. I posted all that one today. But all that's a part. At the end of the day, let's correct our politics. How we get people out of poverty. I praise the two parties that say they have stemmed the tide of many people entering the poverty room. The goal is to make people leave the room, which is why Unity Party got to lead on. To do that, you got to focus on the private sector. You got to focus on jobs. You got to focus on agriculture. And you got to strengthen the rule of law. Part of the credit business is the contract enforcement rule of law. It looks like the government isn't even getting a bearing on it yet. Nobody, the government shaking. As an opposition man, you know, I really don't want the government to fail because that would mean 4 more years of Liberians failing and things will get worse. The new government will have to start from that weak foundation. At some point, we go up, pray for some success because Liberian people should be going up. Let's carry our politics up. Let's stop shooting one another down. Somewhere coming on the show, everybody panicking, or, you know. I mean, I'm going to listen. Y'all lie on us here in this country, and you expect us for the next 4 years to sit down and not say anything. You lie on us about everything. We're not lying on you. We will bring the data on you for the next 3 years. Every move you make, we're analyzing inside, outside, because we were in the government before. So everything got to be straight. First, let's move the other compensation and put it back in. If you're hiding it somewhere, we'll go for it and we'll get it exposed to the Liberian people. That will improve our politics. That will improve the quality of our public discourse. I think that's what the Liberian people want, and that's what I'm starting. And President Weah said he's going to get on this too. President Weah made some strong statements in the church. Some of you are the President spoke well. The President spoke strongly. He will continue to speak. Say he challenged the Unity Party. Everything you're doing, he started. Yeah, I will tell you. I study education, our roadmap. In electricity, our roadmap. We put more than 200,000 people on the grade. The last 2 years, we did small things. The man who said I want education, I know that man. I trust him. Mohammed is a good man. I work with him as Minister of Finance. We're not disparaging. He's very competent Liberian. He knows his work. I know him. He's honest. He's also being able to praise our government for the foundation we lay on CLG. He told the public, we took a project of 5% and made it happen. The whole electricity business. Okay, I was able to export. In fact, let me say that here again. We were able to export power to Cote d'Ivoire. You must tell the public, it is true, Stanton. You have a responsibility, Mame. Tell the public that true that Samuel said that power was exported in 2023. Please, you have a responsibility to do that on the show so the people can stop saying that Allah. We did export power. It's confirmed. It's fact checked. So you're on the show. You should be the bastion for this kind of purveyance of quality information to the public, so people can be imbibing garbage.
Thank you, thank you so much, man. Thank you. And this is what tell us about this. And I know you are leaving, but tell us about this. So who were you pointing to? Somewhere to
I was there enjoying the lyric. I was enjoying the sound, the movement, the ambience. I was there enjoying. I was telling you that song.
We want to say thank you very much.
I mean, let's wish the country well. Let's begin our criticism of the national budget, because the only way the country will change, I already said, we need $484,000 a year to take 2.6 million people out of poverty. I already gave that analysis to the government, policymaker. I broke it down for them. They got it now. $484,000 is needed nationally to move everybody who's poor towards the poverty line. $484,000 is less than our budget because our budget has now gone to 1.2 billion. So we got 800 million more. If we spend 484 million to end poverty in Liberia, to move all the people out, we'll be left with 800,000. This government will be challenged to deliver that.
We want to say thank you. With the show continue, you have over 128,000 people right now following you. You have over almost 13,000 comments and more likes. But we want to say because of you, we are here, and because of the Liberian people, we believe this will hit the next 200,000 mark. People love listening to you. And yes, indeed, we are happy to have you today. Always come again, and God bless you. God keep you. But God save our country, Liberia. Thank you very much for coming on, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. People, this is my area. People should not resent me for my area. My area here.
Thank you. All right, we want to say thanks to all of you guys. Let's get right into it. I'd like to say thank you for holding it down and keeping your part of the backing to come back, that we can do the post analysis. Let's make this happen. Mami, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I will start the same way I started. Samuel Tuer is beginning his truth-telling campaigns with lies and misinformation, and it will not help him. The video, he said, the government secure funding for all major roads in Liberia. Few weeks ago, we signed the agreement for the road from Broadville to Bowatersa. That's a major road. From Broadville to Bopolu City has no agreement. There is no road. The government is currently in the process of negotiating for that. Just 2 weeks ago, Gafwan was signing with the Kuwaitis for funding for roads. So as the government signs more agreement and invests into road, Tuer's lie will continue to be exposed. So yes, Tuer government, the CDC government, did not sign agreement for all major roads in Liberia. It's a lie. The second thing I wanted to highlight here is that other compensation. Other compensation is in the budget. The government has an internship program. Interns are not civil servants. You cannot put them on civil servant salary because they're interns. They work for 3 months, 6 months, 2 months. You have to pay them. You cannot put them on civil service payroll. So you put them on other compensation. It is not hidden. These are people welfare that you consider them to be crime. The government is putting money in the budget to pay interns. Asset recovery, you're talking asset recovery compensation. Asset recovery is not an institution by law. It's an institution created by executive order. Compensation, other compensation is used to pay them. So people welfare captured in a budget with a clear budget line is not crime. You can't take interns and put them on civil service payroll because they are only interns, they're working for 3 months, 4 months, you get in that stipend, they go. So you put it under other compensation. To misinform the public about mob up. The mob up story. Stanton, I sent you, you have the report. They took cash money and took it in their name to money changers. GSC already identified over 140 plus thousands that people they claim they have given money to say they did not receive money. Yes, previous government did mop up, but there's a procedure. This is where the incompetence come in. Previous government did mop up. The way they do mop up, most of these money changers, all money changers looking for US dollars. They open account to the bank, you credit their account with the USD and debit the account with LD. Big institutions, big importers who have major LD in their account during Christmas time. Those are the systems they use to avoid people taking cash money and going in the street. You took cash money and took it in the street, exposing the government to risks. At the end of the day, the audit show that several hundred thousands you claim you gave to people, they did not receive it. So yes, mop up is done all around. People do mop up, but they have system in place where the debit and credit account, instead of taking cash and putting it in truck to go to places. So mop up, you take responsibility for that, and not to shift it on central bank governor alone, because it was Samuel Twe who was campaigning, who was living from radio station to radio station, justifying the mop up process. Lastly, he says government should forget about payroll issue. We handle it. Government should forget about road issue. No, government will not forget about payroll issue. That's being insensitive. Government is working to reverse harmonization. Today, the Supreme Court harmonization has been reversed. LACC harmonization reversed. The new budget is moving to reverse harmonization for engineers. The next budget will target another group of people. We're not leaving wage issue the way you left it. The government is trying to increase wages, not to reduce wages. Today in government, civil servants are not complaining, are not worrying, but their salary being decreased or harmonized. They are hopeful that their salary will be increased. That's what's happening now. So
thank you very much for your first round. I may want to say we give equal time to everyone. Just give it your best shot. I'm going to hold on because my voice not too good. But Mama talking about civil servant salary and the mop-up exercise. Samuel Twe spoke on a lot of issues, guys. And I'm so grateful that we brought him in today. Again, we are staying open invitation to Gafwan to come and say, or anybody. I can say next week, Sunday, we having one of the ministers on the show next week, Sunday. I'm not going to call his name till later during the week, but this coming Sunday, not next week. For the first Sunday in the year, we have another minister from the government. I'd like to bring you in, Dr. Beauplet. Let's hear you. What's your takeaway, Dr. Beauplet?
Stanton, the former finance minister said a lot of things. The minister of finance is typically the head of fiscal policy, responsible for fiscal policy. The central bank governor, monetary policy. But together, they work together to help the economy to work. His role was extremely critical. He was also head of the technical economic management team. What I just simply want to do is this, because I really think it's a disservice when we come talk to our people and we talk all these jargons, Stanton, maybe the hoodoo and bamboozle people. This is a poor country. So talk about the indicators and say how poverty, you say poverty will maintain. That can't be a goal. Poverty maintained, that's no progress. Well, let's talk about the basic things. The indicators, food production. We move the needle one. No county is self-sufficient in rice production. Electricity, he said we exported to Ivory Coast. I would not say that. That's laughable because we don't have light in our own country and we're exporting to other people. Healthcare, accessibility, and affordability. Nobody in Liberia can say things drastically changed, that when you went to JFK, you had more. When you got there, you could get there easily. It was a private public hospital. Water. No county in Liberia can boast about water access, clean drinking water to any county, including Montserrat, where our capital is. Job creation. I thought it was interesting, and
Dr. Beauplet, we're missing you. Are you guys hearing Dr. Beauplet? All right, Winfred Russell, let's hear you. Winfred, let's go with you because we were on the show together. Let's hear from the other guys. I'm going to bring in Jacob Jada. Jacob, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. It was a fascinating show, but I just want to cue in from a very important point former Finance Minister Samuel Twe made. I mean, it was an excellent show. Former Finance Minister Twe is a brilliant Liberian, a great Liberian economist, and a patriotic son of the land, and I think he served his country very well. despite the challenges. And I think he did a great job tonight to parry away some of the wicked propaganda that was distributed over the last 6 years. And he did a great job to expose some of the lies that were trumpeted by the Unity Party for 6 years. Loads and loads of lies were told, and I think he did a great job in clarifying most of those catastrophic falsehoods that were told. But one key point I will talk about, and he made that point very beautifully, and I also share in our perspective, and I'll share that perspective over the past, that the new Liberia moving forward, we will determine whether the Unity Party or any government deliver excellent results, not based on the fact that roads are constructed. Roads will always be constructed. Even if we had an interim government here, that interim government will build roads. Once you have a national budget, the country will build roads. Electric expansion will continue. Once you have peace, once you have tranquility, once you have any government, street lights will go up once you have any government. So I'm not going to praise the Unity Party government because they put street lights or because roads, or the roads will always continue to be built. That will be, for me, absolutely doubling things down and becoming extremely mediocre. What is the greatest challenge we face today as a country? That challenge is job creation, economic prosperity for Liberians, improvement in living standards, expansion of the private sector, transforming agriculture. The Unity Party has not taken up that tax yet. They've done spent 2 years and they failed catastrophically to deal and tackle that problem. There where I want to grade the government, they have 4 more years. We will wait and see how they try to tackle that problem, but not putting street light. Or I will never ever congratulate the government for putting street light up in the 21st century. That is extremely childish from my perspective. I think we need to change the big ticket items with the job creation and prosperity for our country. And I think former Minister Tuer made that point, and I agree with him, that there where the dialogue is going to be front and center or not on wages, people, government workers who will take pay. I don't celebrate the government for paying government workers. No. Minister of Finance and not Minister of Finance because they pay civil servants. No. Paying civil servants is a routine mundane tax for any government or any minister. In fact, there's somebody who just press button and everybody. I'm not going to celebrate the government for doing that. The big structural, momentous, humongous challenges that we face, we want government to solve that, and that is jobs and poverty for our people. In that respect, we are extremely poor. This is a very, very unemployed population. Liberians are miserable. Liberians are hungry. They're suffering. The Unity Party has not tackled that yet. And 2 years, it's been huge failure on that front. They have 4 more years. We'll see how that goes.
I'm surprised, but I'm forced to ask questions. Jacob Jala, even Samuel Tuer admitted on the show that CDC left poverty by 600,000 plus. Okay, they left people in poverty by 600,000 plus. 2 years in this government, it's a big difference, Jacob. So I don't think you want to hold Unity Party government and talk to them about poverty, and they are not increasing the numbers at all. Jacob, it came from
absolutely. Absolutely not. I mean, if you have a population of 5.2 million people, 3 million of that total number are in poverty, that is a very disgraceful statistics nationally. And I think all parties, all parties, either directly or indirectly, can be held responsible for that. But I think that is the question now we have to deal with. Every spoon talk moving forward and every national dialogue should be focused on that. And I'm not willing to listen to maybe UP government, rehearsing and repeating like a broken record, building road. Yeah, you can build roads. Nothing wrong with building roads. Roads will always continue. But we have to solve the poverty issue. Otherwise, we will all die from hunger before 2029, and nobody will be here to ride on the roads. So while we deliver on the roads, we have to solve the job issue.
You have to first admit very two questions that was so important. Samuel Tuer said they got nothing to show that they created any job. They cannot point to it. 2, they added over 600,000 Russell to the poverty list. CDC added. So what's the argument? Unity Party 2 years. They ain't scratching the suffix of poverty, but they're trying to take those people that are in poverty to reduce the numbers. So first of all, you gotta look at it and say CDC is not a good party in taking people out of poverty. They are better in adding people to poverty. We have to acknowledge that. I mean, they do the to add people.
But still, the reality that the reality that more and more people will continue to get poorer and poorer, even on a Unity Party, right? Why? Because in fact, population expansion is one thing too. We are not.
Jacob, I would not agree with you. The man that control the financial sector in the country, right? Though he shifted blame on the bank governor, on Mawani Dees, and on other people, but he admitted that for 6 years, every year, if you do the math, you go across Fubi, you're adding 100,000 people. So for 6 years, you're adding over 600,000. And that's the fact. You didn't take anybody out of poverty. You added to the list. Can you admit to it, Jacob?
Yeah, but still, it's not about what I'm making. I mean, Minister Toy talk about COVID and all of that, but that would be excuses, right? But even now, there are more and more people getting poorer day after day in this country because of lack of opportunities, because of a lot of people not in employment, they're not in education, they're not in training. So I don't know, are we going to politicize it or not? But the reality of the fact is that people are poor, hungry, and unemployed in this country. And over the last 2 years, we have not seen any real concrete policy action on the part of the government to solve that problem. That's the issue.
Okay,
no jobs.
Jacob, thank you very much. We're going to bring in the other guys. Dr. Buble, can you finish up? You went out because your internet, I believe. Can you complete? Jacob, thank you, but I strongly disagree that Unity Party fail on the poverty level, and we see what this government, CDC, fail on the poverty level. We'll see what this government going to do, and then we can beat on the government. But for now, as per the record, you're at over 600,000 people in the poverty house. We got to open that door, and we got to let them out. They are still stuck in there, and that's the problem. Dr. Buble.
Yes, Stanton. So progressing or developing is the opposite of poverty growth. So in other words, less poverty, the greater the probability that a country is developing. And again, the way I think we help Liberians and help ourselves is to go to these basic indicators: food, shelter, water, electricity, communication, and the epicenter of every socioeconomic development is job creation. And the Minister of Finance is critical. Not only the head of technical economic management team, but because he has the opportunity to affect that. All of the things I just listed. And I totally agree with Jacob. Roads and light, they're not something to celebrate. That's something you're supposed to do. That's something that has to happen with all of the resources that we spend in Liberia. So I think the minister missed opportunities. I expected him to say, look, oh yeah, we messed up, but we can do better. I did like his closing though, Stanton. I really like his closing. He said, all of us should come together and help to move this country forward. He said that. And I hope all citizens were hearing him. He said, all of us should come together and help this country move forward. Then he talked about a radical agenda. But folks, if we keep this thing practical, if we provide food for ourselves, even if it's just in one segment of Liberia, that's development, that's measurable progress. If the Western cluster can be self-sufficient in food production, then 1/5 of Liberia is now self-sufficient in food production. But it's a challenge for us as a nation, government after government, to simply point to a place like agriculture where we can grow just about everything and just say we made progress. We made progress. The other thing you see, I would say this in closing, Standard, The minister talked about subsidy for rice. That's something we've been doing for a long time. And I think subsidy for rice is the easier path, right, to production of rice. Take that $24 million and put it in one sector of Liberia. You can grow rice and make that particular part of Liberia self-sufficient. Then becomes a best practice. Then other countries can say, what did this region do? We can't be this old and keep importing our staple food. It's hard to say.
Real quick, Dr. Bobla, you think the minister, grade the minister presentation tonight from 0 to 9, or I would say from 1 to 10, grade the minister presentation tonight?
In its totality, in terms of articulation, the minister is articulate. In terms of facts and substance, I give it a 3. In terms of opportunity to affect the mindset of Liberians, I give it a 2.
So are you saying
in terms of eloquence and articulation, I gave him a 9. He spoke well.
So overall,
I gave him a 3. Overall, I gave him a 3.
Wow. I forgot I didn't ask Jacob. Jacob, grade the minister tonight on his presentation. Overall, Jacob. You're muted, Jacob. We're not hearing you. Can you unmute?
Yeah, I say I gave the minister 10 over 10. I think it was brilliant. I think he covered everything quite articulate, and I think he covered the fact. He's very much versed with the economy. He's a brilliant economist, and I think he covered it. To be laughing, you would say 3 or 4. You already know your grade, but yeah, I think the minister did a great job.
Thank you very much. Mami, we didn't ask you. Can you grade Minister Tua, Mami?
He lied about subsidy, lied about mop up, he lied about rules. I mean, I gave him 2. But eloquence, I gave him 10 over 10.
Overall?
I gave him 3.
Overall, you gave him 3. Let's come to you, Minister Asado, former Deputy Minister. Let's hear you, and you can grade a minister likewise, sir.
Thank you. You know, I couldn't have been happier listening to a person that I have been referring to as juniors and not smart. Can we please mute? Because this is important, please. So let's provide clarity on few points. And I want us to do it in a Manjua way. Let's start with poverty number 1. I said this yesterday, Minister Twe, re-echoed it today. Although the CDC increased poverty, but at a declining rate. What does it mean? Let me give it to you. When the United Party was in power, the population was around 3.2 million people. By the data Minister Twe gave, he said 2.4 million people was in poverty. Do your calculation. If you subtract 2.4 from 3.2 million people, it tells you about 800,000 people were better off on a Unity Party. And then he said, yes, the CDC put a little bit more people in poverty. He said about 3.2 million people were placed in poverty during the CDC time, up from UP. During the CDC's time, there were about 5.3 million Liberians. Do your calculation. Subtract 3.4 from 5.2. You will get the answer 2.1. It means CDC made 2.1 million people better as compared to United Party's 800,000. Let me go back and do it slowly for the logical mind to open. United Party had 2.4 million people in poverty. At the time, the
Okay, Kev, take it away, Kev. So that so you can come back.
Yeah, let's make this clear, Stanton. Let's make it clear. The road that Mami is talking about is It's not a new road. They're just expanding it. I traveled down that road before a long time, that Bull Waterside Road. It's not a new road. So he lied. I traveled down that road. That road was paved. Anybody who coming from Bombay, going all those areas, it's not a new road. So for Bombay to come here and say it's a new road, it's not. So Bombay, take that back. The discussion about the mop-up exercise is about who responsible for the mop-up exercise. That the Ministry of Finance or the CBL? That was the discussion. Mami, that was the discussion. Not the minister. The minister said over and over, I'm not the one that going around taking liquid cash and carrying it around to mom and pop store. No. Read the Cross report. It's there. It's the CBL. I know Mama will not talk about the Cross report because people will check it. And I urge all Liberians, Dr. George, everybody, you guys, go. And Stanton, please, Stanton, and when you ask Dr. Bopler to grade, it's like you asking Diamond to grade you. If you call Diamond to grade you, you best. When you ask Dr. Bopler, he will go because he's a surrogate. So what do you expect? You understand? And lastly, let's talk about the trend. He talked about the trend. The reason you're seeing right now the Unity Party government in case of poverty is that trend from the CDC government because the trend continued to go down. It continued to go down. Like he said, people in that room, it's time for people to leave the room. The reason you got a lot of people in that room, nobody can dispute COVID. Because us in America, yeah, they had to bail us out. They did that. They gave us free money in this country because people were dropping into poverty in America. The entire world went into poverty. So you cannot dispute that. You cannot hide that. So because of COVID, the room was jam-packed. After COVID, people start going down slowly. So that trend from CDC time, because I can ask, what policy this government put in place to take people out of poverty? What policy? Nobody can say it. So what Mommy talk about the road?
Well, I was saying that you should please grade a minister. It's like Diamond grading Stanton. Go ahead, Ken.
Excellent. But you know, but listen, if you listen what the minister said, there is nothing you can dispute here. Because first of all, the first thing Mommy wanted to do, he falls short.
So go ahead, grade a minister now from 1 to 10. Grade a minister.
Oh, excellent. 10. Excellent.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Vendetta Patrick. VP, welcome to the show, my friend.
Well, thank you, CEO. Let me say a very big thank you to Mr. Twa for his presentation. I admire his eloquence, but I think there were some disappointments from my own analysis, given his series of contradictions in his statements. Let me just begin with the categorization of his government that the opposition and he went on to repeat that consistently, that politicians were responsible. we have to be honest here. The CDC was aware that they were coming into a political process, the narratives, contradicting that the CDC had a commanding victory, not a margin of 50,000, a margin of 274,000. That was a resounding victory that could make any government to improve the lives of the people because you have the domestic support. But what Mr. Twe did not say to us is the fact that 16 billion, it was a year. There were public outcry. The Minister of Information, Len Eugene Nangbe, on September 8th, spoke on VOA and admitted that yes, indeed, 16 billion disappeared. It angered the Liberian people. Student and youth groups started to beat on the government. In no time, the very Samuel Twe came and said, no money got missing. Contradictions. Central Bank came and said, money did not get missing. Contradiction. This was the beginning of CDC political demise. They did not work on that to get the support of the Liberian people. Guess what happened? Protests erupted. Bring back our money. All the clarification they made, it was completely cacophonious, unpleasing to the ears of Liberians. So the CDC has no moral authority to blame opposition, to lead protests against them, because they created that. Another thing, CEO, he talked about the bread and butter issue. That the CDC won on the bread and butter in their first 2 years. That is also an inherent contradiction. You listen to him. You cannot win the bread and butter issue when he complained that Unity Party credited some money, and the moment they came to power, they were looking for money to pay that debt. If they are now brought about harmonization, CDC would not have survived. And you know what you're talking about harmonization? The people were used to making money. In my mind, there should have been a different alternative. But he introduced the harmonization policy within their first 2 years. But he claiming that he won the bread and butter issue. Guess what happened? There was a referendum on the CDC, the by-election in 2019. The CDC were flocked right in their own backyard. If you claim that you won the bread and butter issue, there was an election right in your backyard. So what happened to the civil servants, the beneficiaries of the bread and butter issue? They voted against your government. They sent a caveat that what you are doing to us, it doesn't make sense. We are not enjoying the bread and butter, and so we are not going to vote for your candidate. Another thing he talked about, CEO, is this issue about who reduced poverty. I hear many of our friends talking about, I criticize President Ellen Johnson severely. They know that. But Ellen took the government in the period where it was considered very chaotic. Our national debt at that time stood at 4.6 billion. Infrastructures were damaged. Many people were in poverty. For 12 years, when she left, 2-some more million people were in poverty. For 12 years. CDC then came into power. They had a functioning democracy, international recognition of Liberia. The system was set, and we had a very good global image. But when they were leaving, they also left all in 2 million in 6 years. You're talking about population growth. From 2007 to 2018, so people were not producing, the population were not growing in Liberia. That is the argument The population was increasing. Challenges were there. The same way you inherited the government from 2018 to 2023, people were doing male and woman baby and they were born in children. The population was also increasing. So that argument is faulty. But for 12 years, an individual that will systematically criticize managed to stabilize our country, turning over to President Weah, but still managed to leave 2.2 million people in poverty. You, in 6 years, you left the same thing. We are expected that this number should have reduced, given the fact that you had a functioning democracy and the system were put into place. So I think it was also a missed opportunity. You listen to him when he has statistics for other people, like in the case of Boma Kamara. You question to provide, he said he can't remember. So what were we talking here? Look, in conclusion, I love his eloquence, but the two that I know personally, I admire him in terms of his articulation on economic issues, but tonight he disappointed me. I must say that. Given the contradictions, the hurling of information, the information he could provide, the one he knows is good for him, he will provide. For the other people he cannot. On the issue of the mop-up exercise, you were the head. And you were giving the random reports. I come in conclusion, Chief. So I love what Dr. Bobla said. You can't take responsibility when you were the head. You know, I think that was it was laughable. You know,
Let allow you to grade the minister now from 1 to 10.
Eloquence, 10 over 10. On the issue of CDC, the ability to provide quality leadership in the first 2 years, I gave him 4.
So your overall grade?
I gave him 4. Overall, I gave him 4.
Thank you very much. Fubi, are you there? Fubi, are you there? So I said don't finish up.
Yeah.
All right, that I said finish up, we come to you.
Yeah, man. I was on the path and I was just taking off by call. So let me continue as I was saying. You know, when Twa spoke, he spoke with real evidence and facts, things that you can verify as a person. You don't need to go to school to verify it because he made it clear, simple. Yes, according to his data now, the CDC added 600,000 people in poverty. Vanilla Patrick, we call a increment with declining rate. What it means is you have taken more people, although you added some people. I'm not sure if there's another way to explain it. So if you were adding people, you were adding 10 people to be poor, and I came and started adding 5 people, although I am adding 5 people, but it is at a declining rate from your 10 people. That's what it means. So to argue that the CDC did not take people from poverty, it means you don't understand what the men were talking about, but you can go Google and then talk about it. Now, let me repeat what I was saying.
Can I understand that logic?
I know you understand it. So
no,
you
I want to ask you, can I ask you for you to explain it again?
One thing everybody talk, you didn't say it. Now that
okay, you're right.
Stand on. I will make it in a way you stand on. If you are eating food, if you are eating rice, every spoon you eat adds up your total utility. It means your total enjoyment. But the more you eating the food, although it is adding up, but your enjoyment is declining. At a certain point, you will not want to eat again because you got full. That's why they call increment with decreasing rate. That's what it means. So what Samuel Twa said was that the United Party had 2.4 million people in poverty. CDC had 3.2. When you do the math between, it's 600,000. But the difference is, what was the population at both times? So if you have 3 to 4 million people as the population of Liberia, of which 2.4 million people was in poverty, and you have 5.3 million people, of which 3.2 million were in poverty, you who mean more people were taken out of poverty, though at the declining rate. So again, the CDC did better. Let's leave that one and go to the next one. The issue of mop-up. Somebody talked about it. I listen to a brother, man. I don't know why he here. Sometimes if we feel like we don't know and we refuse to learn, it becomes difficult for us. No one has monopoly over education. There are places, I don't know nothing about agriculture. So I would rather learn from those who are agriculturists than me talking. Finance, banking, the other places, we may not be expert, but that's where we are very confident. Listen, Fadala, you always talk about administrator, public administrator. What do? You identify the problem and you find solution to what solve that problem that you identified. Liberia's financial setting showed that monies were being used outside of the financial system. That meant people had their cash balances home, people had their susu, they weren't carrying the money to the bank. So a real policy expert person wanting to solve that problem of money will pass around the banking sector to go to where the money is. To argue that because the central bank actually went directly to the people, the money or the money changers, it didn't make sense, then I'm sorry to say you are clueless. If the people themselves were not taking the money in the bank, the money, it wasn't going in the bank. They had it outside of the banking system. Where did you expect the central bank to go to get the money? Then you are clueless. Although Samuel Twe made you understand, like I said yesterday, that he was not a monetary minister. He was a fiscal minister. Fiscal minister means he deals with the economy, the policies, and the money aspect is being handled by central bank. Stanton, you asked the question repeatedly and he kept explaining to you. So Stanton, Samuel Twe as the fiscal minister will not tell the monetary minister, you know what, this is how you must share the money. No. They will provide the framework as to how it will be done, and you will take it from there as the monetary man. He provided that. Let's go down to all of the other things Samuel Twe said. He provided the data. That's the reason why, and I agree with him, though he didn't say anything good for CDC, I agree with him. He said, listen, don't build roads and come to boast the CDC about it. Because, hey, CDC build roads now. If you can bring more investors in the country, then you can boast it from the CDC. Because truth is, though CDC did the little they could do to have investment in the country, CDC was a little lacking. But don't tell us, say you will build, you will put light. Hey, light posts were being planted on the CDC. So that is not an economic move that you can talk about. As a matter of fact, my people, let someone come with substantive argument and disagree with Twe. And that's
Thank you,
what
Isaac.
said. Don't stand at me in. I beg you. That's why we have always said that indeed truth will always come up. And I want to summarize my ending in 1 second to say it again. The CDC government did move people out of poverty. That's why you have a declining rate, although people were poor. This is a simple logic. It's a simple understanding. And I hope you can go on Google and try to learn more. Thank you.
As a great former finance minister now, what's your grade?
Hey, but how you tell me to grade it, man?
1.10.
From 1.10, I gave him 11.
No, 1 to 10, my man.
I said I gave him 11. In school,
there's no 11.
I took my test, I got 100.5. They gave me 5.
From 1 to 10, I say, hurry up, we gotta move on.
Yahweh, what about? I gave him 10.
Okay, thank you. Fui, and we said thanks to Acid though. And you know what, Fubi, we had 2.6 million people in poverty for 6 years. When CDC left, right, it went to 3.2, 3.3. But I don't know the other math though. The other math, maybe West Good School, or maybe Jersey College, or Burlington County College, or Rutgers. I'm missing something here. I didn't do statistics. I didn't do common algebra. I'm missing something here. Fubi, help me, please.
Yeah, so no, I agree with Isaac. And, you know, CDC talk about poverty. It took Mary Arvin, we said out of poverty. It took A lot of those picking and report to those different ministry and agency or property that couldn't even earn their first $1. You know, so I agree. You know, I'll use something to a home graph. You know, when you want to you know, so you guys are just deceptive. You know, Samuel Tuer said a lot of stuff. You cannot be the head of the economic management team and don't want to take responsibility of the fraudulent activity that they took that they executed, even being acknowledged by the president. You cannot. You say, "Oh, the central bank, No, you were the head. Central bank, though, is a monetary agency, finance ministry, fiscal agency, but at this stage, the mop-up exercise was directly under the supervision of the economic management team. It was not central bank regular mop-up exercise that they've been doing in past years. This one was amended, given to the economic management team, and it was headed by Samuel Tuer. So you cannot come on air and say that central bank. You as the head, you had all your different meetings. You were on radio championing this mobile exercise and giving reason why it was the best. Then you come and say, no, Nathaniel Petrie team. You can't do that. I mean, you use that dead service to the library people. It's unfortunate that Tuer will sit here and say that not Petrie. You as the head, if you say the process was fraudulent and central bank didn't know what they were doing, you should have ensured that they were prosecuted for that act. That other report was swept under the carpet because it implicated all of them for the fraudulent activity that they did. So Samuel Tuer cannot escape that. Then he talked about all the harmonization was the best thing because it brought all this. It brought only one payroll, and it made people to pay taxes. It made the judiciary to pay taxes. The mop-up excess, the harmonization was rob Peter to pay Paul because they reduced other people's salaries. They brought their citizens on board based on Mobile Malou sending letters from different ministries and agencies, giving salary and positions to people. And those people were incorporated on the payroll. So they cut other people pay to pay those people that they brought on the payroll. Today, that excess baggage is with government. Government is still struggling to deal with it. So you cannot come and say it was the best stuff. If the government had just abruptly dismissed all the people that they put on the payroll between 2018 and now, everybody will say, oh, that we shun. The government is not doing well. So the government has to take time to ensure that they gradually fix that whole payroll issue. Because what Tuer then should have done with that whole issue of harmonization, the first thing is to pay everybody their severance pay for the year that they worked. Then you can make them to sign a new contract with a new pay, with a reduced pay. That way you give them some buffer, some cushion, that it will not be a shock to them. But the man walks to office one morning, you tell him, say, from today, you're no longer going to make 2,000, you're going to make 300. Then you say the man should be okay with that. But if you are giving the man a severance pay for the past year that he worked, and you say today you are making 300, that severance pay will serve as a shock absorber for that man. That's how you do harmonization. That's how you get for new pay. You don't wake up in the morning and reduce people's salaries. Salary is the only thing that's not supposed to come down. Salary should be going up to cope with the economic hardship. But when the country is hard, during a period of hardship, then you reduce people pay, you say you're doing harmonization. That's unfortunate. So there are a lot of things the guys did wrong. And that's why he couldn't answer most of the questions. He was dodging and trying to find an escape route. When you ask him this, you push on the other side. The whole issue about, and like I said yesterday, Samuel Tuer is good at talking. Those kind of those young boys say when you get a chance, they will eat you on grade. They rap you, eat you on grade. That's Samuel Tuer is good at.
Can you grade? Go ahead. What's your grading point?
I guess I'm not 0. Samuel Tuer, that's 0.
You give him a 0 for. Oh, no, careful. Let's get everybody a chance to talk. Even
I get a man zero to nullify the 10 that Kev gave.
Okay. Joseph, let's hear you, and we'll go to Emmanuel, Georgia, Mr. Russell, Jeff.
Thank you, Senator. And today was an excellent show. For the fact that Samuel Twell could come on this show, that was the proponent of the lies that was spread against the CDC. And you clearly see how he was trying to push him, to compel him to agree to those lies that were spread on this platform against the CDC, despite the fact that he spoke the truth. And you know, I don't blame Fandala and other people, because you will always and consistently stick to what you believe. So I don't care how he expressed the truth, Fandala, you still believe the lies that were told. And so you can go with that belief. Come to the harmonization. You know, I listened at Mame. I'm not talking about Phoebe because it was completely, off tangent. At least Mame made some sense when it comes to the harmonization. Mame, harmonization cannot be reversed. I challenge this government. When we came to power, there were 2 payrolls in this country. 2 payrolls. One was the librarian payroll, where the ministers, the head of undertaker, decide how much 100,000 people can get for the salary. And then they have the regular librarian salary. So those 2 distinct payroll was the one that was harmonized, they brought together. And those people, those early cronies that they brought into government were paying some people up to $15,000 US dollars per month, while some people were making about $100 or less. People made $90 per month. Well, one person was making up to $15,000. So Samuel Twell leading that charge, harmonized the payroll. If you are up, they brought you down. If you are down, they augmented you. So that's what they call harmonization. That means bringing 2 things and synchronize them so that there can be disparity in salaries. One person cannot be making $15,000 and one person working in the same government making less than $100. Some people are making $90. That's what the harmonization did. And in progress, it was supposed to extend to every ministry and entity in government. So that's the harmonization. But if you can selectively go to one entity and increase the post salary there and say you're reversing harmonization, that's not reversing harmonization, my man. That is selectively increasing people's salaries. To reverse harmonization, you got to go back to the 2 payroll system, where I can say I'm a minister, so my secretary in my office will make $5,000, and the secretary in the assistant minister office can make $150. That's the system the Unity Party ran. And it will bring up people and say, okay, these are my croonings. You're paying them $15,000. You are aware, Mama. You know people in the system made $15,000 while some people were making $90. That's the harmonization of what it did. It brought the people that were far above, it brought them below, and those people that were down, they brought them up to have some amount of equilibrium in our salary system. That's what they call harmonization. So to go and single-handedly increase people's salary, that's not reversing the harmonization. You talked about Samuel Twell lie about major roles or concession. No, that was the truth. When Samuel Twell spoke, that day when he spoke, there was no signing of the Broadway to Bo Walasa Road. It was not that concession was not signed. So he meant that every major road contract that was ongoing in this country, every major road contract that have been financed was signed by our administration. And I stand by that. Every major road contract that is ongoing right now in this country, Mame, was signed by our administration. One thing Samuel Twell made clear, and I like that point, is that the Unity Party government was not elected to complete CDC projects. So if you complete our project and you boast about it, that's nothing you're doing. We address the road infrastructure issue. We address the electricity issue because you just flowing on what we left. What is the policy to address our health sector? What is the policy the Unity Party is putting into place to address the agriculture sector? That's what you should be thinking of. Your government should not be putting street lights on our RIA road that we started building, and then you post it and expect us to applaud you for that. Look, mommy, the time for the Unity Party to let the nation into believing that it should accept the bare minimum as progress has passed. You cannot.
What's your go ahead and grade the Great Summit 12,
Yeah, but let me finish. Get everybody here almost 5 minutes to talk.
Jefferson, I beg you back. Just grade back. We gotta go. My throat is hurting already now. Please.
So why you
I know you get Summit 12 10. Let me put that 10 for you.
Oh no, that one obviously got put in there, but the truth is you get other people time to talk and then you want to deny me. You get
that thing between you and Kanyo. Anyway, I can give you whole day, you still say I deny you. Let's bring in Emmanuel Josh. Thank you very much, Jeff. We put 10 over 10 for you.
Thank you, Stanton. And thank you, the rest of the panelists, for the opportunity to have this conversation. Look, gentlemen, I was in boarding school for 4 years. After that, I went to TC. So no matter if it's not can touch my body. I was 3 in it from boarding school to TC. So as a brother, let me help you. I'm not clueless. Unfortunately, I have clues. I asked your brother, the former minister, is simple.
No. I said anyone who does not understand it. Since you understand it, I took you off. Those who don't understand it, they are the clueless ones. Thank you very much.
Okay, I thought I heard my name in it.
Thank you. If you don't know what they call,
let's be clear on certain things with the minister. First of all, I don't think the minister was at his best this evening. Perhaps he was tired when he came on the show. He didn't appear to be well prepared for the conversation this evening. It can happen to any one of us when things are hard sometimes and we are busy through the day. So I don't think he was well prepared. The minister was the head. In fact, he was the head of the economic management team. And from what I read, the TEMT may have been different from the EMT. So the technical economic management team was set up because of the mop-up exercise, and he was the head of that. My simple question to him was, if businesses are being listed, I assume that he should have read that list and be able to get clarity onto who we're giving our $25 million to, especially if it was something that it is alleged that he championed that mop-up exercise and it was one of his brainchild. I thought he would have taken it personal. It was a wonderful revelation from the minister that at the end, over 600,000 Liberians went into poverty, and that both government, the Unity Party government and the CDC Party government, continue to struggle to bring Liberians out of poverty. The both government, he gave them a wonderful scorecard, and congratulations to the UP and the CDC for being able to understand that many of us in Liberia are poor and try to keep it as it is. But what many of us in Liberia are actually working and fighting towards is to get out of that poverty ranking. And it's the United Nations describe poverty as being able to living on less than $1.90 per day, and that should be something that every government should be extremely serious about. And in this case, that revelation was good for us to know. And that's why we continue to tell the Liberian people there is a political leader who has the idea of how not only to keep us to sustain the level of poverty, but to help us to pull out of this situation. The minister lauded his brainchild, the harmonization process, and there's a lot of success in that process. But I think areas that have not been settled was, what are the job description of civil servants? How do we put them into categories? How will I know that I'm making $500? How do I elevate from $500 to $700? Those were some of the questions that the harmonization did not answer, and hopefully sends us a bill of law right now, and it's one of the great achievements of the CDC administration. Hopefully the current administration will try to categorize it so that we don't have the situation of people wondering why they were brought down, why the salary was cut down, and for everyone to know that at a particular level. Because quite recently, we had a situation with the community college lecturers who saw that there was a lot of discrepancy or disparities in what they were getting in Nima County as compared to what other community college lecturers were getting in Grand Bassa County. So the process continues, but it's a wonderful process, but we have not been able to actually tie that process down. So it's a wonderful conversation, great talking points. Every side have a good thing to take from it. And it was good having a conversation with the minister. Again, I felt that he was not well prepared for this evening. And because of that, I'm going to grade him a 7. The conversation was great. It was good talking to him, but he was actually bouncing on different points. At a point in time, he couldn't even remember his own chat that he's created, and he was looking around for it. So there where I would say I'm stopping this evening. I think I would give the minister a 7. Maybe next time when he comes, he will be much composed and much relaxed and see some of the atmosphere with the talking points he had.
Thank you very much. We're going to end with Russell, and then we will wrap this thing up. You want to say something? I'm here. I'm not too well. I'm going to hang around. I got to take calls from our audience and hear what they have to say. Russell, let's hear your closing, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Stanton. This was a wonderful evening and a wonderful conversation. So thanks for the opportunity to be on here with you and Dr. George and Diamond in the back. Really, really appreciate this opportunity. I know there were many people who were watching us and listening to us. The questions that we were asking, we may not have asked all of the questions that they wanted us to ask, but I think we were able to get through some of the key questions that they have on their mind. Now that we had the former minister on, on the show. So I grew up to a boarding school from 3rd grade all the way up to graduation. And one of the things that was privileged to do at Ganta United Methodist Mission was participate in the debate club. And so just it's very fascinating, very fascinated about public speaking and all of that. And so one of the things I learned there, of course, is that, eloquence and articulation, I see a lot of us seem to be fascinated by, the eloquence and the articulation, of the minister. But eloquence and articulation can be highly effective in making lies and half-truth more persuasive or believable. Minister Twere, speaks smoothly and confidently, create that sense of credibility and authority, even though many of the things that he was saying were not true. We live in the country, we have the stats, we see the data. So all of this sort of eloquence and smooth talking, if you know the issues, you know that, as we say locally, it was just blah. So don't get fooled and get carried away by the eloquence. Look at the substance. Look at the substance of what the person is saying, and by that measure, he didn't perform according to expectation. In my, from my vantage point. So all of the brilliance and stuff that this is not to knock him or take away how brilliant he may be, but a lot of what he had to say, I think were just flat out lies and half truths. But I thought the minister was pretty fair in many ways. He seemed more fair and balanced than many of the seditionists, many of whom are on their show. He was open about some of the mistakes and some of the things that they didn't do that they should have done. He was open about and clear about some of the mistakes that they made. He was open and clear about not hesitating in giving Unity Party some credit, where credit was due. So I mean, so that was fine. And he talked a lot about some of the critical kitchen table type issues that this government needs to tackle, and it hasn't tackled. Talk about jobs, expanding the private sector, agriculture, the rule of law, and all of those things. I mean, those are critical governance issues that need to be tackled that they did not adequately tackle, and he's hoping that this government will be able to tackle. I mean, job creation. I mean, everything revolves around job creation. And I know it's a pretty hard comparison, but if you look at, for example, the state of Minnesota has a population almost exactly what we have in Liberia, the population of Liberia, about 5.6, 5.7 million people. In 2 months, in August of this year and in September of this year, we created 12,000 jobs, just 2 months alone. So job creation and trying to keep the government stable. I mean, job creation is critically important. So I just hope that this government is listening and they can do everything as possible to try to ensure that we can create some jobs and put people to work. The minister touched on the whole sanction issue. I mean, we immediately went there and talked about that. I mean, there are some things that he said that I disagree with. I mean, he always seemed to blame others. Everything seemed to be like, is this person's fault? Everything is politicized. But we are operating in a political environment, so you can expect that. So for my score, that I will give the minister a 5, so about 50. I'll give him a 5, and I thought that he tried to share the blame around and talked about, and I like the fact that he also said that he wants to see Unity Party succeed, which is a good thing. He wants to see his government succeed. I think we all should applaud that and embrace this government and ensure that this government succeeds.
Thank you very much, Winsford Russell. The numbers are up. If you want to call, I'd like to say to all of you, thank you for being part of the show. Over 150,000 of you. Thank you very much for joining us and listening to Minister Samuel Ditwe. I'm going to give him 5. He presented himself, Dr. Boplet, to the Spoon Network. I was shocked. I was surprised. And I can say to everybody, man, we beat on Samuel Ditwe. We beat on the CDC government. I gave him 5 on presentation. The courage, Dr. George, that he took to come on Spoon Network, I gave him 5. I gave him 5. He tried his best, but I hope he can do better. On the overall, on the sanction issue, we can just, talk about it every day, but we know that he couldn't have gone that too far into why he was placed on sanction. The issue that took him to court today with FIA, he decided not to touch it because that is a very, very sensitive issue. Likewise, I was disappointed in Samuel Ditwe about the poverty rate. My fellow Liberians, there's the truth. CDC messed up. They kept people in poverty. They added to the poverty. And now I hope this Unity Party can take folks away. Don't listen to Isaac Doe when he said the downward trend increase. That's also talk, all right? That's scam. Listen, 1 + 1 = 2. 1 + 1 cannot be 1. They say the downward increase. When the people start telling you about the downward increase, you know that they messed up. That's not a true story. Listen, it's logic. We had 2.6. CDC took over, and they added over 600,000. No way you can spin it, right? Whether you add 1, you add 2, you add 3, CDC messed up. Job creation, CDC didn't create any job, but yeah, it's a strength. And this is what I want to do. CDC, what they put in place about harmonization, I can give this to Samuel Twe. I don't think this government would do away with harmonization, not in his first term. If this government said we would do away with harmonization, they will run straight head on into the transformer. I'm telling you, right? It's a hard policy to do away with. The government will work along, try to, fix it and make it better. But right now, for the next 4 years, I don't think President Barker Gaffa will want to even touch this. It will be bad for the government. So these are my takeaway. My voice is not too good. CDC didn't do better on the poverty level, and CDC got to find another excuse. On the mop-up exercise, guys, Samuel Twe Fola Issa, you either own up to it, you're the finance minister, for God's sake. You want to put this on this bank governor? No. Samuel Twe got to find another story. Some way, somehow, they ate the money. All right? Samuel Twe said, I mean, that the bank governor, my friend, you were in the government. You were playing number 9. You had an ear of the president. So don't give her that spin. Somehow, they ate the people 17 or 25 million. We can put that in the bank. But it was a good show. It was a great show. CDC still got a work to do in coming back. I don't know that radical message that the booklet you cut it. He said it will have a radical change. But one thing he said, I think it will be in the interest of CDC, ladies and gentlemen, that they keep Samuel Twe speaking. And he will be reformed and he will start saying the truth. But to say the togetherness, the willingness to engage this government and make the government feel better. Look, Samuel Twe said the country is safe. He said it. Russell, he said he's happy to go back home. He's not afraid of his life. That's a plus for this government. That's a positive thing that everybody will celebrate. If Samuel Twe said the country is safe, beautiful. Again, guys, it's been a great show, a wonderful show. The lines, the calls are coming in. I don't know what you want to say, but I say, my brother, I said, though, that mouth and that whole water. Thank you. You're going for your second master. You're adding 600,000 to the poverty rate, and that's it. We move on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to the phone line, though. Mohammed, you say you want to say something? I'm going to the phone line that the people, the people want to talk. Let's listen to them. Ladies and gentlemen, you the first caller. Your name and where you join us from?
Oh, the name is Jared G. W. calling from Springfield, Mass. You got me, CEO?
Yeah, go ahead, and we'll bring him Mohammed as in. Go ahead.
Oh, you see the problem, CEO. The thing, if God gave you opportunity, you can't advance country. Any good thing you see, that why you carry to your country. But Samuel Twe, these are people that damage job. How can you be your father minister? You refuse to take responsibility. My God. Thank you for the opportunity, CEO. Jesus Christ.
All right. Your name and where you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, your name and where you calling from?
Constance Duku calling from Minnesota.
Yeah, my Constance, talk to us.
Yeah. My name is Alfred Dunham.
My Constance, go ahead. Constance, talk to us.
I want to...
Mama, you're holding the line. Talk to us, please. All right. It looks like we lost out. Your name and where you joining us from?
This is Samuel Shebel, calling from Minnesota.
Samuel, talk to us.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the honorable former minister, Mr. Samuel Twe, for honoring your invitations and even making things clear to the Liberian people. Liberian are watching. We are seeing, we witness the past government, and we are watching the present government, and we will decide 2029. Thank you, Kisito.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where are you joining us from? On the 9690 number, your name. Where you joining us from?
Hi, my name is Tapor Mambia, and I call from New Hampshire. How are you, Stanton?
I'm good, man. Your take, real quick.
Thank you very much. It's just 1 minute, please. First of all, I think everybody on the show saw through Minister Twe tonight. Mr. Twe is an eloquent person. He was very eloquent. But there's two things I want to bring to the minds of the Liberian people. Minister Twe did not deny the fact that the mop-up exercise did not go wrong, that the money was eating. He did not deny that. The only thing, he shifted the responsibility. So it is clear that Liberian people understand that the mop-up was a fiasco and the government ate the money. Only thing Mr. Tue said, it wasn't him. The second thing is very most important is that the harmonization. Mr. Tue said if the government had not done harmonization, the government would have imploded. This is something in the Unity Party when we were in opposition. We said time without number. The mop-up exercise has been one of the most catastrophic laws in the Republic of Liberia. Instead of maybe Vendela Patrick knows me, at some point, I would like to come on the show to expand on this issue. For example,
thank you. But we got to leave it there, my friend. Let's give other people the chance back. Come, Vendela Patrick.
About Unity Party government before I go, Senator. Just give me 1 more minute, right?
No, I just, yeah, hurry up now.
The 7 things I agree with, the Unity Party has failed as a Unity Party person.
Yeah.
Okay? 2 things they have miserably failed in. The first one is easy. The second one is a progress. The first thing is prosecuting corrupt officials. If my Unity Party people are listening tonight, they should know that the reason why people got in putting water on September 17 was because they wanted this government to prosecute corrupt officials. We have failed miserably.
Thank you. We'll bring you on tomorrow. Richard of Vendela Patrick will bring you on tomorrow. Your name and where you joining us from, my friend?
Don Fatiga, Al Hussein UJ Fatiga, calling from the great city of Monrovia.
Talk to us, Fatiga.
I listened to the former finance minister today, and honestly, Samuel Tue is becoming a laughing stock in Liberia. The little bit of respect, if there's anything that he has there, I think it will serve him best if he remain quiet and continue to spew lies, because from every indication, this man has a very bad relationship with the truth. He lied on so many things. Harmonization, this guy praised harmonization that put a lot of people into poverty. And I also want to tell you that the government is actually reversing harmonization. It is happening with the justices. If you look at most of our justices, you look at the salary, it's almost back to pre-harmonization. If you look at those integrated institutions, they are already back. So it's going to be a gradual process to undo the damage that Tue did. One of the worst things that they did a lot of bad things. If you look at the books, if you look at the economy that Tue left to Liberia, left, and he want to make this false equivalence that, oh, they did this too, so we did that. It's not the same. This man, I will close on this because I know we don't have time. This man happened to be one of the only finance minister in modern history that we have seen that has been sanctioned. The sanction was not political. It was very clear. It was spelled out that because of mass corruption.
Thank you, Fatiga.
That's why he was sanctioned. And that's even disqualifying to even be discussing our economy or discussing anything national. He doesn't even have the moral to even be placed on that pedestal. The only thing he has to need is that he was ex-finance minister, but he was a disgraced one. Both domestically and internationally, this man was sanctioned. So it's sad. I wish I would find time to come. Once a spoon panelist is still a spoon panelist, I will find time to come so we can expand on this more. And Tue better keep quiet this new year. It's sad, and I feel bad for the brother that he would just be on a lying spree and believe that he can lie the way back to power. It doesn't work that way.
Thank you very much. Don't Fatiga. Thank you very much. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name? Yes. Where you joining us from?
My name is Nangwe Julius. I'm calling you from Woodbury, Virginia.
Yes, Mr. Nangwe, talk to us.
So I want to ask Mr. Mame if the road from Broadville to Bullwater South was not paved before. Are we talking about new paved roads, or are we talking about roads that have never seen asphalt before?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for calling. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, Kenton. My name is Hemet Freeman. I come from Philadelphia.
Hemet, talk to us.
Yeah. I want to address Isaac Dove math because it's very a lot of people to really think about how he went about putting his math together. the Liberian people from Madam Salih, Administrative under Madam Salih, they voted for the CDC to take Liberian people out of poverty. But instead of you guys taking the people out of poverty, you're adding more people to poverty. Then you want to sit there and celebrate that particular addition of 5 people to instead of taking 10 from poverty. I think that is a very big use for the Liberian people.
Thank you very much.
That's not Liberian people voted them out, and this is why we have UP again.
I wish I can continue. Thank you very much, my friend. Yekezi Odama in the back, come on. I wish I can continue, but I can't, man. I'm getting a serious headache right now, and I hope that you can understand. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to stop this fight by faith. Brother Russell, Emmanuel George, Vandera Patrick, Kafiko, Jay Jefferson, Chesson. I want to appreciate all of you. Mommy, where you at? Where I said, though, that the Bople, the entire team, thanks to Simon T12 Jr. for coming. We appreciate him. I believe I will take right now. Right now for Simon 12 with all the numbers that came in. Yes, indeed. Simon 12 going home on this show. Guys, can we mute? Simon 12 on this show going home with 6.1, which is 60.5. If you do the math, right? Simon 12 was greater amongst us all, above 50%, 60.5. That's the overall average. You understand, all his edition, including Jacob Jala, gave Simon 12 10%. So 10 from Isaac, 10 from Jefferson, 10 from Kev, 10 from Jacob. That alone is 40%, right? Then you get Brother George gave him 7%. You get 5 from Russell. You get 3 from Dr. Bople. You get another 3 from my brother Vandera Patrick gave him 4. You got 0 from Fubi, and you get 3 from Mame. I gave him 5. If you add all together, 7-12 gets 60.5. Will you consider that a passing, Emmanuel? You think? I mean, he above water, right? He above the 50% mark, right?
Yep. He did well.
Yeah, he did well tonight.
But that's not a passing grade.
It depends if you're in the British system or passing system.
It depends on who grading.
Russell, what do you say?
No, I'm saying that this sort of alternative reality that folks have. I mean, it's just like crazy. You know, I mean, we live in a country. We saw how the country was governed. I mean,
I see you have a grading system. When you add into everything, the man going home with 60.5.
It's still a failing grade from from 1 to 10 center. 6.5 is a failing grade.
Okay, that's you. What do you think, Vandera Patrick? How you consider a 60.5 VP? That's what you're going home with, VP.
So, given the context of the discussion, he finds himself in the middle. That's what I can say.
You think it's better for CDC coming out of the woods? Samuel 12 sanctioned, Samuel 12 in code, Samuel 12 left the country, Samuel 12 they beat them during election, and now he's above 60% VP?
No, I mean, like I said, given the context of the discussion and the people in the classroom, the intellectual professors, you know, our opinions are driven by political lenses, competing interests, alignments, realignments. Of course, you will not sit on this platform and, you know, you have nearly everybody. So, like I said, for me, yes, he's in the middle.
Yeah.
You know, whatever grades that came in, he's in the middle. He found himself in the middle.
Thank you. Kev Hassan before Mame. Kev, 60.5, Kev.
Stanton, when I don't know. I see why my brother Russell can win election. We're not in class. We're not in some kind of classroom. This is a political show. This is a political matter. 60.5 that passing. This is politics.
Okay.
This is
CDC una passing.
This is politics. This is politics. If today was election day, CDC get 60.5. What will you say? What will you say? This is politics. This is politics show. This is not your classroom thing.
Let me give you a breaking news.
Politics.
You know
the same thing you said. He was honest. You said he was honest, but he lied.
No.
He said he was fair. He said he was fair, but he lied.
But he still.
I said the man was fair, but he lied.
All right, thank you, Kev. Mame, let's say you before we go.
Whatever,
man. This is a political show, man.
I mean, breaking news. Samuel Twelve walk away 60.5. You decide whether it's a pass or fail, whether it's in the middle. But he came on spoon. Over 150,000 people still following Samuel Twelve, watching the thing tonight. And I want to say that's a big thing, Mame. Like it or not, people listen to Samuel Twelve tonight. Mame.
Oh yeah, people listen to Twelve. They went with a lot of information. They know that he lied about Rose. They know that he lied about mop up. I mean, they know he lied about subsidy. He said they instituted subsidy during Ukraine war. Ukraine war started in 2022. Subsidy started 2021. It's in the budget on the Commerce Ministry web page. The Commerce Minister posted in 2021 about subsidy, and it's in the budget. So he lied about something. So they listening to him, but he also said important things that some of us agree with. I mean, he conceded on the poverty issue. Even though people want to be spinning the oil around, but it's clear, he concluded on the poverty issue. He could not speak to jobs that he created. His PAPD promised jobs. He could not speak to the job that he created after 6 years as finance minister. Roads issue, he lied. Subsidy, he lied. He talked truth about poverty, at least in terms of, I mean, what they did with poverty. Compensation, because somebody classify it as other compensation, it doesn't mean that fraud. Interns, those young children who will be employed for 3 months, they celebrate that. Then you consider it to be a bad thing. And then most importantly, he said, forget about salary. No, Samuel Twelve. We can't forget about salary. We will grow the budget and increase the salary. That's what we'll do. We can't leave salary to where you left it. We can't keep it to harmonization level. The goal is to pay civil servants and pay them well. I'm a big fan of paying people well. Me, I can always argue on the legislature say reduce the salary to 5%. I've publicly said I disagree. I know it's a popular opinion, but I disagree. There are other ways you can make money from the legislature without paying lawmakers 5,000. Those people are making more money than the 5,000. So yes, we'll not leave salary right there. We'll dismantle harmonization. And the way we'll do it gradually. We started with the courts, we'll go to integrity institution. This year is engineer. Next year will be other people. So Liberians are expecting salary increment all like 6 years when they were always expecting and feeling the impact of salary reduction.
Can I ask Mame one question?
Let me ask Mame, will you consider a 60.5 or passing for Samuel Twelve on the show tonight? 60.5.
I mean, when you're in school, you score 60, you fail. So if that's how you want to measure it, 60 is a failing grade. But if you want to categorize Samuel Twelve performance, eloquent, he spoke well, his closing statement.
Generally, I mean, everything we put it together. You got 60.
60 not a passing grade.
But is it a good thing for Samuel Twelve CDC?
Oh yes, it's a good thing for him. It's a good thing for 12. Let me tell you something about 12.
So toss more now, but we all got to go now.
Somebody asked me.
Mame, go ahead.
Keith said, I want to ask me a question. And then Keith, you want to ask me a question?
Yeah, I want to ask you one question.
Why you putting me for now?
You say on your way. Let me ask you something.
Ask me a question.
Harmonization is a law. Harmonization is a law of the land.
Again?
Harmonization, it is a law of the
I'm
land.
not discussing your harmonization.
No, I'm asking you if harmonization is a law.
Are you asking me a question? I know where your question coming from. Because you're making harmonization, you're saying you're making with law. There is no law that stops you from increasing somebody's salary.
No, the only way you can stop harmonization, you gotta go back to the legislature.
No, listen to me.
The only way you can stop harmonization, because it's the law of the land. So don't mislead the people that you're stopping it. Don't mislead the people.
Why CDC is so angry about increasing people's salary?
No, not increasing. The harmonization increase people's salary.
You know what it did?
Let's tell the Liberian people happy to you.
They reduce the salary of the elite.
We want to say thank you very much.
They reduce the salary of the elite.
I said,
salary.
I said, we got to coming. I said,
increase people's salary. That was the intent of the harmonization.
Thank you very much, Jefferson Chelsea. I said, though, you get the last word. Let's hear you, my friend.
Yeah, first off, you asked us to grade 12 between 1 to 10. I grading 11. You said no. Phoebe grading 0. You said yes. I don't know how 11 is no, but 0 is yes.
I took Phoebe.
Why when I'm talking, you can't give me a chance to talk? But why when I'm talking, you can't give me a chance? You will always come. Brother, why you can't give me a chance? So, Mr. Russell, I want to end on you. Please, drop 5 seconds. You said someone tried him, he lied. I beg you, Papa. Please help me. Call the lie and tell me the truth. Number one. What's the number one lie and tell me the truth?
I'm not a guest on this show. If you didn't listen to the show, I am a panelist.
You can't accuse somebody.
This echo chamber that you guys this echo chamber that you guys did. I came here, I gave you I gave him a 5 out of 10. You know, I gave him a 5 out of 10. What do you want me to say?
You should be
lied on a lot of issues. All of us talked about it.
It's okay. You should be embarrassed.
Actually, lead the crossfire small.
Embarrassed about what? There's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Line and tell us the truth. I gave you the opportunity. You talk about lies. Okay, we give it to you.
Because you are not going to have this sort of binary conversation.
Now,
I'm not into that. You're not part of your echo chamber.
You cannot even tell us one lie, but you know lie. Now I'm asking you the truth of the lie. You don't even know one. They lie, you saying lie. You don't know which lie it is, but you don't lie. So you know, Papa, again, they are not in kindergarten.
You guys are so sad.
The CDC.
Answer what question? You were here. Were you listening? Didn't you?
Why would everybody tell me I could be quiet? I can't even have my time. It's okay. It's okay. Ahmed said, which is right, that the CDC signed a contract and funding for every major road network. It is true. It is true, Papa. Sameto also said between CDC and UP 2 years, the debt that CDC left for the central bank has increased by 64 million. Where it came from? Okay, rescue government is now borrowing for central bank. How did it increase from CDC town to UP town, 64 million? Why make it increase? Did you care to ask?
That juju.
CDC left $10. Today is $14. Why put the $4 there? That $4 where it come from? But you said a lie. Like if you are so tired to do basic research, you just use words that you don't know the meaning of. Samuel I came here and told you, CDC, he provided you the data. You talked about mock-up. Samuel told you over and over, which is true. You can go up. The first thing, the other report did not say going to the people on the street to take money from them was wrong. It didn't say so. It only said some people that you say you gave money, we can't get contact of them. That does not mean those people didn't exist. Who gave them money? Let's
they used the word unorthodox. The Cross report used the word unorthodox.
That does not mean it is
But
wrong.
they in the report.
All right, so who talking? Who are you? Who talking? We gotta go. We gotta go.
So
Thank you.
this
Thank you.
is where we are. This is where we are. CDC is not in power today. The Liberian people are silent majority listening. You said CDC kill auditors. We've been asking you every day to go and catch the people who kill the auditors today. You can't catch them. The people who you fool that CDC kill auditors.
Thank you. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much, Rick Rosso. Thank you, Vendetta Patrick. Thank you, my brother Jefferson Chessin, Kev Hassan, to all of you who want to say thanks to the entire team. It's been a great show, a great program. We will be off tomorrow. We got to go to church. There will be no spoon talk tomorrow. Catch us back on the first day of 2026. We should be on Thursday. We will be here on New Year Day celebrating with you.
So, you should be allowing us to end our talk where you can give other people
the entire network. We want to say Happy New Year. We not die, but it can say Happy New Year Manabawu. We say God bless you. God bless you. See you on Thursday by God's grace. Be blessed. Be safe. Please be careful how you drive.
Yeah, Stanton, I have a condolence message to give. One of my very close friends is passed away, and I just wanted to extend my condolences and sympathy to his family and all of us who knew him and spent some time with him. And I just wanted to say my sympathy to Maima, Fanta, Marie, Mawa, Bindu, Charmaine, Ahmed, and Small Fanta, Siaka, Fumba, and Mandonia Kroma for the passing of our brother, our friend, Jura Kroma. So just wanted to extend my sympathy and deep condolences to the family and all of those who know him from Yekepa and from Ganta Nema County, the Ganta United Methodist Mission. I just want to extend my profound sympathy. Thank you.
Much. I want to say thanks to all of you, man. Have a beautiful evening. Kev, thank you. Russell, thank you. Jefferson Chesson, thank you. We'll bring Gray. How you got it? We want to say thanks, Connor Gray. We got to go. I don't know who's in the studio.
Man, don't follow your junior to go under the snow, my man. Not good for older people. You see, I know you're beginning jumping in the house there now, but man, you can tell it.
Make me sick, man.
Yeah, you are not your best. You should have postponed this whole thing to
No, man, but it was a great show. I couldn't have postponed it. I mean, it was a great show.
You down, you were weak. Yeah, what made you sick?
Yeah, I don't know who putting this up, but we got somebody in the back. Who's in the back? Mama, is that you?
What's that?
Somebody putting something. Is that Mama or who? Mama, is that you or who we got in the back? Is that Diamond Yekenzi Nelson or that Mama doing it? So Mama saying that he can do it. He can catch up. I don't know who we got in the studio.
Mama got administrative right, my man. That's great.
Yeah, Mama got administrative right a long time. When I hear you.
You late.
Yeah.
I said you late.
No, we're in the back.
Yeah.
But to tell you the truth, I think some of it came up, but I don't know whether, did he help CDC, Mama? You think he helped CDC?
CDC is not helping themselves. Samuel Tuer will not help. Talking will not help. As a matter of fact, in CDC, Samuel Tuer is a smart man, but he's not a good person to be in the public. They know that. He's a smart man.
I think his closing, Mama. Samuel Tuer closing was powerful.
Yes. And I agree with most of the things he said in his closing. Right? The emphasis about job. The only way I'd little bit disagree is in development economics, when we're talking about job, there are triggers that can lead to a job. That role, that energy. When you come to private sector and you say, okay, you got to give private sector people loan, that's true. There are other mechanisms you can use to do it. But when you understand the most burning constraint on private sector in the country, who people will tell you, say, even though that loan, but like electricity, the cost of electricity is very high.
But on the overall, right? On the overall, and great, they give you the chance because you came there. Some were coming on spoon to look through the camera, man, and try to even present CDC as a radical new party. That was a bold step. I mean, it's going to take a time whether you're going to sing in the people more great. I think even to get something to at 60.5, I think it's a good thing somewhat for CDC. Because imagine that CDC was just beaten 2 years ago. And most of the blame went on Samuel Twe. If Samuel Twe continues on this path to reburn his image, do you think he's going to succeed? You think people will buy into his argument? Gonna agree.
Knowing this guy very, very well, I think he was distracted. It was distracted for the fact that he was extremely careful not to poke hole into his case. The best Samuel Twe is the one after he's been probably dismissed from court that he's not guilty or so on and so forth. You bring Samuel Twe in, there will be no distraction because the law will not hold him accountable again when they have given him clemency. But if you ask me, he was not at his best. I know Samuel Twe. He was not at his best. He was distracted, and hopefully, things will work in his favor.
Yegezi, come on, Yegezi. But the first question, Greg, it was all about sanction, right? If you follow the show, and that took Samuel Twe off balance a little bit, and we dive into the court issue, then we walk our way down into the governance issue and the economy, and Samuel Twe tried to come back, but I don't know. I think he did well. I think
well,
as an operation, that's what you should do.
But you have pro-CDC individuals on the show that were giving 10, 11, and so on and so forth. If you ask the people, let them grade him, the audience, you probably would have gotten a mixed result. And so I don't know. If you tell me the fact that he stood the test of time to appear on a platform that he has dismissed of being so anti to him, and that was courage, in my opinion.
That was courage, yeah. You're right.
I wish you would do this often, but like I said, always be this distraction because of.
He got it. Because of what Fatiga say. Oh, you failed, you're sanctioned, finance minister, you failed. And Fatiga speaking from the finance ministry, right? So they're almost watching. But mommy, lastly to close, were there any major takeaway to rejuvenate CDC base here?
I think my major takeaway, Samuel Twe statement will not rejuvenate CDC because it puts them in more position to be clarifying again a whole lot. They're clarifying a lot of things. The subsidy story, the road story, and the electricity story that even like one you see in San for I don't know how many years that will put it fast out tomorrow. So he put them in position to be doing more clarification. The poverty thing, he agreed on it. They now have a responsibility to be financing whether it is margin or error or whether it is rise in poverty or the level of poverty. But he confirmed that, and which is true. We raised it ever since. He get him to add his voice. So he put them in the position where they will have to be clarifying most of the things he's saying. He made argument here that he was that head of annual economic management team. But it established that there was a technical economic management team that was established that he was chairing. I put it in the chat room. And how can you chair an economic management team and such a decision is made and you exclude yourself from there? So he agreed that those things happen. That's why I put this stuff up. Look at this amount of money, 490 something thousand disbursed to agency who claimed that who said they did not participate in any money mop up exercise. 400 almost $500,000. You don't deny when they say that at the Central Bank governor.
And that's why we push him. Okay, we'll take it from there. But at CDC.
Yeah.
Now you, but at CDC, and you part of CDC. So that's, you know, but again, it was a great show.
Who's part of CDC? This guy?
No, Samuel Twett.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Samuel Twett tried to say, but I mean though that the bank governor, blah, blah, blah. I want to say thanks to Dama, thanks to Yekezi, thanks to the entire team. It's been a great show, guys. Have a good night. And we'll see you guys on Thursday, because
I mean, drink some soup, man. You know,
I'm going to travel, man.
I have to do it. Get a Strepsil.
You know what? You just said it. I gotta go serve some fufu.
Yeah, do that, man.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Thank you, Legacy. Have a good night. Happy New Year. Yeah.
Okay, so that's it, folks. That's all the time we have to be here with you. You can join us later on today for another edition of the Spawn Talk. My name is Yekezi Zwobe, bidding a pleasant goodbye from Odious Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Thanks for following the show as usual. Thanks to all of you who've been in the comment section as well, commenting. Those of you who've been listening, would like to say thanks a lot. Join us later on today for another edition of the Spawn Talk. My name is Yekezi once more, bidding a pleasant goodbye from Odious Congo Town. Bye-bye.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spawn, and your boy, right at the south.